Pink Flamingo Productions presents The Viking's Princess, The Vikings MC Book 2, written by Kathleen Cole and Frank Jensen, performed by Allison Voller and Tyler Darby. Prologue. Bridget. Bridget! I glanced over and stopped walking when my dad pulled up next to me in his Lexus. I shifted my school bag higher up onto my shoulder and smiled. "Hi, Dad." Stepping off the curb, I leaned in through the window and kissed his cheek. "Did I forget a lunch date?"
"No, sweetheart, but I thought I'd take you out if you had the time."
He smiled at me, but looked a little stressed. "I had a few more classes today, but nothing that I couldn't skip." "Sure." I walked around and dropped my bag and purse into the back seat before sliding in next to him. I watched my father's face as he navigated the roads leading us off the University of Texas campus and into the heart of Austin. His mouth was pinched at the corners, and those heavy brows were furrowed with worry. I knew him too well for him to be able to hide it. "Are we going to Massalina's?" It was one of my father's favorite restaurants and his go-to for comfort food. Although I wasn't sure you could count five-star dining as comfort food, but he did.
"Not today, Pumpkin."
He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and glanced into the rearview mirror before making a lane change. "Okay. Dad, what's going on?" I shifted in my seat so that I was facing him and folded my arms over my chest. His eyes met mine for a brief second before flashing to the road in front of us, then again to the rearview mirror. I looked through the back window. He was acting like someone was following us.
"Sit facing forward, Bridget."
He snapped at me. I immediately did as he asked, my mouth dropping open. My father rarely yelled at me, and usually it was only when I'd done something to test his patience, like bring home a guy I knew he'd flip out about. He wasn't in the habit of yelling at me for no reason. "Tell me what's going on," I demanded. I realized we were leaving the Austin city limits and heading out of town. He sighed, and his gaze met and held my own. I searched those blue eyes that were so like mine and found doubt, fear, and an apology.
"We need to leave town for a bit, Pumpkin. I've already sent your mother to her sister's."
My mouth fell open, but he spoke right through my sputtered protests.
"I'm in a little bit of a bind. It's not forever, just for a while."
"A while?" I stared at him in shock. "Dad, I have school and my friends. What kind of trouble are you in?" I shook my head in disbelief. Dad was the former mayor of Austin. He ran in high society circles. What could possibly have happened that had him spiriting his family away with literally the clothes on our backs?
"I didn't say I was in trouble,"
he said indignantly, his face turning a mottled shade of red. It was the same shade it always turned when he was lying. I eyed the back seat where my bag and purse were. If he was going to force me to leave the city, the least I was going to do was text Gunnar. I dropped my cell phone into my purse before getting in the car, though, so I was going to have to turn around to get it. He'd already yelled at me for turning around once. I'd bide my time. I'd get my phone in a few minutes when he was more distracted. "Oh, Daddy," I said softly. "What did you do?" He glared at me and opened his mouth to speak, but before he could, I saw a vehicle pull up alongside us, and the world exploded. Or that's what it felt like anyway, when the car sideswiped us. It took my breath away, and I couldn't even scream as a car hit us so hard from Dad's side of the Lexus that it sent us careening off the highway and down a grassy embankment. I gripped the door and my seat hard, trying to breathe. Dad's window had exploded upon impact, and I could see blood running down his face from where fragments of glass had cut him. He was fighting with the wheel, trying to stop the car from spinning out of control in the grass. I thought for sure he'd stop the car so that we could call the cops to report the accident. Instead, as soon as he righted the wheel and had the machine under control, he stumped on the gas and shot along the embankment toward the exit ramp that was there. I let out a little squeal as we cut off a car and zipped down the lane. The long blare of a horn told me we'd come close to another collision. Glancing behind us, I saw 2 black vehicles race after us down the exit ramp. "They're following us." My voice sounded hollow, even to me. Dad let out a string of curses that would have made my mother gasp and put on more speed. I whipped around just in time to see us shoot across the intersection at the end of the road, against the red light. "Fuck!" I screamed and closed my eyes. I didn't want to see my death coming. When nothing hit us, I peeked one eye open. We were on the other side of the road and speeding away from the freeway. "Okay, enough of the bullshit, Dad," I spat out angrily. "Did someone just try to kill us back there?" He sighed, but started talking. "A cartel is looking for me." My day had started out so normal, and now here I was in the fucking Twilight Zone. "I'm sorry, did you just say a cartel, like a drug cartel? From Mexico?" I asked in complete shock. "Look, I don't have time to get into it, Bridget," he said irritably. I started laughing. Okay, it was a slightly hysterical laugh, but a girl was allowed in the current circumstances. "It seems to me we have nothing but time, Dad," I shot back. "Why is there a cartel looking for you? For us," I amended. His mouth twisted into a hard frown at that. "You aren't involved in this. You were never supposed to be involved," he muttered the last sentence. I threw my hands up in exasperation. Clearly, he wasn't planning on telling me anything. He was driving like a madman through some smaller town outside of Austin. All that lay beyond it, as far as the eye could see, was cattle farming land. I'd never been in this area before, so I had no clue where we were. I also never knew my dad could drive like a race car driver, but he was doing just that. I wonder if that's why he always insisted on driving a manual. I eyed him as he downshifted around a tight corner, then worked the clutch and shifter in tandem to gain speed out of the turn. Suddenly, he slammed on the brakes, and I thanked God I was wearing my seatbelt as I slammed a hand on the dashboard to help stop my forward momentum. Dad was muttering from the driver's seat, and I looked out in front of us. There were 3 SUVs blocking the road. He quickly threw the car into reverse, and his arm over the back of my seat to look behind us. The sudden stillness that overcame him made dread pool low in my belly. I peeked behind us and found the cars that had chased us off the freeway idling there. "Dad, what do we do?" I tried to keep the quaver out of my voice. I wanted to be strong. I quickly took my seatbelt off, just in case we needed to make a run for it. "It's okay, Pumpkin. We'll be okay." He didn't sound very sure of himself. I wished I had some kind of weapon. Not that I knew how to use one. Now I wished I'd gone all those years ago when my best friend's dad had taken her to the gun range to show her how to shoot. He'd been a Marine and had insisted Remy learn how to safely handle firearms. I knew nothing about guns, though. That brought me to my next wish. I wish Gunnar was here. Gunnar was the sexy as sin MC guy I'd been dating, that my dad had made me break up with because he was too dangerous. I sneered over at my father. Who was the dangerous one now? Of course, my dad didn't know I'd been in a warehouse a few days ago during a shootout between 2 rival MCs trying to save Remy's life. He also didn't know that Gunnar and I had gotten back together the same day as the shootout. What he didn't know wouldn't hurt him, I thought guiltily. My life sure had gotten exciting lately. I missed the good old boring days sometimes. Movement from the SUVs jerked me out of my thoughts. 3 men stepped out and started approaching our car. 2 were carrying really big rifles. My mouth went dry as fear raced through my body. I shot Dad a look and noticed he was pale and sweating slightly, but he didn't say anything. I went back to quietly watching the men approach. I thought about grabbing my phone out of my purse now, but I didn't want one of these men thinking I was going for a gun and shooting me. Instead, I stayed still. One of the men with a rifle opened my door, and I shrank back. I felt Dad put a hand on my shoulder. I wasn't sure if it was supposed to be comforting, but it didn't have that effect.
"Brent, so good of you to save us the trouble of picking your daughter up ourselves."
The man behind the one who opened my door spoke with a heavy Spanish accent. My eyes widened as we stared at each other. He was probably 5'11", dark hair, dark eyes, and had a mean-looking face. Not one of these men looked friendly in the slightest, and not just because of the guns.
"Miguel, I told you before, she has nothing to do with this. I'll handle this little mishap, but you need to leave my family out of it."
Dad's voice came out sure and strong. He was putting on a better show than I was. I could feel my body starting to shake. It was June and very warm, but I couldn't stop the tremors.
"You had your chance to fix it already. Now we're fixing it. Take them,"
Miguel said with a little flip of his hand, as though we were nothing but a pair of pants he wanted brought home from the store. The second man went around the car and opened the door. Dad stepped out, adjusting his suit coat, and stood next to him. Everyone stared at me.
"Fuck all of them if they think I'm going to willingly just go with them."
I glared at the man as he held his hand out to me and clutched the rifle in the other. Anyone who knew me would have seen my chin jut out stubbornly, and would know they were in for trouble by that action alone. Luckily, this guy didn't know me. I was also thankful I was wearing shorts and sneakers today, instead of my usual skirt and heels. Thank God I'd been late for class that morning and had thrown on casual clothes. Shimmying backward as quickly as I could, I squeezed through the front seats and into the back. This was one of those times when my 5'4" smaller frame came in handy. The man frowned and started to move to the back passenger door, so I turned and bolted out the back driver's side door. The other gunman hadn't been watching or expecting this, so he wasn't blocking it. I quickly started running as fast as I could away from all of the cars. If I could just find someone to help me. I heard shouts behind me, but I was making good time. I may be a girly girl, but I was still athletic. I knew I shouldn't look behind me. Every horror movie told you to keep running and just look forward. I glanced back and couldn't help the small shriek that escaped when I saw the gunman gaining on me. There were 3 more men not too far behind him. They must have come from the SUVs. Shit! I looked forward, but couldn't pour on more speed because I was already going as fast as I could. I was starting to tire out too, and I'd run into a field that was across from the road we'd been stopped on, so there was nothing around us. No buildings, no roads, no other cars. I started to lose hope. I doubted I could outrun these thugs, and the heat had me sweating. I was sucking in deep pulls of the heavy, hot air. I wasn't willing to stop and give up, though. Think, Bridget. I heard the pounding of footsteps behind me. Oh God, oh God, oh God. As soon as I felt the man's body get close to mine, I pivoted and switched directions, running off to my right. I was banking on the fact that the other 3 guys were still far enough behind that this wouldn't put me directly in their path. The plan paid off. With a curse, The man who'd been about to grab me stumbled forward, off balance, and crashed to the ground. The other men were still a little ways away, but far too close for comfort. I ran, kicking as hard as I could, lungs screaming at me for relief. I prayed I'd find something this way. I needed help because I couldn't keep going much longer. All of a sudden, the ground started sloping downward. I slowed slightly and took in the valley below. We were on a hill that looked out over grazing land. There were cows and a cattle tank, but no houses or barns to be seen. I started making my way down the sharp, rocky drop as quickly and carefully as I could. It wasn't straight down, but it was steep enough that I needed to be careful and find my footing. I froze when I heard something that caused me to glance up. A few feet up was one of the men chasing me. We locked eyes. I watched as he swept his gaze down the hill, then looked back at me. My eyes widened when I realized what he was about to do, but I couldn't make my body move quickly enough. Sure enough, wouldn't you know it, this asshole yeeted himself off the side of the hill and slammed into me, taking us both down in a rolling pile of limbs. I don't know how long we tumbled or how many times I caught an elbow or knee to sensitive areas, but once we finally started to slow, I was about to be grateful. Then my head slammed into a rock, and everything went dark.
Chapter 1. Gunner. We all sat in silence for a moment after Guzman hung up. The fact that Miguel Guzman, a notorious cartel leader, had kidnapped Bridget and just called us making demands rendered most of us speechless. "I'm going to need a gun," Remy said. The look on her face told me she was serious. I looked over at Steele, who was staring at his girlfriend in horror. I'd known Steele almost my whole life. We were basically brothers. I understood how he was feeling at the thought of sending Remy in to face Guzman alone, per his demands. Bridget and I had met a bit over a month ago, and had been dating until she broke up with me unexpectedly a few weeks later. We'd finally made up a few days ago, the same day we'd rescued Remy from the Lycans and her mother. I hadn't wanted to let Bridget go this morning. In fact, I'd made her late to class, but she'd insisted, so I dropped her off at the college campus. Now I was kicking myself for not making her stay where she was safe, where I could keep an eye on her. Bridget's father had forced her to break up with me. It had taken her weeks to tell me why she'd called things off. Since the first morning I'd met her in front of the college, I'd been slowly falling. She was mine. Then she'd rip me apart by breaking things off with me. She thought that she was protecting me from her dad, from the threat of jail. In my usual fashion, I didn't bother to listen, and instead had stormed off. It took Remy getting kidnapped by the Lycans for me to get my head out of my ass and see what was happening. For weeks I'd tried to move on. It'd never been a problem pre-Bridget. I loved women. All kinds. I appreciated how they looked, how they smelled, their laughs, their mannerisms, spending time with them, fucking them, everything. But since this princess breezed into my life, she'd turned it upside down, and nothing was the same. She'd given me more than I ever knew I wanted, and then ripped it away from me without an explanation. I hadn't spent time with a woman the entire time we'd been broken up, which was unheard of from me. "No way, you're not going," Steele muttered while he and Remy stared each other down. "I have to, Steele. You heard him. I have to bring Rhonda and Caleb to him tonight or they'll kill her." Remy's voice broke with emotion. It wasn't for her mother or her uncle, though. Her mother had been absent for most of her life, and her uncle was a fucking weasel, according to Steele. It was clear to see she was worried for her friend. The reminder snapped me out of the weird sense of calm that had fallen over me, It was probably why both Axel and Riggs were watching me so carefully. It wasn't like me to be cool and collected. To say I was a hothead would be putting it mildly. I knew it, but couldn't seem to help myself, and right now was no exception. Shooting to my feet, I pulled my gun out from the holster tucked at the back of my waistband. I checked it to make sure it was fully loaded and ready. My brothers had grim looks on their faces, but Cade, the Viking president, looked both pissed and resigned. "Sit down, Gunner," he growled. "No, I'm not sitting here while those fuckers have Bridget. It's our fault that Guzman thinks the FBI knows about his drugs." Red was starting to seep in along the edges of my vision. I looked over and met Steele's gaze, silently asking for backup. As my sergeant-at-arms, he had authority over me. But as my closest friend, I was hoping he'd have my back and take my side against Cade and Riggs, our VP. "It's not our fault," Riggs broke off as I rounded on him. "We're the ones who set Remy's uncle up to take the fall for the stolen car parts." I snarled. I understood it. Caleb deserved everything he got since we'd just learned he was smuggling drugs from Mexico and into Austin using Remy's company. We weren't about to let the FBI arrest Remy for any of it, especially when she'd had no idea about it. Steele was the one who used her company to ship our parts to our California chapter and ended up unintentionally putting her on the FBI's radar. We're also the assholes who let Rhonda believe that the FBI was raiding the Lycans looking for drugs. Guzman's drugs. I scowled at Riggs, then returned my attention to Steele. Remy's eyes were wide as she looked back and forth between us. "I can't, Gun. You know we can't." His voice was strained. I could tell that turning me down wasn't easy for him, but I couldn't rationalize that to the growing anger taking over inside of me. "Fine. I'll fucking get her myself," I said, while pounding a fist down on the table. Remy let out a little squeak. She was the only one who made a sound at my movement. The others were too used to my outbursts. "If you go in there half-cocked, you're going to get her killed, Gunner. Is that what you want?" Cade asked reasonably. His green eyes met and held mine, silently insisting that I use my head. Shoving away from the island, I stormed out the door. I'd take on all the cartels in Mexico if I had to. No one took what belonged to me. I'd just gotten Bridget back, and I'd be damned if I was going to lose her again. I made it down the front porch before I was eating dirt. It felt like a bulldozer was sitting on my back. "Get the fuck off me!" I struggled under Riggs's enormous weight. The man was like a freight train. Most of us were big men, but he was large even by our standards. Since I'd been best friends with his brother, Steele, forever, that meant I'd been around Riggs just as long. Cade had grown up with us as well, and the four of us made it a weekly habit to spar together. So I knew Riggs's weaknesses, just as well as he knew mine. Twisting my body, I used my left elbow to jab him right below the ribs. The big guy grunted and leaned over, giving me just enough leverage to roll, buck, and displace him off me. I shoved quickly to my feet, intent on getting to my bike despite Riggs's attempt to stop me. That might have been the end of it if his younger brother hadn't joined the fight. Steele came in low, catching me around the thighs, sending us both careening to the ground. He knew he needed to keep me there. My boxing game was much better than either brother, but their ground games beat mine every day of the week. "God damn it, Steele!" I gasped because he was proned out on my back like a spider monkey, arms and legs wrapped around mine. I was trying to push my way to my feet, but it was hard to lift both our combined weights from a lying position. "What if it was Remy?" I gritted out. "It was Remy, you dickhead," he belted out right into my ear. "Just a few days ago, or did you fucking forget?" I struggled harder and he tightened his grip on my limbs like an octopus. No real injuries, Steele. When he stops seeing red, we'll need him to be able to fight. Cade's warning cut through the haze of anger clouding my mind. It was so casual, like saying wipe your feet when you're done playing. He was right, of course. He always was. He hadn't used his muscles to become president of this club. He'd used his brains. I turned my head, and I could see Cade, Rad, and Remy standing on the porch watching the show. Remy had a hand up to her mouth, and I could see Rat comforting her. I couldn't actually hear him because the asshole behind me was breathing so hard into my ear, but I imagined it was something along the lines of, "Don't worry, this happens all the time," because it did. Steele usually ended up having to restrain me a couple of times a month. Axel was standing by in case I managed to break free, then he'd get a turn at me. The red was fading. Steele was right. He'd stood back and waited while Cade and Riggs made a plan to go in and get Remy out. It had worked and kept not only the women safe, but all of our brothers in the MC as well. "Gunner!" I looked up again and found Rat watching me steadily, calmly. He spoke again. "I just accessed the camera system at the warehouse. There's no audio, but I have a visual. Bridget is all right." The anger slowly drained out of me, and with it my fight. It left Steele and I just sprawled in the dirt, panting. "Get off me!" But he was already rolling to the side and lying on his back next to me. I was happy to see he was at least breathing as hard as I was. I hadn't made it easy on him. This was one of the rare times our fights hadn't come to blows, minus the one I'd given Riggs. Rat came down and set his laptop, one of his most prized possessions, in the dirt in front of where I was lying. Sure enough, on the screen sat Bridget taped to a chair. Other than that, she seemed to be okay. Relief flooded me when I saw her. I looked up at Rat. "Thanks," I said gruffly. He just nodded, picked up his laptop, and went back to the porch. I noticed everyone was watching me, waiting to see what I'd do. Sighing, I sat up. "Sorry," I muttered in Cade's direction. "Don't mention it." This was the end of it in Cade's mind. He didn't need anything more. I was grateful to him for it. I noticed Riggs was holding his ribs. Guilt washed over me. "Did I break 'em?" I asked when I caught his eye. "No, just bruised." He sat down on the porch step, and suddenly the meeting that had begun in the house continued on the porch with us laying in the dirt, though nothing had happened. Remy was looking at us like we were crazy. "I agree with Steele," I said suddenly, motioning at the man who was lying between me and the porch. "It's not worth putting Remy in danger, too. We're not going to be getting Caleb out of FBI custody anytime soon. She shouldn't go." Remy's gasp was loud in the quiet that followed, and she looked between us all incredulously. "You think that you all get to tell me what to do?" she asked. She was livid. Her eyes were spitting fire. At me in particular. I looked at Steele for help, but he just shrugged. I was furious that someone had dared to take my woman. It was killing me to sit here, calmly discussing and planning what to do. I just wanted to go to the address that had been given to us, storm the place, and find her. But now that I was calm, I knew this was exactly what we had to do. The guys were right. Rushing in would get Bridget or one of us killed. I also wouldn't allow any of our other women to put themselves in danger, and I knew the other guys felt the same way. That wouldn't help us or Bridget. I was just thankful none of the other women in Bridget's group of friends knew she was missing, or we'd have to deal with all of them wanting to tag along. "Rhonda's in the wind anyway," Axel added. "I followed her bus out of town personally." He shot Remy an apologetic look before speaking to Cade. "That was long enough ago we wouldn't catch up to her in time even if we wanted to." We never had a chance of getting either of them. Even if we did, we wouldn't be sending Remy in with them. Steele, send out a text and gather up as many of our members as you can, Cade ordered. Finally, we're getting somewhere. I'm going to. I don't care what you say, Remy insisted. No, replied 4 of the 6 men sitting around. Only Axel and Rat remained quiet. Remy huffed out an irritated breath and folded her arms over her chest. We could all tell that she was unhappy, but the risk was too great to bring her. We're not putting you into danger, Remy. The only reason the other girls were at the warehouse the other day is because they went without any of us knowing. Trust me, if Bridget had told me what she was going to do, I would have tied her up and left her here at the clubhouse. I told her. It didn't matter that we'd been broken up at the time. I'd have done whatever I needed to keep her safe. Great idea, Steele said darkly. I smirked when Remy's mouth dropped open at Steele's implication. Try it and see what happens, Logan, she spat at him, spinning on her heel and storming into the clubhouse. Everyone had a good laugh at his expense. She only called him by his real name when she was pissed at him, which was often these days. The laugh faded quickly, though, when my thoughts turned to Bridget. It took a few hours, but we finally had the majority of our members gathered at the clubhouse, and were passing out as many weapons as we could get on such short notice. We just sold off a large shipment last week, so we were running low until we got a new batch from our supplier. We'd make do, though. I glanced up when Bass came hobbling out the front door of the clubhouse. What the fuck are you doing out of bed, Prospect? I barked at him. We loved the kid like he was one of our own. Hell, he was about to become one of our own. The title of Prospect was only there because he'd been injured during the shootout and we hadn't been able to officially patch him in yet. He'd been injured in that warehouse working undercover as a favor for our club. I'm going to help get Bridget back, he said forcefully, although those of us gathered around could see he'd had to grit his teeth against the pain. He was lucky that Remy and Bridget's friend Julie wasn't here right now, or she'd be laying into him about being up and walking around. He was even luckier Julie's sister Ming wasn't here. That lady was downright scary when she was mad, and Bass undoing her handiwork on his stitches was sure to piss her off. Get your ass back to bed, Bass. You're sitting this one out. Cade's order was so forceful the kid flinched, but he turned back around. Remy hurried over and slipped under one of his arms to give him support. They won't let me go either, assholes. She'd muttered the last word, but we'd all heard it. Bass's laughter floated back to us from inside the house. I snorted at the shocked look on Axel's face. He'd spent the least amount of time around the girls, but he'd soon learned that these weren't timid women. They spoke their minds, often loudly. Hey, you doing okay? Steele came up and handed me a cigarette I gladly accepted. I wished I had a bottle of whiskey, but I needed a clear head for the upcoming fight. This is fucking with me, I admitted. Steele nodded and took a drag before blowing the smoke out. I know. It's killing me not to go charging in, so I can only imagine how hard the waiting is for you. You know we all wanted to go the minute that phone call ended, right? He watched me intently, as though trying to decide whether I believed him. Of course I did. These men had put their lives on the line for me, just as I had for them, and they'd do it again. They'd do the same for Bridget because she was mine. Yeah, I know. We need to think, then fight. I hated moments like this when they had to spell out to me why I couldn't charge in. I hated it because it was condescending. I despised it more because it was necessary. It didn't take much longer for us to get on the road. It would be hard to stay under the radar since there were 25 bikers roaring down the road on Harleys, but nothing mattered at this point except getting to Bridget. We were going to be there way before 11, but we wanted to get the lay of the land as much as possible before the showdown with Guzman. Plus, the less time Bridget was with them, the better. Rat had been a huge help there. He'd been able to pull up not only the blueprints of the building itself, but the layout of the yard around it, as well as the live feed of the security camera. That was a double win. We could see inside and get a head count. And we knew the blind spots in the cameras so they wouldn't see us coming in. I glanced over at Rat, who was riding next to me. Normally, one of my enforcers, Drew or Trip, would be in that spot, but I'd insisted on putting Rat there so we could keep an eye on him. He didn't usually go on missions with us. He was our behind-the-scenes guy, working our tech for us and ensuring our payments for transactions went through. He'd insisted on coming with us to help get Bridget back. If I was being honest, having him here with his laptop would be more valuable than 2 more armed enforcers. "You guys are going to need me there," he'd argued when we all stepped in, and insisted he remain behind with Remy, Bass, and a couple of others that we posted at the clubhouse for security. "If something goes wrong, you're going to need my help. I'm going. End of story." We'd all fallen silent, even Cade. He wasn't wrong, but we were all extremely protective of him. Not that Rat couldn't handle himself. The kid had lived on the streets almost his entire life. He'd found Cade and Riggs when he was 12 years old, and at the time he'd admitted to never remembering living in a house. That meant he had to have been homeless since 3 or 4 years old. He'd been living with a group of kids that some skeezy adult used to beg money off of people. The guy took care of them to a certain extent, but only as long as the kids brought in cash. We didn't know Rat's real story. Not even he knew his background. But he was our brother no matter what. He was scrappy, but he wasn't a typical biker. So we all tended to circle the wagons around him. I was pretty sure it annoyed the shit out of him, but he hadn't told us off yet, so we continued to do it. Rat glanced over and gave me a questioning look. Shaking my head, I refocused on the road and the mission ahead. It was time for me to take back what was mine.
Chapter 2. Bridget. "Excuse me!" I called out loudly. I waited until the brute, standing outside the door, finally poked his head inside before I gave him a scrunched nose smile. It had always gotten a positive reaction with the boys, ever since I could remember. "I have to use the little girl's room." The man blinked at me slowly and started to turn away. "Hey!" He turned back around when I called out again. "Dude, I have to pee. Really bad." I tapped my foot, the only body part I could move at the moment, and glared at him as he continued to stare vacantly at me. Again, he just turned and left me alone. Huffing out a breath, I tried not to feel sorry for myself. It was hard, though. My dad was working with a drug cartel. I'd been kidnapped. I was sitting bound to a chair with duct tape around my calves across my chest, and my wrists were wrapped so tight I'd lost feeling in them hours ago. I knew the head asshole in charge had called my best friend Remy, so it was likely, hell, a guarantee, that the MC knew by now. My only hope was that they would ride to the rescue. I knew they would. Gunnar wouldn't leave me here. Despite my dad's opinion of him, Gunnar was a really good man. Sure, he had a reputation with the ladies, but I'd fixed that. I smiled smugly to myself. There was something about claiming the sexiest guy in the room that just gave a girl a thrill. My claiming days were over, though. After breaking up with Gunnar and thinking I'd lost him, I'd realized he was all I wanted. Seeing Remy and Steele so happy together made me understand that their relationship was exactly what I'd been looking for. And I wanted it with that skirt-chasing ladies' man with the megawatt smile. I always got what I wanted, one way or another. The door opening broke me out of my thoughts, and I focused on the same guy that had been in here before, but he wasn't alone this time. A slightly smaller man was with him. Unfortunately, it was the one who had knocked me off that cliff. I'd love to get my hands on that guy, preferably around his throat.
"You need something?"
Understanding dawned with that one sentence from the shorter man. The other guy hadn't known what I was saying.
"I have to go to the bathroom."
The two men muttered in Spanish. Then the big guy produced a knife from one of the many pockets in his pants before lumbering toward me. My mouth went dry, and I tried not to squirm as he knelt next to me. I didn't want him to sense my fear, but I was definitely scared. The ripping sound of the tape was my only warning before the blood rushed back into my hands and the unbearable sensation of pins and needles assaulted my skin. I gasped and brought them forward so that I could rub the uncomfortable sensation away as he cut the rest of the tape off.
"Vámonos."
The guy stood and growled at me. I wiggled my toes and continued massaging my hands. This was torture. I couldn't help the cry that escaped my lips when he grabbed me by the arm and dragged me to my aching feet. I glared at him.
"Rapido, vámonos!"
he hissed, little droplets of spit hitting my face. Ugh, say it, don't spray it, my dude. I can't walk yet, my feet are asleep. I looked over at the other man for some assistance, but he was looking almost as confused as the one currently shaking me like a rag doll. I must have pissed Lurch off. He was muttering long strings of Spanish that I didn't recognize. For once, I wished Mom and Dad had put me into Spanish class instead of Chinese when I was a kid. Finally, he got tired of jerking me around and turned and just started dragging me along behind him. All the jarring had my head spinning, and I was slightly lightheaded, but I did my best to keep up with him. Seriously, give me a second to catch up, Lurch. I can walk now. The insults were making me feel better, at least. He shoved me forward, and I slammed into a door, teeth rattling in my head. Jesus, these guys are assholes. I shot him a glare, but stepped back so I could open the door. Before I could fully close it, he shoved one of his huge boots between the door and the frame, preventing me from shutting it. You've got to be kidding me. I folded my arms over my chest and tapped my foot. I'm not peeing with you watching, pervert. He grunted and nodded to the toilet. I shook my head. He bared his teeth, and I screamed at him in frustration. Turning, I eyed the disgustingly dirty toilet. Peeking over my shoulder, I motioned for him to turn around. He narrowed his eyes, but after a minute he let the door rest on the frame, not fully closed. But it was better than nothing. He stood outside, back to the door. I quickly popped a squat over the toilet and completed my business. Washing my hands, I eyed the little quarter panel of glass that was the only window in this bathroom and wondered if I could squeeze out of it. The door banged open, and I scowled at the giant standing there. One huge ham that passed as a hand wrapped around my wrist, and he proceeded to drag me back down the hallway, despite my very loud protests. Next thing I knew, I found myself duct-taped back to the chair with one addition. A huge piece of tape was stuck over my mouth. Stupid, dirty asshole. My eyes shot the words at him from across the room, and he knew it. Voices coming down the hall halted our death stare match. Lurch and I weren't going to be friends anytime soon. Dad and Miguel walked into the room. I mumbled from beneath my gag, and Dad sighed.
Is that really necessary?
He gestured at the tape on my mouth. Miguel spoke to the buffoon across the room, and a tirade of Spanish erupted between the two. Finally, Miguel made a slashing motion with his hand, and the man left.
He said your daughter's a menace.
Miguel translated with a chuckle.
I think we'll leave it on for now.
He muttered, eyeballing me. I told him exactly what I thought of both him and his mother, but the tape made it come out as a garbled mess. Miguel laughed good-naturedly. He was certainly in a better mood, although I wasn't sure why. I met my father's gaze. Dad looked just as troubled now as he had earlier. My heart sank from my chest into my stomach. The big guy came back into the room and quickly started speaking with Miguel. Dad used that as an opportunity to squat next to me.
Everything is going to be okay, Bridget.
I looked up at him. I knew worry and hope were shining in my eyes. He'd been my hero growing up, so I believed he was going to get us out of this mess. Lurch came over and shoved my dad away from me and used his knife to saw the tape off my legs again. This time he left my hands bound and my mouth covered. I kicked him in the shin as hard as I could. His responding yowl of pain was music to my ears until they started ringing from the backhanded slap that Miguel gave me. I hadn't even seen him move toward me.
Do that again, chica, and I'll make sure you regret it.
Miguel snarled at me. I was already regretting it because my cheek was on fire and my eyes were watering. He may have bitch-slapped me, but it had been a hard one. I watched my dad in disappointment as he silently watched Lurch drag me out of the chair and down the hall again. We entered the main area of the warehouse, and my eyes widened when I saw Blaze standing there. Oh, crap. The Lycan leader was cracking his knuckles as though he was bored until he caught sight of me. Then a malicious smile spread across his face.
How did you manage to get Gunner's whore?
He sneered, mostly for my benefit. Gunner had mentioned that he, Steele, Cade, and Riggs had grown up around Blaze and his former VP, Reaper, and that there was no love lost between them. I'd, unfortunately, met Blaze in another warehouse a few days ago when his MC had kidnapped Remy and I'd gone to rescue her. I'd tried to buy her way out of the mess, but it hadn't worked, and the Lycans had taken off with the money. I was sure the bastard in front of me had gotten it from his men. Probably spent it all, too. Since Blaze double-crossed us, the Vikings had to perform the actual rescue, but I'd done my best. The urge to demand that Blaze give the money back clawed its way up my throat, but I swallowed it back. I didn't need Dad asking more questions. Not to mention the men standing around looked like they weren't going to tolerate anyone making a scene.
Watch how you speak about my daughter, Blaze,
Dad growled, and I looked at him with as much surprise as the other man. I was shocked at how mean he sounded. Blaze was surprised to hear that I was his daughter.
That's your kid?
He sent me a considering look, then smirked at Dad.
You let your kid fuck a biker? Damn, if I'd have known that, I'd have tried to be first in line.
Dad lunged forward, but Lurch caught him by the collar of the shirt and held him back with one hand.
Feed, enough!
Miguel's voice echoed through the warehouse, silencing everyone.
Shut the fuck up or I'll kill you all now and leave you for the feds.
He started pacing, like a lion who is caged in the zoo, watching us like we were the next meal he couldn't wait to get to. The good humor he'd been displaying before was nowhere to be seen. His bipolar moods were making me dizzy. Dad moved back to stand next to me, straightening out his shirt. Blaze walked over to Miguel when he called to him, and the two men had a quiet discussion in the corner. Every once in a while, they would glance our way. It was starting to make me feel really paranoid. Dad must have been feeling the same because he said something to Lurch in Spanish. I looked at him in shocked betrayal. I had no idea he could speak Spanish.
There's a lot you don't know about me, Pumpkin.
Dad sighed, as though he could read my mind. Miguel clapped, causing me to jump about a foot off the ground, and Blaze to laugh at me. I glowered at him, which wasn't intimidating with tape over my mouth. I couldn't help it that I was wound tighter than a top. Who could blame me? We've come up with a suitable solution for moving forward and continuing to work together, Miguel practically sang out. Dad noticeably relaxed next to me. That's great, Miguel. I told you once the three of us got together, we'd be able to fix— No. Miguel cut my dad off sharply. He gestured between himself and Blaze. We have come up with a solution. I didn't think it was possible for the man in front of me to look any meaner than he had before. But now, a truly evil look crossed his face. You messed up. Badly, Brent. I don't give second chances. Miguel stepped forward until he was standing almost nose to nose with my father. He cocked his head, holding Dad's gaze. Do you know what happens to those who mess with my business? Miguel? Dad started, a pleading note in his voice. His eyes darted over to me before returning to Miguel's face. You thought I wouldn't find out you cut up what I was sending. He must have been really angry, because his accent was getting heavier and his English was getting choppier. You thought I wouldn't find out that you sold half to the Italians and kept a profit? My mouth would have been permanently hanging open in shock if it wasn't for this stupid duct tape. Dad had been double-crossing the cartel? And the Lycans? And the Italian mafia? Jesus Christ on a cracker. We were in deep shit here. I wiggled my fingers and hands, trying to see if there was any kind of play in the tape. I don't know why I hadn't thought of it before, but it didn't matter. It wasn't budging. What happens when you fuck with my drugs? Miguel asked softly. Dad's mouth opened, but he didn't say anything. Miguel moved so fast I almost didn't see it happen, but the gunshots rang out so loudly next to me, it almost drowned out the scream echoing in my head. 3 shots. I watched in horror as my dad crumpled in a heap on the ground. Before I could throw myself next to him, thick arms as big as tree trunks surrounded me. I kicked, screamed, threw my head, and did everything I could, trying to land a blow so that I could get to my dad. They must have gotten tired of my struggles because something heavy came down against the back of my head, and darkness took me once more.
Chapter 3. Gunner. We were too late. We were 2 hours early, and we were too fucking late. I kicked the chair that Bridget had been taped to, sending it careening into the wall where it shattered. When we'd gotten here, they'd already been gone. Luckily for us, Rat had insisted on coming, so we'd been able to get a time frame. They had 42 minutes on us. While we'd been mounting our bikes to head across the city, whatever the fuck had happened here went down, and Miguel had taken off with Bridget. I squatted down and clenched my hands in my hair, willing myself not to beat them bloody against the wall. I felt so fucking useless. Helpless. How was I supposed to find her and help her when we were a step behind every time? Gunner. I dropped my hands, but I didn't stand or turn to face Steele. I just waited. Come on, man. Rat's already in the traffic cam footage. He's tracking their movements across town. We need to be ready to move. Finally, I stood and faced him. He wore a grim expression, and I knew this was eating him up. I knew he was worried about Bridget, for me and for Remy. I nodded and we silently returned to the main area. Drew was trying to help Brent Jordan. The man had 3 gunshot wounds, 2 in the gut and 1 to the chest, close range. I didn't know if he would make it. I didn't know if I wanted him to. Please. His voice was a watery gurgle. That wasn't a good sign, but he was looking directly at me. Now everyone else was too, so I humored them and knelt next to him, Please find her. It was a struggle for him to speak. All I could do was nod at the man. I was so furious that he'd gotten his daughter caught up in all of this. It took everything in me not to finish what Miguel Guzman had started. Knowing that Bridget would never forgive me for not doing everything I could to help her father was the only thing that stopped me. The ambulance arrived quickly and took him away. Cade sent one of our members with him, with orders to keep him updated on his status. I hadn't thought of it, so I was glad my president had. My girl would want to know how her father was once I got her back. I hoped she hadn't seen him get shot. Riggs was finishing up with the cops that had responded. When we'd called in the report, Cade called one of the officers that was on our payroll. He'd made sure this wouldn't be connected to the MC in any way. And they'd write it up as a John Doe gunshot victim in order to give us as much time as possible to handle the situation. Once the higher-ups at the police department and the press found out that it was Brent Jordan, a former mayor who'd been shot, and that his daughter was missing, they'd start connecting pieces to this shit show of a puzzle, and our job of getting Bridget back would get that much harder. He was trying to get her out of the city, Gunner, Cade said quietly. I turned and met his steady gaze, then looked through the open door to where the ambulance had sped off into the dark. For all of his faults, he was doing his best to protect his family. He clapped a hand on my shoulder and then strode away, leaving me to think about that. Cade was right. Brent had been trying to get Bridget out of Austin. If only she'd called me when they'd first been ambushed. I clenched my fists, willing those thoughts out of my head. They wouldn't help now. Rat? I tried to keep the bite out of my voice. I'm sorry, Gunner. I'm working as quickly as I can. He muttered something about only having a laptop and it not being the most efficient equipment for this. I didn't care as long as he found her. Fuck, Rat hissed, and I instantly walked over to where he was sitting, cross-legged on the ground. What? He looked up at me, his blue eyes grim, and scrubbed a hand through his pale blonde hair. They're heading south, toward Laredo. The club officers circled around me and Rat, and we all exchanged glances. The cartel was running back to Mexico, and they had Bridget. Is there any way to catch them before they cross the border? I asked. I could call in an anonymous alert to the Border Patrol, Rat suggested. But that will likely only work if they use the port of entry, and if they haven't paid anyone off to look the other way, he added. Do that, Cade ordered. He sighed and stared at Axel silently for a few tense heartbeats. I can't, Cade. Axel shook his head, knowing what Cade wanted without him even having to speak. I haven't talked to Diego in years. You know I wouldn't ask if it wasn't important, Ax, Cade said grimly. I froze and looked hopefully at Axel. The man had gone so pale he looked like a ghost, and that was hard to do with his naturally tanned complexion. Axel looked over at me. We locked eyes, and for what felt like an eternity, neither of us moved. Finally, Axel muttered something under his breath, pulled his phone out of his pocket, and punched in a number. He moved away from our group and started speaking rapid-fire Spanish as soon as the call was answered. Cade came over and put a comforting hand on my shoulder while we waited. Diego Juarez was the leader of the Los Zetas. He also happened to be Axel's younger brother. Leadership of the cartel had gone to him when Ax had refused to take over after their father had been killed. Rather than stay in Mexico and face constant scrutiny that caused issues for his brother, he'd left and eventually joined the Vikings. Axel and Diego were still on friendly terms. Mostly. Friendly as in they didn't speak to each other often. The Zetas weren't the biggest drug cartel in Mexico, but they did have the reputation for being one of the nastiest if you crossed them. We never asked Axel why he'd given up his position as the leader of the Zetas, and he'd never volunteered the information. There were some things we didn't share, not even with our brothers, and we all respected that. I looked up when Axel came back over, and I couldn't help but feel the intense hope that was choking the shit out of me. Diego will meet us at the border. 2 of his guys will meet us on the U.S. side, and he'll meet us in Mexico. They'll do whatever they can to help get Bridget back. I swallowed hard. Gratefulness had replaced that hope, and it was lodged somewhere in my throat. I didn't ask Axel what this was going to cost him. Whatever it was, it would be a high price. It always was when we asked for favors, but I would help pay it if I could. Thanks. My voice was hoarse, rough with emotion, and every one of us refused to look anyone in the eye for a few minutes as Axel uncomfortably accepted my gratitude. Rat finally broke the awkwardness. You guys have passports, right? We all stared at him like he had a dick growing from his forehead. No, came the chorus of answers. His mouth dropped open. How do you not have passports? He looked like it was an affront to him personally that we didn't. Because most of us are criminals, and we can't erase that history the way you can, Rat. Riggs deadpanned. The rest of us chuckled. Leave it up to the techie geek to be the only one amongst us to have something like a United States passport. Especially since he knew nothing about his past, not even his real name. That wouldn't be enough to stop Rat from something as easy as gaining a new identity, though. How are you getting across the border, then? He looked around, confused, and we laughed again. Illegally, I said, and he rolled his eyes at me. Besides, we're going to have too many weapons to do it the legal way, even if we had the paperwork. Who's all going? Riggs asked. Everyone looked to our leader. We all wanted to go, but logistically we couldn't. People needed to stay behind to run our club and businesses, and we couldn't sneak 30-plus bikers into Mexico, even though every one of us would go without hesitation. All of the officers and enforcers, Cade said firmly. We all erupted in loud protests at his declaration. We can't all go. That's nearly half of us. Riggs growled, glaring at Cade. That will leave you and the club practically defenseless if something goes down while we're gone. Cade stepped up toe-to-toe with Riggs. Are you questioning me? His voice was low, dangerous, and we all cringed. Fuck. Of course not, Cade. Riggs stepped back slightly, showing the proper submission to his president. None of us had considered that we'd just gone against his authority in front of most of our members, Riggs especially. It was our job as officers to help guide the president, but he had the ultimate say on running RMC. I just think maybe you should reconsider leaving a few officers or enforcers behind. Blaze is still around somewhere. Plus all the other MCs, mafia crews. Riggs trailed off. Plus our women will be here too. Steele added quietly. He didn't need to worry about being overheard. The members had gotten wise and left the warehouse when the shouting match began. Only our officers and Rat remained inside to hash this out. None of them liked seeing these discussions any more than we liked having them be a part of them. All members and their families will be staying at the clubhouse while you're gone. That includes all of Remy and Bridget's friends, Cade said, looking at both me and Steele. I don't want any of the cartel's men thinking they can grab them as leverage. The Guzman cartel has men all over in Austin at all times, Axel added. They always keep people stationed here and in Laredo. That's exactly what I mean, Cade. We have a lot of enemies right now, Riggs said. Fucking enough! Cade roared so loudly it rebounded off the warehouse walls and echoed back at us. We all stood around him, stunned into silence. His fury was radiating off him in waves. It was a living, breathing entity that I felt like I could reach out and touch. I will not fucking tolerate anyone taking our family members. He growled now in a low, quiet voice. These assholes have gotten it into their heads that they can go after us by going after our women. Twice in the last week they've taken 2 of ours. He met Riggs's gaze steadily. You're going to Mexico. You're finding Bridget. You're going to set the entire fucking country on fire if that's what it takes to send the message to these fuckers that we will not stand by while they mess with our families. MCs, cartels, mafia, gangs, cops. I don't care who it is. I want them to know that death will come swiftly and painfully to anyone who touches our wives and children. Do you fucking understand me? Not once had Cade raised his voice during that speech, but we all hung off his every word. We didn't need to answer his question. We all felt the same relief, appreciation, gratitude, and pride warring inside ourselves that our club president would take such a hard stance on keeping those we loved safe. 20 minutes later, 16 of us, 10 enforcers and 6 officers were saddled up and heading south toward Laredo. The other members had given us their weapons and ammo. It would take about 2.5 hours to get to the border. Axel's brother would try to keep an eye out for Miguel and his men, but if they didn't find them first, we'd have to go to the Guzman compound to look for Bridget. Axel assured us they knew exactly where it was. Apparently, Axel and Diego had grown up with Miguel's younger sister. I just hoped we got there in time. If that asshole touched one hair on Bridget's head, we'd be starting that war that Cade had suggested. Chapter 4. Gunner. We crouched in some brush on the north bank of the Rio Grande River. We'd finally made it down to the border and met up with Diego's men. One was further up the road, keeping a lookout for border patrol, while the other was here with us. They had little handheld radios they used to keep in contact. Apparently, it wasn't common for United States citizens to sneak in to Mexico, but this was definitely an exception. Static burst over the radio, and I flinched at how it disturbed the quiet of the night. It was as though no one was around. Not even the wind was rustling the branches around us. I only picked up a few words and phrases here and there from the radio. I'd grown up in Texas, so I knew a little Spanish, but I was far from fluent. Axel was the only one of us who was. "Chiles Verdes?" Riggs asked, cocking a brow at Axel. It was only them, Steele and I, sitting with the scout. The rest of our guys were a little bit away, waiting for us to come back to them. Luckily, the moon was shining brightly above us, and we could see fairly well without flashlights. That was helpful, because we were going to have to swim the river to get into Mexico, or so the Zetas guys had told us. None of us were particularly looking forward to that. "Green chiles," Axel said. I frowned. I'd known what the phrase meant, but why were they calling the Border Patrol agents that? I'd only ever heard them referred to as La Migra. "Because they look like huge green chilies in those uniforms," Axel prompted. We all broke out into laughter at that until Diego's guy glared at us. "Caliente," he hissed at us. We swallowed the rest of our chuckles and sat there quietly waiting. The guy muttered under his breath to Axel. It was too fast and low for me to make out much, so I waited for Ax to translate. "There is a spot over there where the agents sit. Shift change is about to happen. When it does, we have to get across the river as quickly and quietly as we can. If they catch us, they will arrest us. And while we may not get charged with crossing into Mexico, most of us have enough on our rap sheets that they'll get busted for something." Axel kept his voice low. He nodded to Diego's guy, and we all crept back over to where our crew was waiting for us. Getting 16 of us across the river undetected was going to be a pain in the ass, but luckily, it wouldn't be a long swim. According to the Zetas, it was only deep in the middle. Near the shores, the water would likely only be waist to chest deep on us. I snuck up to our group just in time to hear Steele telling everyone the plan. A whimpering, mewling sound had us all staring at Tripp in shock. "Guys!" Even in the darkness, I could see how terrified he looked. His face was pinched, brows drawn together with worry. Guys, he hissed again. I can't swim. Riggs was glaring at him in disgust while the rest of us blinked at him in surprise. Who couldn't swim? What the fuck do you mean you can't swim? Steele said slowly, as though he couldn't comprehend what he was hearing. I didn't blame him. It was strange to me, too. Axel's head whipped around as the scout came up behind us and hissed a long stream of Spanish at him. I didn't need the translation to know that this was our window to get across that river. I looked over at the water. The moon was reflecting off of it, the current making long ripples over the surface. Bridget was on the other side of that river, and Axel had mentioned that she was still a 3-hour drive to Reynosa, after we stopped to get provisions, weapons, vehicles, and more guys from Diego. It was going to be a long night, and we didn't have time for Tripp's fear of liquids. Grabbing him by the back of the collar, we locked eyes for a moment, his pleading, mine grim but determined, before I chucked him off the small embankment and into the water below. Jesus fucking Christ, Gunner! Steele muttered as loudly as he dared while his brother held his sides in silent laughter. Tripp came up below, sputtering and in a full-blown panic. Stand up, you pussy, I called down to him. He blinked but managed to get his feet under him while his hair dripped into his face. I entered the water near him and ignored the glare he shot me. Fuck, it was cold. I instantly felt my dick shrivel up and knew I didn't want to stay in here any longer than I needed to. Hurry the fuck up, I called up to the others. They quickly descended the bank. Riggs and Steele argued about who was going to help Tripp get across. Apparently, being the older brother and VP of the club meant Riggs won the round. Once the water got deep enough, Steele floated on his back and motioned for Tripp to do the same. Just sit still and I'll drag you across. If you drown me, I'm going to fucking kill you, Steele said, teeth gritted against the cold. Riggs, Axel, and I stuck close as he made his way across the river dragging Tripp, who looked like a half-drowned cat. We may not have wanted to carry him across, but we weren't going to let either of them drown on the way over. Finally, after fighting the current in our heavy boots and having the cold suck the energy out of our bodies, we made it to the opposite side. We were wading out of the water when we heard a shout from the north side of the bank, and a large spotlight lit up the water in front of us. Shit! We broke into a run, trying to get out of the water. Not that the Border Patrol agents would be able to get across the river fast enough to catch us. We also knew they wouldn't chase us into Mexico. That didn't stop us from hightailing it out of the river. Tripp, well, tripped as he was high-stepping it toward the shore, and I rolled my eyes, but I stopped to pull him to his feet. Half an hour later, the 16 of us squeezed into the entrance of a dingy little bar and stood in our soaked clothes as the locals stared at us in shock. Gabriel, a man who could have damn near passed for Axel's twin, except he was a few years younger and a few inches shorter, walked up. His arms had been out as though he were going to hug Axel, but once he saw the state of our clothes, he quickly changed his mind. Diego mumbled something to the man standing behind him, and he hurried off, using a back door to leave the bar. Diego, Axel said stiffly. They eyed each other with the same dark brown, slightly mistrusting eyes. Great. If we couldn't trust Diego, we were screwed. I looked around when they began speaking to each other in Spanish. The bar was rustic, but that was exactly how I liked them. It reminded me of the time when Cade, Riggs, Steele, and I had stolen a truck, drove to California, then hopped the border and gone down to Tijuana for Cade's 18th birthday. None of the rest of us had turned 18 yet. Hell, Steele and I had only been 16, but that hadn't mattered to the bartender or the prostitutes. I grinned, remembering that night fondly. What the hell are you smiling at? Steele muttered. I met his gaze, but before I could say anything, the door opened behind us and the rest of Diego's crew filed in. Steele and I gave each other a silent look. Then we turned to face the group we weren't sure were friends or enemies. Before any violence could break out, Diego shouted to his men. He'd apparently wanted to bust Gabriel's balls, and soon we were dry, fed, and loading up on weapons and ammo. We will rest here until morning. Traveling through Tamaulipas at night is bad for your health. Diego grinned at us. Tamaulipas was the state we were in here in Mexico, or so I'd been told. All I knew was we were in Nuevo Laredo, and Bridget was over at the Guzman compound in Reynosa, about 3 hours east of us. No way. We're already too fucking far behind. I growled, looking between Riggs and Steele. They looked grim but glanced back at Diego. When I did the same, I found him watching me intensely. This is my town, my country. It's reckless to travel tonight. We will wait and go at first light. His voice was low, full of authority, and I could tell he was pissed that I was questioning him. Too fucking bad. Cade, Riggs, and Steele were pretty much the only people I listened to, and usually still only ended up following about half of their orders. I remembered my mother once telling me I was the most hot-headed, stubborn child that she'd ever met, and that she regretted having me. That hadn't been anything new from my mom. She wasn't winning any Mother of the Year awards. That's at least 4 more hours that Guzman can do whatever the fuck he wants to Bridget. I insisted. I'm not leaving her with him a second longer than I have to. I glared over at Riggs and Steele, and I could tell by the looks on their faces they understood what I hadn't needed to specify. I'd go on my own if that's what it took. We go now, Riggs told Diego. I couldn't tell if he was pissed at me for forcing the issue or if he agreed, but since he was giving the answer I wanted, I didn't say anything. Tension spiked at the table we were sitting around. Diego. Axel started, then continued the rest of the conversation in Spanish. The way Diego kept looking my way, I had a feeling Ax might be talking some shit about me. Glaring at them both, I clenched my fists underneath the table. Diego switched abruptly back to English, surprising us all. Have it your way. Let's go prepare, brother. He motioned for Axel to follow him. Ax shot me a warning look before following Diego out of the room.
Chapter 5. Bridget. Strong arms wrapped around me from behind, and I sighed and leaned back into Gunner's heavily muscled chest as his lips ghosted down my neck. The nightmare of being kidnapped, seeing my dad shot in front of me, it all faded away while I was here with him. His heat soaked into me, warming my chilled bones. "Everything's fine now, Princess," he murmured in my ear, and his deep voice sent shivers racing throughout my body. I turned within the circle of those muscular arms and stared up into his blue eyes, thankful to be here with him, grateful he'd come for me. Gunner's hands cupped my ass, and I laughed softly as he lifted me. I obligingly wrapped my legs around his waist, rubbing my aching core against him. The soft sleep shorts I wore didn't provide much in the way of a barrier against his jeans, and I moaned when he ground his hardness against me. This man did things to my body that stripped all control from me and left me trembling for him. Striding across the room, Gunner gently laid me back on the bed and stared down at me. I took the time to soak up the sight of him as well. My eyes drifted over his bare chest. From the tattoo that spanned it, 3 simple Latin words. To the left side of his neck, where 3 wolf heads sat. It surprised me at first that he didn't have more. I'd have thought a biker and tattoo artist would be covered. But I was secretly glad. He was too fucking pretty to cover up all that golden skin, even though ink was hot. Gunnar knelt on the bed, then crawled over to me, covering my body with his massive frame. I loved how he engulfed me. I loved his over-the-top personality, that smile that lit up the room and was only reserved for me these days. He'd caught my eye one early morning sitting out in front of my college campus, and now, here we were, over a month later, and I was completely head over heels for him. His mouth covered mine, and I moaned as our tongues met and stroked against each other. Those large, rough hands instantly went to my hips, then slid up, rucking my thin tank top up as he went. The cool morning air warred with the heat his body was putting out on top of me, and the end result had gooseflesh standing up on my skin. Everywhere he touched was so sensitive. He shifted to the side so as not to crush me, but his thigh was doing deliciously dirty things to me where he kept rubbing it between my own. It was a lot of stimulation for this early in the morning, but my body was here for it. He broke off our kiss, trailing those lips over my jaw and down my neck, sucking and nipping as he continued lower. I realized that he'd shoved my shirt up over my breasts only after he moved down and captured my nipple within the heat of his mouth. I couldn't hold in my gasp any more than I could stop the restless motion of my hips as I ground myself against his thigh. Taking pity on me, Gunnar slid his hand down my belly and under my sleep shorts, only to bypass my pussy and smooth his palm down over my leg. I growled at him, and his responding chuckle had me biting back another moan. His teasing was quickly becoming unbearable as his fingers lightly stroked up and down the insides of my thighs, never touching me where I needed him most. "If you don't stop messing with me." My voice was husky and breathy all at the same time. Could you blame a girl when this man was playing her like a bass guitar? Those blue eyes met my own, and I frowned up at him. His corresponding grin was slow and torturous, and I let my head fall back with a groan. He didn't need to say the words. He wasn't going to do this at my pace. He'd be taking his time, and while that was lovely, amazing, really, I was already desperate for release. I felt his chin scrape down the sensitive skin on my stomach and sucked in a breath of apprehension. My eyes fluttered closed when he nipped my hip bone. I'm going to implode. The speed at which the teasing stopped sent lightning bolts through me, and my head jerked up, eyes flying down to where his blonde hair stood out against my skin as he sucked on my clit. The only reason my hips stayed in place was because he'd thrown one heavy arm over them. Jesus Christ on a cracker! My eyes rolled to the back of my head as he gave another strong, sucking pull and then slid one of those gloriously long, thick fingers inside of me. The only sound I could make in between panting breaths was this soft, moaning whimper. It was all I had to give because he'd snuck up on me so thoroughly. What was he doing? My insides fluttered and clenched as he lightly caressed the top of my walls, all while trading off between circling my clit with his tongue, then pulling me into his mouth and fully sucking on me. "Gunnar," I moaned. He looked up, and our eyes clashed. Lifting his head, he smiled at me, opened his mouth to speak, and... "Cock-a-doodle-doo!" He looked so smug sitting there, and I was stunned. What the hell? The crowing noise came again, and I huffed out a breath as I forced my bleary eyes open, leaving the dream behind. Sitting in the open window frame was a rooster. We stared at each other across the room while I tried to figure out what was happening. "Good, you're awake." My head snapped to the left, and it protested lightly. The remnants of a headache was the only reminder that I'd taken a hit to it with a heavy object. Likely Lurch's ham-sized fist. Sitting against the wall in an oversized stuffed chair was a dark-haired, dark-eyed beauty. We watched each other with about as much mistrust as the bird and I had. "Who are you?" "Rosario Guzman. Miguel is my brother." She ignored my muttered comments about her sibling and let her gaze wander over me. I suddenly realized I was half-dressed, in little cotton shorts, a tiny tank top, and I'd just been having a sex dream while this woman sat in the same room as me. Oh, God, please don't tell me I was moaning in my sleep. On one hand, I was far too progressive to be worried about someone judging me for liking sex, especially another woman. On the other, it didn't mean I wanted her witnessing me in a vulnerable state, dreaming about it. I shifted slightly and felt my face heat up when I realized my panties were soaked. Fucking Gunner! That was his fault! I fully intended to establish early on that whatever happened in my dreams was going to be his problem. I had to bite back the smirk at the thought of how he'd respond to that, because Rosario was still watching me. "Where are we?" "Reynosa. You're at our family's compound here." Why had they brought me to Mexico? Maybe they planned to ransom me to Dad? The thought froze in my mind when I remembered what had happened hadn't been one huge nightmare. All remnants of the dream and the feelings it had created fled. I had to dig my nails into my palm to keep the tears at bay. There wasn't time for them. I needed to get out of here. Now. "Will you help me?" I asked quietly, staring at the covers on the bed. The floral pattern was bright and cheerful, and it seemed to mock me as I sat with dark and hopeless thoughts racing through my mind. "Sorry, chica, I can't." Saying nothing further, Rosario snapped the book she'd been reading closed and walked quietly out of the room. I stared at the door in shock when I heard something rattle before her steps faded down the hallway. Getting out of bed, I went over and tried the knob. Locked. I considered picking the lock. I'd mastered that skill when I was 10, thanks to one of our staff who'd taken a liking to me and taught me after I'd pestered him about it for months. It hadn't taken me long to figure out which of my parents' staff had useful skills. It had taken even less time to learn them. Our sweet old butler, Michael, had taught me to hotwire my first car. I smiled at the memory, but then got back to work on my escape plan. Ultimately, I kept the door as my last option. I'd be more likely to run into Miguel or his men if I tried to escape through the house. A loud crow drew my attention back to the rooster. I walked over to the window and shooed the bird off the sill. I eyed the huge tree outside, then looked down. It was a straight shot down to the stone courtyard. Estimating the distance from the window to the tree, I figured I could make it. It was slightly further than mine at home, but I'd gotten really good at sneaking out of the house. Clearly, they didn't have rebellious preteen daughters in Mexico, I thought smugly. The morning light told me it was still very early, and I wanted to get a move on before the people in the house or the town started waking up. Hurrying toward the bathroom, I opted for a shower when I found a pile of fresh clothing sitting on the vanity. I made it quick, though, and soon was pulling on new panties, jean shorts, and a t-shirt. The shorts fit well, but the top was a little too big for me. Rosario was a bit bustier than I was. Tying my sneakers, I listened for sounds coming from the hallway to make sure I wasn't going to get busted in the middle of the jump. I peeked my head over the ledge and found that the coast was still clear. Now or never. My mouth was dry, and it felt like I might be able to fly over to the branch with how many butterflies were fluttering around in my belly. Now that I was seriously considering this, that tree was looking mighty far away. I took a steadying breath and leaped.
Chapter 6. Gunner. Diego hadn't been kidding about traveling at night around here. The number of times we'd been forced to pull over and take cover to wait for bands of cartels or rip crews to pass by had really slowed us down. But selfishly, I was just happy to be on the move. Hissing out an irritated breath, Diego jammed on the brakes of his truck, sending a domino effect through the 3 trucks trailing us. We were piled up in the back ends with all the weapons as we traveled toward Reynosa. "There's a checkpoint ahead," he said when Axel stuck his head through the sliding area of the back windows. "Shit. Get out, meet us on the other side." The brothers exchanged a look before Axel started prompting us all to get out of the beds of the trucks. "Come on, quickly." He kept looking over his shoulder where we could see a solitary light pole off in the distance. It glowed dimly against the slowly rising sun. "What's going on?" Riggs asked as we gathered up all of the weapons. "The Mexican military has set up a checkpoint. If they catch us, we are dead." Drew rolled his eyes and popped the gum he had in his mouth. "Military can't just go around killing people." He smirked. Axel rounded on him so fast and viciously, most of our guys' mouths dropped open. "This isn't the fucking U.S., Drew. Down here, the Mexican military is just as bad as the cartels. If they catch us, they will kill us." He enunciated each word slowly while staring aggressively into Drew's eyes. Drew nodded in understanding and swallowed hard, then started coughing. Axel shook his head and walked away from the trucks. The rest followed him. Slapping my hand on Drew's back, I frowned at him as he continued to cough. "What the hell is wrong with you?" "Swallowed my gum. Went down wrong," he wheezed. I handed him a canteen and went to catch up with Steele. I loved these idiots, but sometimes I wanted to break their faces. Diego had dropped us about a half-mile from the checkpoint and would likely be picking us up about the same distance past it. That meant we were going to have to hoof it for over a mile. We needed to do it fast, too, because the rising sun was slowly banishing our cover of darkness. There wasn't much out here but scrub brush, so we were going to have a hard time sneaking past the military guys if we didn't get past their location before the sun rose fully. We jogged our way out perpendicular away from the road, behind where the checkpoint was set up on the main road, and then headed that way. Once we got close to the point, we crouched down and quickly darted between the temporary buildings they had set up. With any luck, we'd be in and out before they knew anyone had been here. It was my own fucking fault for thinking it. I was leading the way and came around the corner of a building and bumped directly into one of the military guys taking a piss. I wasn't sure who was more surprised, me, as I stared down at the dick I hadn't been expecting to see, or him as he looked at me. I had to make a quick decision. Motioning for the rest of my crew to hold up cost me the precious seconds it took him to pull his gun on me. If he pulled that trigger, I'd be dead, and my guys would be in for one hell of a firefight. Our eyes locked, and I cringed when I saw that he couldn't have been more than 19 or 20 years old. I silently begged him not to do it. He did it, his gun raised slightly on its way up toward my chest. That movement was all I needed to jump into action. Sidestepping, I leaned to my left and knocked his gun hand to the side with mine while grabbing my knife out of the sheath where it hung on my belt. The guy let out a grunt when I slid it into his side, and his hand loosened on the gun long enough for me to knock it away. Despite having a knife in his side, the kid didn't give up the fight. Our scuffle must have alerted my guys, who hadn't seen anything since we'd been around the corner. "Shit," I heard Axel mutter softly. I fully intended to restrain the kid long enough for everyone to get here. Then we could tie him up and be on our way. But unfortunately, he managed to catch me with a knee to the dick, and all the wind was knocked out of me. I lost my grip on my knife, and all I could do was try to gather my strength back long enough to keep him from killing me. A gurgling sound had me jerking my chin up from my chest, and I watched as Axel pulled the knife out of the back of the kid's neck. I refused to look away as Axel put him out of his misery. We were supposed to have gotten through this part without bloodshed, but unfortunately for us all, it had been a wrong place, wrong time situation. Axel held his hand out and pulled me to my feet. I was slowly getting my motor skills back after getting nailed in the junk. It had been a debilitating hit. I watched as Riggs and Steele dragged the kid to the very back shed and stuffed him inside. Drew and Tripp were kicking sand over the bloodstains as quickly and quietly as they could. "Let's get the fuck out of here," Axel said in a low voice, watching me with dark eyes. I nodded and followed him. The rest of the walk went smoothly, and by the time we were back in the truck, guilt was chewing at me. It wasn't like I'd never killed anyone. It was more that he'd been so young. In a way, he'd reminded me of Bass and Rat. "That wasn't your fault, Gunn," Steele said. I looked up and found him, Riggs, and Axel all staring intently at me. How did he always fucking know what I was thinking? Ignoring him, I pulled my knife out and wiped it off on the leg of my jeans. I glared down at the red stain, pissed off that it had happened at all. "What were you supposed to do?" Steele asked reasonably, and I just wished he'd shut the fuck up. If he'd gotten a round off, we'd probably all be dead by now. If not, it wouldn't have been an easy fight. I turned my glare on him, and he finally fell silent. Looking over at Axel, I grunted. "Sorry you had to do it, Ax." "I'd do it again," he said firmly. With that, he turned away and watched the road up ahead of us, and the conversation was done. Strangely, I felt a weight lift off my chest. I used the rest of the drive to refocus on the mission. All that mattered was getting to Bridget and getting all of us home alive. Guzman's compound was in a section of town on the outskirts of Reynosa. We quickly hid the trucks and crept through the quiet area. There weren't too many people awake yet. The checkpoint had been a quick drive from here. Despite the early hour, we saw that Miguel had some of his guys patrolling the streets with automatic rifles, but they were easy enough to avoid for now. Somehow, Diego managed to get word ahead to a contact in the compound, and apparently, they'd be smuggling Bridget out and bringing her to us. Then we'd load up and be on our way. I should have known that nothing could ever be that simple where Bridget was concerned. We all perked up when a beautiful young woman hurried toward us. I watched in amusement as Drew's eyes just about bugged out of his head when the señorita flashed him a bright smile before focusing on Axel. Drew was seconds away from drooling. Steele's bemused gaze met my own. "Gabriel Juarez," I heard her call out in a sultry voice as she approached Axel. The look on her face as she stared at him said that there was either history there, or she'd always wanted there to be. We watched as they stood off to the side, talking. What the fuck do you mean, she?" Axel trailed off, and Steele and I moved closer to listen in. Riggs shot me a grim look. "It wasn't my fault, Gabriel. I locked her in our room, and when I went back to get her, she was gone. She must have climbed down the tree." "Why didn't you lock the window?" Steele asked incredulously. She gave him a sharp look. "No one has ever managed to jump out onto that tree before. My youngest brother almost killed himself attempting it when we were kids. I had no idea your mamacita could do it. Paquina mona." She muttered the last in Spanish, and I bristled. "Monkey," Axel muttered in response to my silent question when he caught my look. Then he scrubbed a hand over the scruff on his face. "Any idea where she went, Rosario?" She shrugged a delicate shoulder. "Lo siento, Gabriel." She stepped forward and placed a hand on his chest. It was telling enough that the three of us suddenly found other things that needed our attention and left them alone. A few minutes later, she sashayed her way past, winking at Drew as she did. I turned as Axel walked up and Riggs grinned at him. A contact, huh? Riggs asked with a smirk. Fuck off. Nothing's ever happened. Looks like it could, I said, appreciating Rosario's assets as she walked away. Gunner may be willing to wait 3 or 4 minutes if you want to. Steele gestured toward her retreating back, and Axel growled at us all and stalked off to where the others were waiting. Chuckling despite the unfortunate news that getting Bridget wasn't going to be nearly as easy as we'd hoped, we followed him over.
Chapter 7. Bridget. Breathing a sigh of relief once I was on the ground, I tried to ignore the stinging on my legs from where I'd scraped them landing in the tree. I quickly rushed out of the courtyard, through a small metal gate, and into the quiet part of town that lay beyond. It was much bigger than I would have expected. I was going to need to steal a car. I didn't know how far it would be to the nearest U.S. embassy, and I didn't have my phone with me to check. I felt a quick flare of irritation, but squashed it down. When you were used to being able to pull up Google with the flick of a finger, it was really annoying when you didn't have that option any longer. I hoped I never had to go without my cell phone again. I considered knocking on a random door and pleading with someone to help me get home, but I didn't speak Spanish, and who knew whose door I'd be knocking on? For all I knew, it would be Miguel Guzman's cousin. Instead, I stuck to the ever-fading shadows as much as possible, trying to stay out of sight in case they'd already discovered that I was missing. Something told me my pale blonde hair and blue eyes were going to stick in people's memory when they came asking about me. Something clattered in the alley behind me, and I looked over my shoulder as I was walking to make sure no one was following me. As soon as I bumped into someone, I knew I'd messed up. I turned around with a gasp, and the man and I stared at each other. The determination on his face told me he knew exactly who I was. He must work for Miguel. If he didn't, it didn't matter. I wasn't sticking around to find out. I darted to the side, trying to run around him, but he cut off my path. He wasn't huge, probably 5'8" or so, but he was still bigger than me, and he was fast. Glancing around for anything I could throw at him, my eyes widened when I saw a box of weapons sitting next to me. He must have been unloading a truck because there was a crate with a few different kinds of guns, some knives, and something else that caught my eye. I hesitated, chewing my bottom lip. The guns were useless to me, and I wasn't getting close enough to try to use a knife on him. I picked up the item in the crate right as he rushed toward me. His hand closed over mine tightly, and I gasped in pain. I looked up into his face, and now there was a slightly panicked look on it. Good. I tried to wiggle my hand free, but he wasn't letting go. Frowning at him, I started tugging, trying to free my hand and the grenade I held. The heat plus fighting with this guy was making me a little sweaty, and his hands were gross to begin with, so we both watched. Me with a benign sense of wonder, and him with horror as our hands separated. Suddenly, he was holding the grenade with the little lever flipped up, and I was holding a little metal pin. The squealing sound he made as he turned and chucked it as hard as he was able to would have made me laugh if I hadn't realized at that moment that we must have activated it in our struggle. Spinning away from him, I searched for somewhere to go. I didn't know how much time I had, but I guessed it wasn't long. I ungracefully flung myself over a concrete barrier, holding my hands over my ears. A second ticked by, then another, and I wondered if maybe it was a dud when... boom! I couldn't help the scream that came out of me. It felt like the concussion of the blast traveled through the ground and ripped it out of my body. Despite having had my hands over my ears, they were ringing. I was going to be feeling that one for a few days. Luckily, though, the guy seemed to have thrown it far enough that ducking behind this barrier kept most of the larger debris from hitting me. It didn't prevent the small stuff from raining down on top of me, though. I coughed and gagged as gravel and dust billowed around me. They really needed to put a warning label on those things. Of course, I had just been planning to wave it at the guy a little to get him to leave me alone. I hadn't expected him to fight me for it, or that it would be so easy in the confusion for a pin to go one way and the little stick thingy to go the other. Popping my head over the barrier, I glanced around. It looked like a bomb had gone off. Debris was still falling from the sky, and random things were on fire or smoking. I didn't see the idiot who'd tried to take a bomb from a scared girl who'd been kidnapped, so I quickly scrambled to my feet. Dusting myself off, I wondered why I'd even bothered to shower. Arms grabbed me from behind, and I yelped in both fear and surprise. I tried to struggle, but Lurch was one massive asshole. He squeezed tightly around me, cutting off my breath, and I hung there limply in his embrace. Miguel looked around as he stepped in front of me. "I'm not sure you're worth the trouble you cause," he said quietly. Then his eyes raked down my body from head to toe, or what he could see around Lurch's massive forearms. "What do you want with me? If it's money, I can—" "I don't need your money," he said with a leer, and dread spiraled in my stomach. Ew. I mean, sure, Miguel was probably only early to mid-30s, but if he thought I was giving him that, and his eyes said he was considering it, then he was dead wrong. I'd emphasize the dead as soon as I was able to, somehow. "I'd considered keeping you." He reached out and cupped my chin, turning my head one way, then the other. I jerked it out of his hand, smacking it back against Lurch's chest. "But if this is the trouble you're capable of causing," he tisked. What? I was supposed to sit back and let him kidnap me and not try to run away? For once I remained quiet, though. "Bridget!" My head snapped around. I'd know that voice anywhere. My heart stuttered in my chest when I saw Gunnar come running around a building. Then I felt horror fill me as Miguel motioned to his men, and 3 of them lifted the rifles they were carrying, pointing them straight at Gunnar. I struggled and screamed as they opened fire, trying to get out of Lurch's grip so I could get to him. I couldn't see him anymore. Leaning over as far as I could, I bit down and felt blood enter my mouth from where my teeth had pierced the skin on Lurch's forearm. His roar of pain was no match for the constant rat-tat-tat sound of the automatic rifles unloading toward where the man I loved had been standing. Miguel and Lurch turned and started walking away, his men following behind. No matter how hard I fought, I couldn't break his hold.
Chapter 8. Gunner. "Bridget!" I yelled out as I rounded the corner and saw some mountain of a man holding her like she was a rag doll. Each of the arms he had wrapped around her was as big as her torso. I was a large guy, but he was a rig-sized motherfucker. Everyone looked over when I yelled her name. I recognized Guzman right before his men stepped forward with automatic rifles. Shit. A wrecking ball hit me from behind, and Axel and I sprawled forward as rounds sprayed over our head. We couldn't stand up and we couldn't go back, so we army crawled to one of the concrete barriers. We were halfway between where our guys were taking cover behind a building and where Guzman was holding Bridget. "God damn it, Gunnar!" Axel roared at me. "Are you trying to get yourself fucking killed? We told you to wait and not go rushing out here, and that's fucking why." I felt guilt wash over me. He was right. I'd rushed in, too pissed off at having seen Bridget get caught to think. Axel had not only saved my life twice in one day, but he'd put his own at risk. We were fucking lucky none of those rounds hit us. It was notoriously hard to hit anything in full auto. It was more of a point and spray than hope you actually hit something in the vicinity. but our luck could have easily run out. "Fuck. I'm sorry, Axe," I said, meaning every word. He sighed and just nodded at me. We sat watching as they walked off with Bridget while she struggled and screamed. I saw Axel looking back and forth between them and me. His look was pure fury, but I could tell he was worried I would rush after them again. I may be a hothead, but I rarely make the same mistake 2 times in a row, at least not in the same fight. Hearing her screaming for me was shredding me apart. I swallowed and had to shut my eyes. Otherwise, I was going to say fuck it and run after her, even if it meant getting myself killed. The shooting finally stopped, and Steele and Riggs crept slowly forward and crouched next to us at the barrier. "I think they're gone," Riggs said, watching the alley that they'd disappeared behind. Everyone looked grim. That hadn't been easy on my brothers either, and now every one of us wanted Miguel Guzman dead. We quietly followed behind, as closely as we could without any of Miguel's men spotting us. Steele checked around a corner, then muttered a string of curses. "They're heading back into Miguel's house," he whispered. "There are guards posted out front, likely to the sides and around back. We'd have to take them out before going in. If we circle around, we can take out the guards on the east side. Then, any at the back entrance and go in there. He'll have less posted out back, and we won't be visible from the street," Axel suggested. We all nodded. He knew this place better than we did, so we were happy to let him plan the attack. Slow and low, we crept along until we were positioned behind the first set of guards. There were 4. We were going to have to do this fast and simultaneously. Axel, Drew, Tripp, and I were the best with knives, so we moved together as a unit and quickly dispatched the men. We'd done these types of drills so many times before it was second nature. I ran all of the club's enforcers through different setups, determining skills, and then constantly set them up to practice. As Steele's main enforcer, it was one of the duties he trusted me with, and I took it seriously. Because of that, we were prepared. Axel wasn't an enforcer, but he was always sitting in on our practice sessions, and I welcomed anyone who wanted in. The next stop was the back courtyard. We moved along the outside of the concrete wall that enclosed the compound, trying to get as much cover as possible. Once we reached the corner, Axel poked his head out before almost instantly ducking back. "Shit, there's at least 7. We all sat there silently, considering our options. The odds of us successfully taking out 7 men without the others realizing it, in broad daylight? Slim to none. After a quick rundown of the plan, we were ready. Riggs, Steele, Axel, and I would go in the first wave. We'd fan out and away from the wall, firing as we went. As soon as we stopped, the next wave, this time 6 guys would go in, and it would continue until we were out of guys, or they were. Steele counted us down silently, using his fingers. As soon as his last dropped, I pushed away from the concrete and rushed out, careful not to flag any of my guys with my weapon as they moved past. Riggs was still moving, gun down, when one of the guards spotted us and raised his rifle. I raised my own and looked down the scope, aiming center mass. 3 shots had him dropping. I heard 4 shots to my left and watched as another of their guys fell. Glancing over, I saw Steele, still moving, rifle up, surveying his handiwork. The 5 remaining men in the courtyard were scrambling for cover, while we made our way across the open area and over to another little alley where we'd wait for our next wave of guys. There were no more openings to fire, so rather than waste rounds, we quickly got out of the way. It was frustrating to wait while the others fought, but it was the best plan for taking these men out so we could get in, clear the house, and get Bridget. We'd left a few of Diego's men at the front, along with Tripp and 2 others, just in case they tried to escape in that direction when the shooting started. We made quick work of clearing the courtyard and filed in the back door. Splitting into 3 teams, we went to look for Bridget. Axel and Diego led one team down on the main floor. Steele and Riggs took another up the stairs to the left, and my team went up and right. Gunfire broke out somewhere downstairs, and I swore. Looking over my shoulder, I met the eyes of the two guys at the back of my group. One was ours, and one Diego's. "Go help Axel and Diego down there. Don't get fucking shot on the way." They nodded and ran back down the hallway. The remaining 4 of us continued on, clearing each room in pairs. When we got to the last room on the right, I glanced at my partner, Azatus, and he nodded that he was ready. I kicked the door in and instantly felt relief. Bridget was sitting on the floor in the corner, duct-taped, but otherwise fine. Her eyes were wide, as though she couldn't believe I was here. I swept my gaze around the room quickly and stepped in once I saw it was clear. It was only then I realized she was shaking her head and mumbling behind the tape. I turned to see the man that'd been holding Bridget step out from the door. I was barely able to avoid the muzzle of the pistol he was trying to shove into my side. I managed to direct it just far enough away from my body that the round missed when he pulled the trigger. The guy was like a fucking bull. It was the only thought I had time for as he let out a roar and rammed me into the wall. The guy who'd been clearing rooms with me couldn't chance firing his weapon because he could shoot me or risk a ricochet and have it injure himself or Bridget. The impact of my body crashing into the wall and then his hitting me right after was torture. It knocked all the wind out of me, and pain swamped my senses. We'd both lost our guns in the scuffle. I was thankful for that, because the last thing I needed was him firing randomly with my girl in the room. His huge fist plowed into my gut. Looks like I still had a little breath left after all. Had was the key word. Now I was wheezing as I used my forearm to block his next punch. He was like Wreck-It Ralph, and my body was the building he was intent on tearing down. I blocked and returned blows as much as I could, being pinned against the wall, but with every tooth-jarring punch, I could feel him doing more damage. Catching a nasty hook to the side, I gritted my teeth. I knew I'd be feeling this fight days later. The pain was excruciating, but I couldn't stop fighting. For some reason, the guy started swatting at his head, and I used the distraction to land a couple of body blows of my own. I almost couldn't hear his grunts, and I seriously began to wonder if he was feeling any of this. I knew my hits could do some major damage, but this guy was built like a Mack truck. I ducked a wild swing he threw at my head and finally managed to get out of the corner he'd pinned me in. That's when I realized Diego's guy, I think his name was Ramon, was riding this monster's back like he was in a rodeo. He was using a little pig sticker and stabbing the big guy anytime he got a clear shot, but his knife wasn't big enough to do much damage. It was less for a fight and more for small odd jobs around the house. Not that I didn't appreciate the assistance. My aching ribs were thanking him quite loudly. Sliding my own and much bigger knife from its sheath, I tossed it from hand to hand, waiting for my opportunity. Ramon was keeping him busy and pissing him off. He was lumbering around the room trying to displace the man off his back, and since I wasn't actively attacking him, he wasn't paying any attention to me at the moment, something I planned to make him pay for later. Clenching my jaw, I circled them as they spun around the room. I needed to catch him in the throat or gut. The back was out because I wouldn't chance hitting my partner. I could tell Ramon was gassing out, and this guy didn't seem to be running out of steam. I was going to have to take back over the fight without Ramon as a distraction if I didn't find that opening soon. Suddenly, the guy started to lurch forward, almost in slow motion. It took me a moment to realize we'd spun a dizzying path to the side of the room that Bridget sat on. She'd waited until we'd gotten close, then stuck those gorgeous legs out and tripped him. He went down with a loud thump, and I wasted no time. Scrambling onto his back, knocking a gasping Ramon out of the way, I shoved my knife as far into the side of his neck as I could, then twisted. The scream he'd let out as I'd plunged my knife into his skin died off immediately as I twisted. I didn't need to look to know he was dead. I'd heard that wet gurgle right at the end. Glancing over, I saw Bridget's eyes were huge, staring at the man I was straddling. While Ramon used his knife to saw the tape off her hands and feet, I wiped my blade on the back of his shirt and returned it to its rightful place. Hearing a little cry, my head jerked up, but I realized it was just Bridget ripping the tape off her mouth. 1 minute she was about 5 steps away. The next, her body slammed into mine. I caught her with a grunt of pain, but only tightened my arms around her when she tried to pull away from me. Spinning away from the mess at our feet, I pinned her against the wall. Her arms and legs were wrapped around me, and finally, for the first time since getting that phone call, everything was right. I looked down into those gorgeous blue eyes. "Hey, Princess." That was as far as I got before our mouths were fused together. I didn't care where we were or who was there. All that mattered was her. We attacked each other's mouths, and I felt my cock hardening in response to her desperate movements. It didn't matter that this wasn't the best place or time for a hard-on. There was no stopping it.
Chapter 9. Bridget. I sighed into Gunner's mouth when that talented tongue of his smoothed over mine. I could feel every hard muscle in his body as I pressed against him, and a sense of relief washed over me so fiercely I had to blink back the tears. I thought he was dead. When Miguel's men fired on him in the street, and then I couldn't find him once the dust settled, I'd thought the worst. I should have known better. It would take a lot more than Miguel to kill these men, my man included. His eyes were open as he kissed me, watching me as though he was worried I'd disappear if he closed them. When he saw me blinking rapidly, he pulled back from the kiss with a frown.
"Are you okay, baby girl?"
I nodded, but the only sound that came out was a shaky breath. When he'd burst into the room and I saw he was alive, I thought my heart would explode in my chest. Then I really did almost have a heart attack when Lurch had slammed him into the wall and they started beating the hell out of each other. I'd never seen such a brutal fight before. I let out a soft laugh because I wasn't sure how to feel. I had so much love, anger, and sadness roiling around inside me. Being in Gunner's arms, though, that definitely meant love was hitting the hardest. Well, that and now desire. I didn't know what was wrong with me, but the adrenaline from the events of the last couple days was coursing its way through my body. In fact, it was like it was connected directly to my currently throbbing pussy. I wanted Gunner to fuck me up against this wall and relieve the tension that had built up, almost more than I wanted to take my next breath. I knew it was fucked up since there was a dead man a few feet away and we were still sitting inside Miguel Guzman's compound. But I couldn't help it. My nipples tightened, and he must have felt them against his chest because the grin that crossed his face was filled with lust.
"Break it up, you two."
Steele's voice called out from the hallway, and we guiltily broke apart. That didn't stop Gunner from letting me slowly slide down his body so that I rubbed against almost every inch of him. Evil bastard. Sparing a quick look at Lurch, I tried to find some sort of remorse for the loss of his life, but I couldn't. If he hadn't done a bunch of awful things, maybe he'd still be alive. I hurried out into the hall after Gunner and sucked in a breath when I saw how many of his MC brothers were standing there. I'd gotten to know a lot of them, and it boggled my mind that they'd sent this many of them after me. Steele pulled me into a quick hug.
"So glad we found you,"
he muttered gruffly, as though he wasn't sure what to say. He was so sweet, even though he tried to act all tough. Remy had a good one, and my best friend deserved the best. Second best, I amended, watching as Gunner spoke with a man who looked a scary amount like Axel.
"We have to go, now. Who knows where Miguel is, but he'll be on his way back with reinforcements."
the Axel look-alike said. He left with his sister, I said. Every head turned toward me. I don't know where, because they were speaking Spanish, but she came in and started yelling at him. It sounded urgent. Then they hightailed it out of there, leaving Lurch to watch me. Axel chuckled.
I take it Lurch is that big fucker who was dragging you around outside.
I nodded.
He won't be a problem anymore,
Gunnar said in a dangerous voice, and every other man there gave a satisfied nod.
Thank God for Rosario,
Axel said, looking at the guy who had to be his brother.
Yeah, she bought us some time, but we need to go before we lose that window,
he responded.
We could head north from here and cross the border right into McAllen,
Steele suggested as they started moving down the hall toward the stairs. I smiled when Gunnar wrapped an arm around my shoulders.
We wouldn't have our bikes if we did that,
Riggs pointed out.
That's not the real problem. It wouldn't work because I don't know the habits of the McAllen Border Patrol agents. I know the schedule of the guys who work around Nuevo Laredo like the back of my hand. Trying to cross there would get us caught for sure,
Diego replied.
Going back through Mexico gives Miguel's guys a lot of miles to chase us,
Steele said.
We go back to Nuevo Laredo with Diego.
Axel motioned to his brother.
Even if we crossed here and made it to McAllen, he and his men would have to make that drive home.
Everyone fell silent, clearly considering that.
He only brought a quarter of his men, and he did it to help us. We get them back, then we go home,
Axel said firmly, stopping at the bottom of the stairs to meet Riggs and Steele's eyes. They both nodded in agreement. I was glad that the guys decided to stay and help Diego and his men get home. They risked their lives for us, for Axel really, but it was because of me. I wasn't about to leave them here to fend for themselves while we ran off to safety. Seeing that the MC felt the same way, even if it meant taking a harder route, said a lot about their loyalty.
How are we getting past that checkpoint?
Gunnar asked next to me. Before anyone could answer, gunfire started up outside from the front of the house.
Shit! Time's up, let's go!
Diego yelled, and we all ran out of the back of the house. Apparently, he'd sent his guys out once they'd cleared the house because when we left the courtyard and entered a back alley, there were 3 pickup trucks waiting for us. Diego kicked one of the drivers out and took over while we piled into the bed of the trucks.
Keep your head down, princess,
Gunnar muttered, eyes scanning the street. Every guy near me had their weapons in hand, and it made me wonder if maybe I should have one too. I quickly dismissed that idea, though, since I didn't know how to use a gun and would probably end up shooting the wrong people. I listened and scooted down as low as I could in the bed without actually lying down. We ripped out of the alley at a speed that made me squeal, and it didn't take long for me to realize why. The sound of bullets hitting metal told me we were being shot at. The guys returned fire as we raced away from the house and soon the town. Once we'd left the town limits, I sat up a little bit and noticed that the guys had relaxed slightly. The roads were bumpy and not well maintained, and every time we hit a bigger bump, Gunnar's face went a shade wider.
Are you okay?
I scooched closer and lightly touched the side he was holding. He hissed in a breath and I met his eyes.
It's nothing, just some bruised ribs from where Lurch hit me.
He grinned as he used the nickname I'd given the man, but I frowned at him, upset that he'd gotten hurt because of me.
Come here.
He pulled me into his lap and sat me with my back resting against his chest, his chin on the top of my head.
You scared the shit out of me, Bridget,
he said huskily. He kissed the top of my head, and the way he was running his hands over my arms had me trembling. Peeking through my lashes, I saw the other guys in the truck were busy looking at anything except us, trying to give us some amount of privacy where there wasn't any to be had. I closed my eyes, focusing on the feel of his roughened fingertips drifting over my skin. I was terrified too. I couldn't bring myself to tell him that I'd thought I'd lost him, not with everyone sitting nearby and crazy people chasing us. It would have to wait until we were alone. We sat quietly after that, enjoying being close to each other, despite the fact that we were racing through the scorching hot desert with a crazy-ass cartel leader after us. I must have dozed off because the truck slowing down and stopping had my eyes opening. The guys were talking softly around me. I shifted my head slightly up and saw Diego had crawled into the back seat and was speaking through the open window.
I don't know if we should go around like we did before. Miguel isn't going to be far behind us, and if you guys get caught in the middle of that checkpoint, it won't be good.
Everyone sat quietly, trying to decide the best course of action. That was probably the only reason I heard the trucks.
What was that?
I asked, then fell silent. Everyone strained to listen, and sure enough, we heard the sound of revving engines off in the distance. There wasn't much traffic out here, so we all knew who was behind us.
I have an idea, Diego said as he looked at Axel. It's fucking crazy and we might all die.
Axel laughed and shook his head.
What other option do we have? Do it. Lay down in the beds. Don't let the military see you until we pull up to the checkpoint.
We all nodded. He hopped out of the truck to go relay his instructions to his guys driving the other vehicles. Gunnar softly stroked my hair. Then he and the others went to go speak with their men. My heart was doing backflips. My emotions were everywhere. I was exhausted, scared, relieved, worried, and mostly I just wanted to sit down and cry out all the feelings I didn't know what to do with. The sound of the trucks getting closer forced us to get back on the road, but Diego was driving slowly. I wondered what his plan was, because it sure seemed like he wanted them to catch up to us. Turned out, that's exactly what the plan was. I realized, much to my dismay. Then he gunned it, and we could hear our other trucks speeding along behind us. He slowed right before we got to the checkpoint, which Gunnar had filled me in about. I laid there, staring up at the blue sky, barely breathing as we puttered slowly in. Diego was giving our other vehicles enough time to get closer to us, and I could hear men talking all around us in Spanish as we passed them. I wondered again what his plan was, but I didn't have to wait long to find out. One of the men poked his head over the side of the truck and spotted us. His eyes went wide, and he called out to the others. That's when all three vehicles gunned it and blew through the checkpoint. We all sat up and watched as they ran around, grabbing rifles and heading for their trucks. That's when Miguel's crew showed up. The perfect storm unfolded as the men who were originally chasing us blasted into the checkpoint and started shooting at the soldiers who had just begun to also chase us. Now they were in a shootout with each other, and we were using the distraction to gain as many miles on them as we could. It didn't take the guys explaining it to me to realize that it didn't matter who won. They would be coming after us once they took out the other side. How far is the drive? I asked Gunnar.
3 hours,
he said grimly. We were going to have to outrun one of those groups of men for 3 hours to make it back to Nuevo Laredo and the safety of the Los Zetas. Diego had assured me when I asked before that Miguel and his crew wouldn't dare set foot in his town while we were under his protection.
Chapter 10. Gunner. Thank fuck the Mexican military was well trained, because they'd bought us enough time that we rolled into Nuevo Laredo ahead of whichever group was currently chasing us. My money was on Guzman, but we wouldn't know until they started shooting at us again. Being back in his hometown and having his full crew back together again had clearly put Diego more at ease. "You can stay the night here. Tomorrow evening we'll get you all back over the border," he said as he led us down a hallway inside a large house. Axel mentioned before that this had been his parents' place and now belonged to his brother. Opening a door, Diego gestured to me and Bridget. "Sheets and towels are clean. Make yourselves at home. Thank you so much for helping these guys and coming to rescue me," Bridget said softly, holding his dark gaze. It was hard to tell on Diego's tanned cheeks, but it looked like he might be blushing slightly. One thing was for sure. He looked uncomfortable as hell. "It was nothing," he said in a clipped tone. I had to keep my jaw from dropping, then choke back the laugh that threatened to spill out when Bridget leaned forward and kissed his cheek. Normally, I would hate the sight of my girl kissing some other dude, and it would probably send me into a rampage. I was beginning to understand, though, that Bridget was a very physical person. She'd never be able to keep from showing affection to those she cared about. I could see that she was trying, in her own way, to thank a friend, and it eased the jealousy that otherwise would have been eating me alive. I couldn't help the wide grin that split my face. Did Diego realize that he just made a friend for life? I doubted it. That wasn't how things worked in our world. We traded favors for favors, or cash, but in Bridget's mind, they were practically best friends. "Come on, princess," I said, taking pity on the man who looked like he would rather be facing the entire Guzman cartel if it got him away from Bridget and her gratitude. I shut the door behind us, hearing the others walk further down the hall. Studying her as she surveyed the room, I couldn't help but feel my own gratitude to Diego and my brothers for helping me get her back. Not that I'd be kissing any of those assholes, though. Bridget was covered in dirt. Hair tangled and her legs and arms had scrapes and bruises all over them. She's never looked more gorgeous. I shook the thoughts away and crossed the room, wrapping her in my arms. Having her close was the only thing that set me at ease since she'd been taken. "I thought they killed you." Her voice broke on the admission, and I felt her shoulders shake as she turned and buried her face in my chest and sobbed. Jesus. I felt a new wave of guilt flood me for not realizing how that would have affected her. Rushing into that situation had almost gotten not only me killed, but also Axel, and the fact that she'd watched the whole thing made my stomach churn. Cupping her face between my hands, I raised it until she had to look at me. Tears cut paths down her dirty cheeks and still leaked out of her light blue eyes. The sight nearly undid me. I didn't know what to say. I wasn't great at apologizing, so I did the one thing I knew would get the message across. I leaned down and kissed her softly. Sliding my hands down, I splayed them across her back and held her body to mine. We both needed the contact. I whispered my lips over hers, trying to show her how I felt since words escaped me. We stood there, reveling in each other. In the back of my mind, I'd known there was a chance that I would be too late. If that had happened, I didn't know what I'd have done. I was just so fucking thankful we got to her in time. Pounding on the door made Bridget jerk in my arms, and I let out a string of curses at whoever was a big enough dick to scare the poor girl right after she'd been kidnapped. "Diego said to tell you dinner's at 6. Riggs bellowed through the door before his heavy footsteps receded down the hall again. Rolling my eyes, I glanced down at Bridget and was glad to see her smiling. She started laughing, and I grinned at her in confusion. What? I was amazed. Leave it to this girl to get kidnapped and dragged around another country and still be able to not only function, but take it all in stride. There were grown men who would have been throwing themselves a pity party if they'd had to deal with what she had in the last couple days. She might be a high-maintenance rich girl, but she wasn't weak or delicate. She shook her head, her blonde hair falling over her face. I tucked a few pieces behind her ear, letting my fingers trail down her neck. "Nothing. I'm just a little jumpy, I guess." "I'd say you have the right to be," I deadpanned. Her face took on a serious note. "Do you think I could call my parents?" Once things had settled down, I'd been able to tell her that her dad had survived surgery, but was in a coma. The look of hope on her face and tears in her eyes had damn near gutted me. "I'm sure Diego would let you call your mom if you wanted. I'll also call Cade and check in. I'm sure he'll have an update about your dad. Why don't you get cleaned up, then we can do that." "Come on." She took my hand and led me into the bathroom. I turned on the shower, then turned and watched her undress. She was giving me this look. Fuck me eyes was the only way to describe it. I was more than happy to take her up on it. Stepping forward, I grabbed her tank top and yanked it over her head, ignoring the soft laugh she gave at my action. She'd been slowly raising the damn thing, an inch at a time, and I didn't have the patience to wait. But when she held her hand out, stopping me from touching her again, I did. Unhappily, but I stopped. She went back to slowly torturing me. Crossing my arms over my chest, I huffed out a breath, moved back a few steps, and tried to rein in my need to rip her clothes off and bury myself in her. She could have it her way this time. My eyes were glued to where her hands were unbuttoning, then unzipping her shorts. She did this little wiggle as she slid them off that had all the blood draining out of my head and rushing down to my dick. My palms itched to touch her, but as I shifted to move toward her again, she gave me a mock glare. "Not until I say so." My eyebrows shot up at her demand. Our relationship was still new, and that's exactly what it was, a relationship. We were boyfriend and girlfriend, according to her. Something she'd made me agree to before she let me touch her for the first time. I was fine with that. I'd give her anything she wanted. I'd just never been a boyfriend before. I'd never had a serious relationship. There had been women. Too many, if you ask the other guys. They got a sick enjoyment out of ribbing me about it. If you'd asked me a couple months ago, I'd have said they were the ones who missed out. Women were like ice cream. Why wouldn't you try all the flavors? Now that I'd had a taste of Bridget, I didn't even want to look anywhere else. It had never made sense to me before. Steele used to get his dick wet when needed, pre-Remy, of course. Riggs had often been seen with different women as well. But Cade acted like he was a fucking nun. Axel was just as bad. I never saw those two with women. Now that I saw the appeal of being with only one, I understood why men might wait for the right one to show up. Worries about whether I would fuck up something long-term with Bridget scattered when she unhooked the back of her bra and threw it at me. Now my tongue was glued to the roof of my mouth. Her tits were gorgeous, just the right size for a handful. The rest of her was perfection. Groaning as she did that little shimmy again while dropping the little satin scrap of cloth on her hips, I crushed her bra in my hands. She had about 3 more seconds before I said fuck it to what she wanted and gave us both what we needed. I tossed my cut onto the vanity, then ripped my shirt over my head. Towing my boots off, I locked eyes with her as I shoved the rest of my clothes off. Desire flared in her eyes, and I was ready to get my hands on her. She destroyed my hopes by stepping around me and getting into the shower. Tossing the bra over my shoulder, I followed. The wicked smile she gave me when I stepped in behind her made me suspicious, but I gamely spun when she made the motion with her finger. I waited with a clenched jaw as she scrubbed my back. That's as far as she made it before I turned and growled at her. My turn. She didn't argue. She handed me a cloth, then laughed when I tossed it in the corner and lathered up my hands. I used getting her clean as an excuse to rub my soapy hands all over her body. It was as though all the emotions I felt when she'd been kidnapped were swirling inside of me. I wanted to lose myself in her. I needed to put to rest the turmoil that had built over what felt like days without her. Finally, once we were clean and my blood was boiling, I grabbed her and pulled her wet, naked body against mine. Her silky smooth skin felt like heaven to touch, and those curves pressing against me threatened my already dwindling patience. She came willingly, and it was all the encouragement I needed. I'd had a hard-on for the entire length of the shower, and my cock was aching with every heartbeat. I needed the relief of her body wrapped around mine. It didn't seem to matter how many times I touched her. It felt like she was going to be taken away, like I'd wake up to find out the rescue was a dream, maybe that meeting her had been. It made me want to hold her tighter and never let her go. Shutting off the water, I towel-dried her. She started drying me, but soon gave up, and her hand wrapped around my cock. Hissing out a breath, I dropped my chin down to my chest, watching her as she stroked and played. She was going to fucking kill me, or make me come, and that wasn't happening until she did, at least 3 times. Grabbing her wrist and stilling her hand on me, I had to bite back a grin when her startled gaze met mine. Her time to play was over. Now it was my turn.
Chapter 11. Bridget. I'd loved every minute of that shower. It gave me a chance to finally get clean, something I wasn't sure was going to happen again once that grenade flung all the dirt in Mexico into my face. But it also let me relax. I desperately needed that. But now the relaxation was gone, replaced with anticipation and that coiling of need low in my belly. When he grabbed my wrist, stopping me from continuing, I looked up in surprise. There was a wicked gleam in his eyes that I recognized, and I decided to have a little fun with him. Well, more fun. Jerking my hand from his, I spun and ran into the bedroom. Before turning, I'd seen disbelief on his face, but I was pretty sure he'd caught on to the game by now. Arms wrapping around me and lifting me off my feet told me that he had. He took 2 extra steps, and we ended up at the bed. I figured he'd turn me around and set me on it, so I let out a startled groan when he shoved me down, face first, onto the bedspread and covered my body with his. I could feel every muscle from his chest to his thighs where our skin met. His dick was cradled in the crack of my ass, and I couldn't help the gasp that escaped when he thrust a few times, sliding it along my skin there. My eyes fluttered closed, and I gripped the bedspread, needing something to ground me. With Gunnar surrounding me like this, my body was thrumming along with my rapid heartbeats. His lips and that sinful tongue started trailing from my neck to my upper shoulders. Those slightly roughened hands were gliding up and down my back. He'd shifted to allow himself more access and to keep his weight from crushing me. Small fireworks were exploding everywhere he touched. I moaned when he reached down and grabbed one of my ass cheeks. He laughed, then gave it a hard slap, causing me to yelp and glare over my shoulder at him. I felt my face heat up because, strangely, I liked it. I had a wild reputation as a kid, so it would probably surprise most people if they were to find out I didn't have a ton of sexual experience. I knew they just assumed I slept with all the guys I'd hung around or dated. But nothing could be further from the truth. The few guys I had slept with apparently hadn't been very adventurous. This time, Gunnar trailed his fingers over my butt in a circle. It tickled, but felt good at the same time. He repeated the motion over and over until I felt my body relax. Then his palm came down with a resounding smack, and eyes I hadn't realized had begun to close flew open again. I was so startled and turned on, I couldn't even make a sound. The dueling sensations of the soft strokes of his fingers and the sharp sting of his palm on my flesh made my pussy clench. Oh my God. He chuckled as he repeated the circle pattern on my other cheek. But this time, I knew what he was up to and couldn't make myself relax. He wasn't hurting me. It felt amazing. But not being able to see what he was doing and only focusing on the feeling of his fingers, knowing what was about to come had all of my muscles tense. I realized I was breathing hard too, waiting. I wanted it. Looking over my shoulder, I was about to ask him to do it again when he shook his head. Look forward. I frowned at him and debated as to whether I should listen. Or I'll tie you up and blindfold you. The last was said directly into my ear in a low, husky voice, and now he had my core throbbing out a steady, constant rhythm. I didn't want to play anymore. I just wanted him to fuck me. He'd straddled me from behind when he whispered in my ear, and I could feel his thighs pinning mine, his hard dick against my ass, and those hands splayed across my lower back. It made it hard for me to move, but I tried to shift a little so I could see him easier. Gunnar, quit teasing me. I squirmed a little, trying to get out from under his body so that I could hopefully get my hands on him. I wanted to see how quickly I could snap his control and get him to do what I wanted. When I felt him move off me, I watched curiously as he crossed the room to where his clothes were. He grabbed his clean t-shirt and something out of the pocket of his jeans, then came back to me. Pushing up onto my forearms, I craned my head around as he quickly jumped back on the bed and straddled me again. Gunnar grabbed one of my wrists and slipped something over it. I hadn't seen what he'd grabbed, so I wasn't sure what it was, but it felt like string. It wasn't until he shoved my other hand in and tightened that I realized what it was for. My wrists were now pinned at my lower back. Gunnar, what is that? Handcuffs, he said gruffly. I rolled my eyes because I'd figured that part out. I'd have to have him show them to me later. I sucked in a breath when his t-shirt slipped over my eyes, and everything went dark. Obviously, he hadn't been playing around when he said he'd do this. I clenched my thighs together because the idea of being so vulnerable to him was really sexy. Gunnar, I moaned. Don't make me gag you too. I want to hear all those sexy noises you make, he said, and my belly quivered. Then he went back to kissing, sucking, smacking, and driving me completely wild. This was so hot, and I was so wet, but I really needed to come. It was like he could read my thoughts and wanted to punish me for thinking them because he bit my ass and I yelped. I heard him laughing dangerously as he repeated the move on the other cheek. Suddenly, he moved to the side and yanked my hips up, forcing me onto my knees. With my hands bound behind my back, my chest was flat against the mattress. I turned my face to the side so that I could breathe and prayed to everything holy he'd finally put me out of my misery. The flat of his tongue licked up the entire length of my core from behind, and I groaned. My mind was spinning as he ate me out. I'd never had anyone do it from this angle before. I was spread wide open for him, and it felt amazing. He speared me with his finger while licking my clit, and my body coiled tighter. Oh, God, Gunnar! I was trying to push back against him, but I really couldn't move. It didn't matter. He had me where he wanted me, spread out like a buffet, and it didn't seem like he planned on letting me go anytime soon. I thought I was still a little ways away from orgasm, but then he did this twisting motion with his finger at the same time that he sucked hard on my clit, and I was tossed directly into an intense one. It was hard to catch my breath, difficult to do anything but focus on the pleasure coursing through me. Gunnar didn't give me a chance to recover. He added a second finger and continued to plunge them into my soaking depths as he gently massaged my clit with his tongue. Luckily, he'd eased up on that, or I might have shut off the bed. After only a few minutes, my thighs were shaking and I was somehow standing right back on that precipice. How had he gotten me back here so quickly? We'd only slept together once before all the drama had gone down, though I'd been on birth control for years, and I'd been forced to dump him. Breaking up with him had been the stupidest thing I'd ever done in my soon-to-be 22 years. But we'd gotten past that. That first time had been sweet, although a bit frantic for both of us, but now he was showing me what he was capable of. Where had this control come from? In most areas, he wasn't the guy to patiently wait for anything. Now here he was, wringing a second orgasm out of me, like he had all day to do this and no other plans. I turned my face into the bed to muffle the scream I couldn't contain. When I felt his arm wrap around me from behind and his hand clench in my hair, I licked my lips. He lifted my top half up from the bed and crushed me back against his chest, using my hair to force my head around. I still couldn't see anything, but I knew if I wasn't blindfolded, he'd be staring into my eyes.
"Don't do that again, princess,"
he growled at me. My poor pleasure-soaked brain had no clue what he was talking about.
"What? Don't muffle your screams."
He rubbed his cheek against mine, the scruff from his 5 o'clock shadow lightly burning my skin.
"They're mine, and I want to hear them. Got it?"
Swallowing hard, I nodded. I hadn't gotten to see this side of Gunnar before, and I had to admit, I liked it. I was sort of embarrassed that we were in a house full of other people, but considering he lived at the clubhouse along with most of the other members of the MC, and I lived with my friends, that was going to be something I'd have to get used to.
"Good."
He practically purred as he laid me back down again, once he was sure he had my compliance. I felt his hands smooth over my ass, and I held my breath, waiting. It was so much worse, or better, who knew, with the blindfold on. It was like every part of me was focused on where he touched me. This time, when his hand smacked my ass, I didn't bite back the moan. He did it again, and I felt my arousal coating my thighs. I was panting like I'd run a mile, was trussed up like a Thanksgiving turkey, and already 2 orgasms deep. I wasn't sure how much more I had to give, but Gunnar knew somehow. It might have been scary how well he could read my body, if it wasn't so fucking sexy. Finally, I felt the tip of his dick at my entrance. I swayed backward as much as I could. Please. I couldn't help but beg. I wanted him so badly. I knew he wouldn't have wanted me to try to sink myself onto him, but this time, he said nothing about it. Instead, he gave me exactly what I was begging for, as he thrust his entire length inside of me until his hips slammed up against my butt. The scream that erupted from my mouth was one of pleasure more than pain, but there was a little bit of the second mingled in because of how quickly he'd entered me. Gunnar wasted no time in setting a grueling pace, and all I could do was clench my fists behind my back and let the pleasure wash over me in waves as he fucked me. He was gripping my hips, pulling me back into him, and I reveled in his grunts and harsh breathing. The primal sounds he made sent lust shooting straight to my core. The knowledge that I affected him as strongly as he did me heightened my pleasure. When Gunnar reached around and circled my clit with his finger, my body lost the fight. I'd never had 3 orgasms in one sitting, but here I was coming again for him. My mind blanked for most of it. I was just basking in the intense feelings he'd created within me. I was brought back when I heard him groan long and deep. I could feel him coming inside of me. I clenched around him and smiled when he sucked in a harsh breath at how good it felt. He sat, leaning against me, panting for a minute before he finally slid the handcuffs, then the blindfold off. Tossing them onto the nightstand, he flopped onto his back, then dragged me over his body so that I was sprawled across him. He kissed my forehead. "You okay?" I glanced up and saw something in those blue eyes. Was it worry?
Was I too rough on you?
I realized he was feeling guilty, wondering if he'd taken it too far since we'd never done anything like that before. It was perfect. I kissed his chest and felt him relax under me. If we had sex like that every day for the rest of our lives, I'd consider myself a lucky woman.
We have some time before dinner.
He leaned down and brushed his lips softly over mine.
Get some sleep.
He didn't need to tell me twice. Closing my eyes, I enjoyed the way his arms and scent surrounded me until sleep took me. Chapter 12. Bridget. We sat around Diego's dinner table the next night, laughing and talking, when it suddenly struck me how much these Zetas were like the MC. Diego had invited all of them, and their families, to dinner, and all except those who had guard duty came. They sat drinking, eating, and telling stories with their leader the same way that the guys did back home. They were brothers. The short time I'd been with Miguel, I'd noticed he treated his people like hired hands, not like family the way Cade and Diego did. It made me wonder if you could ever really trust men who were in it just for the money. I know what I'd be willing to do to protect my friends, Gunnar, and now his brothers in arms in the MC. Something told me Miguel would never understand or achieve that level of loyalty. Gunnar had gotten a hold of Cade and let him know we were all okay. I'd cried when Gunnar told me that my dad was still in a coma and he'd held me in his strong arms. I was angry with my dad, but that didn't mean I wanted him to die. I'd tried calling my mom, but she hadn't answered. I tried not to be bitter about the fact that she wouldn't answer the phone when she knew I'd been kidnapped.
"So, what's the plan?"
Gunnar asked Diego. Something passed silently between them, and I frowned trying to figure it out.
"We'll do everything we did to get you down here, only in reverse," Diego replied with a smile. "Hopefully without the Border Patrol almost catching you this time."
Wait, what? Border Patrol? What are you talking about?
"We had to swim the fucking Rio Grande to get down here,"
Tripp muttered darkly. Everyone started laughing and ripping on him about the fact that he hadn't actually done any swimming. Why? Every eye turned to me. I was clearly missing something. Why didn't you just go through the port of entry? My parents and I had visited Mexico many times before. It was an easy process.
"We're criminals, Princess," Gunnar said with a grin. "They tend to run records of people who go through legal channels to leave and enter the country. Plus, we were carrying guns."
I frowned. You can get those wet? Everyone chuckled, but at my glare they all tried to smother them.
"Yeah, you don't want to leave them wet. But most weapons can get wet and still fire,"
Steele explained. I had no idea. I made a decision right then to have Gunnar teach me how to use weapons and fight better once we got home. So, how are we getting home?
We're swimming back over,
Gunnar said, watching me closely. I wasn't thrilled about it, but I'd go along with whatever they wanted to do. I may have rebelled a bit as a kid, but it was mostly little things. Dad instilled in me at a very young age that I had to behave a certain way as part of a political family. Of course, he'd broken his own rules when he got mixed up with not one or two, but 3 different organized crime syndicates. Despite everything that had happened, I was worried about him. The guys had called and checked in with Cade. My dad had lived through surgery but was in a coma. I knew Mom was with him, although she hadn't answered when I tried to call. I couldn't wait to get home so I could see for myself that they were okay. We stood on the bank of the Rio Grande, and I stared down into the muddy water. I knew the calm surface was hiding a decent current, but I wasn't nervous about the swim. That was simple. I'd been swimming since I was a young kid. It was the idea that we could get caught by the authorities that worried me. I wasn't worried about myself as much. My record was as squeaky as it could get. But I knew if they caught us, the men with me were going to be in deep shit. The last thing I wanted to do was send 16 men to jail. We'd said goodbye to Diego in Nuevo Laredo. I'd hugged him and ignored everyone when they all just grinned. Apparently, they found it amusing that I'd hug a cartel leader. But he was Axel's brother, and he'd helped save my life. That wasn't something I would ever forget. We got the signal from one of Diego's men, and we all quickly waded into the water. I watched, slightly bemused, as Tripp was dragged along behind Steele. They'd told me on the way over that he couldn't swim. Poor guy. That had to be embarrassing. I followed Steele, keeping up easily with strong, steady strokes. Riggs was on our left and Gunnar on my right, with everyone else trailing us. When we'd reached the middle of the river, the scream of an engine cut through the quiet darkness. I treaded water and turned toward the bank we'd just left and watched in horror as a truck pulled up, making the most god-awful racket. There was no way the Border Patrol wouldn't be alerted. We were all watching the truck cautiously, and no one was surprised when Miguel Guzman stepped out. Glancing around, I wondered what we should do. We were in the middle of the river. If he started shooting, there was nowhere for us to go.
"Keep swimming,"
Gunnar said next to me, then jerked his head toward the U.S. side. I nodded, and we swam on our backs, keeping an eye on Miguel as we went. He was just sitting there, silently staring. It was really creepy. It didn't take us too long to finish crossing. I scrambled up the steep, muddy cliff on the other side, thankful to Gunnar when he reached a hand down to help pull me up. With the others going first, the dirt had turned slick, and I'd almost fallen. Before I could say anything, though, headlights cut through the dark. There were 4 trucks speeding down the road toward us. Damn. If we ran, they would just follow us. Would we be able to get to where Gunnar and the others had their bikes before we were caught? Considering we all looked like drowned rats, I doubted we'd be winning any foot races through the desert. "Go," I told Gunnar. His head snapped to me. They'd been trying to figure out what to do, and we were all running out of time. "Leave. I'll give myself up and tell them it was just me out there."
"No fucking way,"
Gunnar growled, wrapping a huge hand around my bicep as though he was going to drag me along with him. "There's no time," I hissed at them. The trucks were getting closer. "I'm not letting any of you go to jail for me." I shoved Gunnar, and it irritated me to see he didn't move an inch. I looked over at Steele, who was watching me indecisively. "They're not going to do anything to me. They'll have to let me go eventually." I wasn't sure if that was truly the case, but I'd say anything at this point to make them leave. Finally, Steele nodded, and he and Riggs manhandled my pissed-off boyfriend until he gave in, and they all sprinted into the desert. I quickly stomped all over the tracks they'd made, so hopefully my prints were the only set they saw. A noise had me looking over, and I saw Axel crouched there.
"Don't do anything stupid. Keep your hands where they can see them, and tell as much of the truth as you can. We'll come back for you,"
he whispered. I nodded and watched as he broke a branch off a nearby bush and started wiping the guy's tracks away with it as he backed away from the road. The headlights hit me, and I put my hands up as I stood in the middle of the road. My heart was racing, and it was hard to swallow. My mouth was so dry. I'd never been arrested before. The truck stopped about 15 feet away, and the only thing I moved was my head. I cocked it slightly so that I could look at the last spot I'd seen Axel. He was gone, and I felt so much relief. Then I blatantly looked over to the south side of the river and saw Miguel Guzman getting back into his truck. I took turns looking back and forth, watching Guzman hightail it out of there and the Border Patrol agents who were slowly approaching me. They called out something in Spanish, and I couldn't help but laugh. "I have no idea what you just said. Could you help me, please?" They'd finally gotten close enough that I could see the suspicion on their faces. Their astute eyes didn't miss the fact that I was standing there, dripping, in the middle of the road, and I was starting to shiver despite the heat.
"What are you doing out here?"
the first agent asked. It was completely inappropriate, but I couldn't help but notice how gorgeous these four men were. There was something about a guy in uniform that just got me. Of course, my tastes tended to run more towards jeans, leather, and a bad attitude these days. But that didn't mean I couldn't appreciate a good-looking guy when he was standing in front of me, with his hand resting on the butt of his gun. Axel had said to go with as much of the truth as I could. It might bite me in the ass later, and it certainly would Dad, but I didn't care. "I was kidnapped and smuggled into Mexico. I managed to get away from him and swam back over. He left as you guys pulled up." I had lowered my hand slowly when they approached, and now I wrapped my arms around myself. It may be really hot in the desert, even at night, but when you were soaked to the bone, you cooled down fast. One of the men went back to his truck, and I saw him pick up a radio mic and speak into it. I turned my attention back to the main agent and found his brown eyes studying me.
"What's your name?"
"Bridget Jordan. I live in Austin." The fourth agent returned to us and muttered something to the other three that I couldn't hear. Then he handed me a large green jacket with DHS patches on it. I took it gratefully and slipped it on. It hung down almost to my knees.
"Don't put your hands in your pockets. We have a female agent on the way to search you, but if you try anything, we're not going to wait for her, and we'll have to pat you down ourselves, okay?"
His voice was gentle but firm. I nodded and tried to control the shivering that was racking my body. The coat helped, though, and I didn't feel like I was going to die of hypothermia while we waited on the next agent. It only took her about 10 minutes to get to us. They'd told me I was being detained while they looked into my story. "So I'm under arrest?"
"Being detained,"
he said. Looking at his name tape on his uniform, I saw that his name was Lancaster.
"You're not under arrest yet, and we haven't Mirandized you."
I didn't really get the distinction, since they put handcuffs on me once the lady cop finished feeling me up. She'd been quite thorough and had touched me in places I didn't think I'd ever let another female go. Who knew criminals would hide things in so many creative spots? Sitting in a jail cell in a border town, soaked to the bone and worried sick, wondering if my guys had made it out undetected, sure made a girl reevaluate her life choices. They'd given me towels and blankets, and since this was a cell at the port of entry, I didn't have to share it with anyone, so that was a plus. My thoughts drifted to my dad, and I couldn't help the feeling of nausea that rolled over me. I wasn't sure how it was possible to be so pissed and worried at the same time. I'd tucked all thoughts and feelings about him away into a dark little corner of my mind prior to this, because there wasn't much I could do when I was in danger too. Now, I was relatively safe, and so close to home it was hard not to think about him lying in some hospital bed. I didn't know if I'd hug him or throttle him when I got home. I guess it'd be a surprise for both of us.
Hey.
I glanced up and saw the man who'd lent me his jacket earlier, standing there smiling. His jacket had a name tape on it too, so I knew his last name was Taylor. "Hi," I smiled back. I knew they were going to start questioning me eventually, but I wasn't going to be mean or closed off. I hadn't done anything wrong. Well, aside from skipping the port and swimming across the river. But there had been a legit reason for it. It just wasn't the reason I'd given them. He crouched down and shoved a plate with some food on it through the little slot-like opening in the cell.
"One of the guys made carne asada. We thought you might be hungry."
"Thank you," I said as I stood and took the plate. We'd eaten quite a few hours earlier, so I was starting to get pretty hungry. "That's really nice of you guys." His face flushed red, and he just shrugged as he pushed a water bottle through. He left without saying anything else, and I sat down on the bunk to eat. I don't know how much time passed. There wasn't a clock in sight, but the sound of boots clumping down the hallway made me perk up. An agent I hadn't seen before sidled up to the cell. It was a proper sidle, too, not just a weird walk. He was looking over his shoulder the whole time, and I peered down the hallway, wondering what he was doing. His name tape said Kinsley. Fitting. He looked like his name should end with a Y.
"The FBI is on their way to talk to you. Agent Flynn, of all people."
Well, fuck me. Remy's weirdo nightmare is now mine. Out loud, I said, "Really? Did she say why?"
"No, and that's why I wanted to talk to you, alone."
He said the last word while looking over his shoulder, and I felt a shiver skate down my spine. He was acting so weird. All the agents had been nice to me so far. I wondered if my luck was about to turn. He turned back to me and leaned in conspiratorially. I stared into his brown eyes and tried not to flinch.
"She only comes down for the special cases."
Now I was really nervous. Special cases? What kind of cases?
"You were found over in Section 42, right?"
At my blank look, he rolled his eyes.
"Over on the west side of the river, you know?"
That really didn't clarify much for me, and the look on my face told him I really didn't know. He continued on anyway, his voice rising in volume and pitch.
"Well, that's where the other aliens come through."
I blinked and wondered what just happened. I was thoroughly confused.
"You know the other aliens?"
he said, giving me a conspiratorial wink.
"Hey, Kinsley, what the hell are you doing?"
Lancaster asked, walking down the hallway toward us. He took one look at my wide-eyed expression and sighed.
"Quit going Alex Jones on the poor girl. Get out of here."
He shooed Agent Kinsley away. The man laughed, but not before he grinned at me and gave me a slow nod as though to say, "See? They don't want us to know." Agent Lancaster and I stared at each other for a moment before he gave me an apologetic smile.
"Sorry about him. He gets a little
crazy?" I supplied. Lancaster chuckled and shrugged.
"He's overly enthusiastic about his conspiracy theories."
With that, he walked back down the hall, leaving me alone to contemplate whether aliens existed. Chapter 13. Bridget. I must have fallen asleep because I woke up and was curled on the bunk in the cell. I heard voices coming toward me and I groaned as I sat up, stretching. My next groan had nothing to do with my stiff muscles and everything to do with the woman glaring at me from the other side of the bars. I'd had the unfortunate pleasure of meeting FBI Special Agent Flynn when she'd searched our house after trying to pin a crime on Remy. Anyone who saw Remy would never believe she'd done something illegal intentionally. She was just too inherently good. "Miss Jordan," Agent Flynn sang out, and I rolled my eyes. I may or may not have been a bitch to the agents when they'd searched our house. In my defense, they had deserved it. They tore every room apart and hadn't even had the decency to clean up after themselves. It had taken us days to get everything straightened up. I could tell by the smug look on her face and the satisfaction in her eyes that she was glad to see me in here. "Why don't we have a chat?" She stood there, cool, calm, and dressed to kill. Her blonde hair was pulled up into a neat bun. Her black suit was Dolce & Gabbana, unless I was mistaken. And I almost never was when it came to fashion. Meanwhile, I was sitting here with the smell of dried river water in my hair. I shrugged at her. It wasn't like I had any choice. That didn't mean I had to like the look of triumph in her bright blue eyes. Bitch. Agent Flynn tossed a winning smile at Agent Lancaster. He grunted and opened my door for her. "Follow the agent, if you please." I eyed her suspiciously as I passed. Why was she being so nice? I knew from Remy, and from having had a previous run-in with her, that she was ruthless, persistent, and slightly weird, but not nice. I followed behind Agent Lancaster and had to fight the urge to glance behind me. I could feel her right on my heels. They sat me in a small room, and both she and the Border Patrol agent sat down across from me at a small table. I waited there and watched as Flynn flirted coyly with him. He kept looking back and forth between us as though to ask me, "Are you seeing this?" I couldn't tell if he couldn't believe his luck or if he was uncomfortable with her obvious advances. Realizing she'd lost her audience, she focused those cold blue eyes on me. "Why were you in Mexico?" Gone was any lightheartedness and the flirting that had been in her voice when she'd been speaking to the agent. "I already told them." I motioned at the man sitting across from me. "I was kidnapped. My dad was shot in the process. You can call the hospital and ask them yourself. In fact, I would like to call my mother. She is probably worried sick." I folded my hands together on top of the table to keep from fidgeting. "Oh, I already have." She reached down and grabbed a briefcase that had been sitting at her feet and laid it on the table, completely ignoring my request for a phone call. Rifling around inside, she finally pulled out some papers and returned the case to the floor. She slid the papers to me. Glancing down at them, I frowned. On it was a list of the Vikings' names, dates of birth, and other information. I shook my head in confusion. "What is this?" "Your boyfriend's club is well known in Austin, Bridget." I kept my face blank as she studied it. "I just want to have a little chat with you about them." "What do they have to do with my kidnapping?" I snapped at her. I didn't deny my relationship with Gunnar. Peeking back down at the paper, I saw that Gunnar was in fact his real name, Gunnar Walschek. My eyes nearly crossed as I tried to figure out how to pronounce his last name. What the hell kind of name was that? Maybe I'll just keep my last name when I get married. That last thought had my mind wandering to my wedding day, and excitement buzzed through me. The idea of marrying Gunnar and living happily ever after had me sighing wistfully. The unnatural silence surrounding me finally made me aware that I had drifted. When I refocused on the present, both agents were staring at me expectantly. "I'm sorry, what?" I asked with a smile toward Lancaster. I may have fluttered my lashes a bit for effect. Flynn rolled her eyes at my shenanigans, but the man grinned right back at me. She shot him a look, clearly irritated that he'd responded better to me than her. "I asked how you managed to get away from your kidnappers." She drummed long, perfectly manicured nails on the table. She was completely relaxed, so I didn't think she was doing it out of impatience. She was doing it because with each tap of those nails, my anxiety intensified since I was scrambling with whether to lie or tell a half-truth. I set off a grenade. I hoped going for the truth wouldn't get me into more trouble, but there was no way I was going to be able to come up with a plausible story that this shrewd woman wouldn't pick up as a lie instantly. Just for a second, I could see the shock on her face, then something that looked like amusement as she quickly recomposed herself.
"You were in Reynosa?"
Agent Lancaster asked. Clearly they'd heard about the little explosion I'd set off. As soon as the question left his lips, Flynn sighed and glared over at him. He cleared his throat and shut his mouth. "Yes, that's where they took me." "So, how did you get away?" she asked, eyeing me speculatively. "Well, after the blast, I ran. I hot-wired a truck and drove back to Nuevo Laredo." "Why wouldn't you just turn yourself in at the port in McAllen?" She was like a dog with a bone. "Gee, I don't know. Maybe because I was fucking terrified? I'd been kidnapped, saw my father shot in front of me, just set off a bomb, which was more of an accident than anything," I said, my voice rising while recounting each situation that had happened to me over the last couple days. "Oh yeah, and the guy who kidnapped me and his goons were following me and shooting at the truck. I didn't have my passport, driver's license, or anything to prove citizenship. Then there was this scary checkpoint with a bunch of people who had really big guns, and they were yelling at me in Spanish." I was breathing a little harder, only half having to play up the role of damsel in distress. I could see it was working for Lancaster, but Flynn was one tough cookie. "When I finally made it back to Nuevo Laredo, I figured it would be easier to swim than answer all those questions. Besides, Miguel kept boasting about all the Mexican agents at the Mexico port of entry, and U.S. Customs agents and Border Patrol agents that he had on his payroll. I couldn't take the chance." Agent Lancaster frowned. He looked pissed at the mention of agents working with a cartel. He opened his mouth to ask me something, but before he could, Flynn cut him off. She asked me, "Aren't you worried that I might be on his payroll?" I sneered at her. "Of course not. None of his people could match those shoes properly with D&G. I might not have liked her, but she was definitely out of Guzman's league. The corners of her lips lifted in a slight smile. I think I'd surprised her. Lancaster looked completely lost as he tried to figure out what D&G was. Men. Most knew nothing about fashion. We all sat quietly for a minute after my last declaration until Flynn leaned forward and put her elbows on the table. We locked eyes. "So, you're telling me that you were kidnapped, smuggled down to Mexico, and your boyfriend and his buddies did nothing?" Her tone implied she didn't believe it for a second. "We broke up a few weeks ago. He probably didn't care enough to look," I said and shrugged. I refused to drop my eyes, though. I knew that was a telltale sign that someone was lying. "Bullshit," she said softly. "No matter. Agent Lancaster here has already accessed your birth records and confirmed your citizenship." I blinked over at him. I didn't know they could do that. When Flynn spoke again, I felt rage boiling up within me. "Now we just need to discuss what you're going to give us to have your charges dropped." I saw Lancaster shift uncomfortably when she said that, but I wasn't sure why. Charges? Well, yes. Entering the United States illegally, of course. Her smile was like that of a fox standing outside a chicken coop, knowing it was only a matter of time before it found its way inside. You can't circumvent a port of entry and expect that nothing will happen to you, can you? She was so condescending. I wanted to bash her face into the table. It didn't matter that she had a good 7 inches on me and more muscle in one leg than I probably had in my entire body. The woman wasn't bodybuilder status or anything, but she looked like she could easily kick my ass. I thought I was going to die, I told her incredulously. There was no sympathy in her gaze. You can't charge me when I didn't go into Mexico willingly, can you? I directed that question to Lancaster. This time I didn't need to fake the quaver in my voice. I was feeling a little overwhelmed. It didn't matter, though. I'd have made the same decision to get caught 100 times over if it meant keeping Gunnar and the others out of the hands of this woman. Sure we can, Flynn answered before he had a chance to speak. He was looking very annoyed with her. Unless you want to cooperate and give me a little info on the club, it doesn't have to be much. Her smile was friendly now. I didn't trust her as far as I could throw her. Why do you care so much about them? Let's just say we're starting to connect some pieces from a few different crimes, and they all seem to be leading back in that direction. My stomach tightened uncomfortably. The idea that the guys might be in trouble made me feel downright ill. This woman sniffing around wasn't a good thing. I guess I'll be needing my lawyer, I said firmly. Her eyes narrowed on me, but before either of us could say anything, Lancaster stood and barked at Flynn to leave. They left me alone and didn't handcuff me. Not that there was anywhere to go. I guess they didn't see me as a threat. I really wasn't. The sound of them arguing filtered through the door, and I tried to listen in, but it was too muffled. They both sounded pissed off. Finally, the arguing stopped, and the door slammed open. I gasped and couldn't help jumping in my seat. Lancaster had bulldozed right into the room, but once he saw he'd startled me, he slowed. Sorry, didn't mean to scare you. I nodded and looked down at the table as he sat across from me. We won't be charging you with anything. My head shot up, and I met his kind eyes, hope welling up inside of me. Really? Why not? He chuckled. We don't charge USCs for entering the country illegally. You were born here. You're allowed to enter. You can get into trouble if you don't go through the POE, he said, narrowing his eyes at me disapprovingly. I let guilt wash over my face, and he gentled his stare. But it sounds like you had some extenuating circumstances. Some of us aren't monsters. He muttered, glancing over his shoulder at the door where Agent Flynn now leaned against the frame. I hadn't even heard her come back. Let's go, she said abruptly, and my head spun as I tried to keep up with what was going on. Go? Where? I'll give you a ride back to Austin. She didn't look thrilled about it. Honestly, I wasn't either. But I couldn't have anyone from the club pick me up. Not with her watching. My mom was with Dad at the hospital. I could call one of the girls to come get me, but then I'd have to wait here until they drove down. Standing, I stuck a hand out to Agent Lancaster. His large grip covered mine as I shook hands with him. Thank you for your help. I meant it. It hadn't been part of the plan to get caught by the Border Patrol, but they'd done the best they could to help me. They fed me, gave me blankets. Hell, one had even let me use his own personal jacket. He nodded at me in acknowledgement before shooting a hard look at Flynn. She just rolled her eyes at him. She'll be fine with me. Let's go, kid. I glared at her for the kid remark, but followed her out to the parking lot. She couldn't be but a few years older than I was. She hit the unlock and opened the back passenger door of a black SUV. It kind of reminded me of the cars Miguel's guys had driven that first day and made me shudder. After climbing in herself, she soon had us on the road. As we left the parking lot, I watched with wide eyes as we passed 16 motorcycles waiting along the side of the road. My eyes flashed forward and met hers in the rear view. She looked amused, but didn't say anything. Ignoring her, I turned around in time to see that the guys had pulled out as we drove by and were following us. I smiled as I saw Steele and Riggs at the front. I knew Gunnar was right behind them. I faced forward and gave Flynn a little shrug when I found her studying me. Chapter 14. Bridget. The drive back to the city went fairly quickly, despite the fact that Flynn and I didn't say a word to each other. That was fine by me. I looked out my window at the desert flying by. "Where would you like me to drop you off?" I chewed my bottom lip. I didn't want to invite her onto club property, but I didn't want the guys to have to follow us into the city either. The clubhouse. I didn't bother giving her the address. I knew she knew it. I ignored the way her perfectly shaped eyebrow rose and went back to looking out the window. "I thought you had broken up." I didn't answer. I just narrowed my eyes at her, wishing daggers into her smug face. We continued on to the clubhouse without saying another word. Despite our silence, the drive passed quickly. "You can just drop me outside the gate," I told Flynn as we pulled up to the clubhouse. "Nope," she said smugly. "You're in my custody, so I'll be dropping you off at the front door. I wouldn't want your guys claiming something happened to you while walking across the parking lot." I couldn't hide the look of unhappiness that crossed my face, but I didn't comment. She was just trying to provoke me. I didn't know why she seemed to enjoy doing that so much. As soon as the SUV stopped, I tried to hop out, but the handle just loosely pulled in my grip while the door stayed shut. The feeling of being trapped inside the vehicle made me nervous. Agent Flynn had her own date rape door. Tapping my foot impatiently, I waited while she got out and came around to release me. "Thanks." There was no hiding the snark in my tone, and her grin said she loved that she'd gotten under my skin. The bikes were pulling in behind us, but Agent Flynn's attention was focused completely on Cade as he walked out of the clubhouse and toward us. He completely ignored the agent and stunned me by wrapping me up in a hug. His arms pulled me in tight, and somewhere inside of me, a little flutter ignited. I didn't have brothers. I considered my friends my sisters, and I'd always wanted siblings growing up. Being accepted by Gunnar's family made me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. "I'm so glad you're safe," he muttered, low enough that Flynn couldn't hear. Before I could respond, he pulled back but kept one arm around my shoulders as he protectively kept me close to him, facing off against the cop. I glanced back and forth curiously as Cade and Flynn eyeballed each other. "Well, damn. No wonder these girls are dropping like flies for all of you." Flynn all but purred. My jaw dropped. She licked her lips and raked her gaze from Cade's head to the tip of his steel-toed boots before issuing him a challenging look. I felt Cade stiffen slightly, but it was only because his arm was around me. It almost seems like there could be some chemistry there. Outwardly, he gave no sign that the agent had affected him one way or the other. I really needed to learn how these guys all perfected their poker faces. It would help me out a lot. I smiled over at Gunnar as he approached. Seamlessly, I went from being tucked under Cade's arm to being pressed up against Gunnar's body. The men shared a silent look, and Gunnar turned us around and began walking away. "Hey!" I hissed at him. "I was watching that!" He stared down at me in bemusement. "Watching what?" Rolling my eyes, I ignored him and jabbed him in the side with my finger to get him to stop. His loud grunt reminded me that he'd taken some pretty heavy hits to that side, and I cringed up at him. Sorry. He just shook his head, but gamely turned around so that I could finish watching Agent Flynn blatantly flirt with Cade. The look on Cade's face had me smothering a laugh with my hands. He looked so uncomfortable. Flynn was circling him like she was a shark, and he was an unsuspecting guppy.
She does that with everyone,
Gunnar said quietly. I frowned and watched as her eyes trailed over Cade's ass. I don't know, Gunnar. I'd seen her do much the same to the Border Patrol agent, but whenever she looked at me, it was only loathing that stared back.
What the hell is she doing?
Axel asked, walking up behind us. He was watching the show in front of us with as much bewildered amusement as the rest of us. It didn't take long for Riggs and Steele to join the party.
You can leave now,
Cade snapped at Flynn. Now he was getting pissed at Flynn's games and our obvious enjoyment of the scene. Riggs was trying to contain his laughter, but his massive shoulders were shaking from it. She stopped in front of him, and his green eyes clashed with hers as she stuck her lip out and pouted at him. I never thought I'd see the day where this woman flirted like this. This was way more over the top than before. But obviously it was just me she didn't like because Remy had mentioned she'd sort of done it to her once too. She was pulling out all the stops this time. Sure, big guy. She smiled at him. If that's what you want. Flynn puckered her lips at him in a little kiss, then winked at the guys as she walked back to her vehicle. As soon as she'd turned, every guy around me lost their relaxed pose. They weren't laughing anymore. They glared at her with varying degrees of hostility until her vehicle pulled out of the lot. Then Riggs started howling. Seriously, I was convinced dogs were going to join in shortly. That's how loudly he was going at it. It was so funny. I couldn't help but laugh too. A giggle escaped me, and murderous green eyes met mine. I clapped my hands over my mouth, but the damage was done. Everyone was laughing at Kate now, including Remy, Rat, and Bass, who had come out onto the porch at some point and caught the tail end of that weird-ass display. Holding my sides, trying to help myself breathe through the uncontained laughter, I saw Cade shake his head and start walking toward his house. "Cade, wait!" I gasped, but it was almost impossible to talk.
Let him go. Gunnar chuckled. His grumpy ass will get over it. Eventually.
Steele agreed. Remy streaked across the yard and shoved Gunnar out of the way so she could grab me in a rib-cracking embrace. I returned it as hard as I could. She didn't get a chance to say anything before the door banged open, and there stood Ming, Julie, and Anna. Soon we were a pile of limbs, all hugging each other. There were tears, cussing in both Chinese and English, questions, and threats of serious bodily harm if I ever pulled any shit like that again. Don't get kidnapped ever again or my best friends will kill me. Got it. Most of the club guys had disappeared the minute they got back, eager to see their families. Anyone who'd tried to stay to witness Cade's humiliation had been moved along by dark looks from Steele or Axel. Now, the men just sat there watching our estrogen storm in fascinated horror. Axel looked like he wanted to run. He often had that demeanor any time we were around. It amused and confused us, and we'd discussed it more than once. Steele and Gunnar were just shaking their heads, and Riggs's gaze was ping-ponging around, as though he were actually trying to keep up with the rapid-fire conversation happening. The way these men could speak silently to each other. We had our own version of that, only we spoke at warp speed. It was usually fairly high-pitched and animated, too.
Why don't we go inside where you hens can cluck comfortably?
Gunnar suggested, only slightly balking when 5 sets of eyes glared at him for the comment. I waved to Rat and Base as we passed them on the porch and had to choke back a laugh when I heard Rat mutter,
"Jesus, they scare me sometimes."
Base's laughter pealed out loudly, and I looked back in time to see Steele slap a hand on Rat's shoulder.
"You and me both,"
Steele replied, although quietly enough that his girlfriend didn't overhear him. 3 hours later, Cade came through the kitchen door and gave us all an eat shit and die look as he walked over to where Rat was cooking dinner. Apparently, Rat made most dinners for the club. Guys would just let him know a head count at the beginning of the day, so he knew how many he was cooking for. Tonight, though, it was only us girls, and what Gunnar called their officers, along with Rat and Base eating dinner in the kitchen. Cade wanted an update on everything that happened in Mexico, and then I filled them in on my time with the Border Patrol. They were so sweet, I said, taking a bite of chicken curry. My eyes closed involuntarily as the flavor exploded on my tongue. Rat, this is amazing. I need you to show me how to make it. I tried not to smile as I opened my eyes and saw he was blushing. He just nodded and stared down at his plate. One of these days, I'd get him to talk to me. It was a goal of mine.
"Sweet?"
Gunnar asked in disgust.
"Cops aren't sweet."
I shrugged and swallowed before answering. Maybe not to you, but they were to me. I smiled smugly at him, and he scowled at me. I could see him struggling to hold on to his temper. He had a bit of a possessive streak. I didn't mind at all, but if he was actually trying to behave, I wouldn't egg him on as much. They even helped me out when Agent Bitch came down to question me. Why was she there in the first place? Ming asked shrewdly. I don't think FBI agents have anything to do with border crossings.
They don't.
Rat said quietly.
That's all Border Patrol and Customs.
She wanted me to give her dirt on the club, I said, meeting Cade's even stare. I struggled not to fidget. I wanted to blurt out that I hadn't said anything to her, but wasn't sure if that would make me look more guilty. Everyone had fallen silent, though, so I continued. I didn't tell her anything, not about you guys. I only said that I had managed to escape Miguel by using a grenade and hot-wiring a truck. Cade's brows went up.
Wait, a grenade?
His lips twisted in a smirk. It was just a little one, I admitted, that had brows raising all around the table.
Bridge? I'm pretty sure they're all the same size.
Base chuckled.
You know how to detonate a grenade?
Julie looked flabbergasted. No, but one of Miguel's guys and I were both struggling for it, and you know what? It wasn't my fault. It was his. I had it first. I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at them. Remy shook her head at me. Leave it up to you, Bridget.
I can't believe they didn't call your bullshit when you said you could hotwire a car.
Gunnar said around a mouthful of food. He rolled his eyes at the guys who all smirked around at each other like they were the kings of illegal doings. I slowly turned my head and stared at him until he stopped chewing and had the grace to look uncomfortable. Excuse me? I finally asked. He swallowed the food in his mouth. What makes you think I can't? I unfolded my arms and started drumming my fingernails on the table. It was a habit I'd picked up from my dad. He looked around at the other women sitting at the table, who were watching him with smug looks that said, "You done fucked up." His gaze whipped back to mine, brows pulled low.
You know how to hotwire a car?
His tone said he still thought I was lying. I do. He opened his mouth to say something, but stopped when I held a finger up. Keep questioning me, and you might wake up to find your bike gone. I glared at him. I could partially understand why he thought it was so unbelievable that I'd know how to do something like that. It wasn't a girly thing, and I had hardly gotten into trouble as a kid. But there were two things that I'd been shown and excelled at. That was picking locks and hot wiring cars. I didn't expect Gunnar to know that about me yet, but his unwillingness to accept it when I said I could rankled me. For some reason, I didn't want any of these men thinking I was a useless damsel in distress. The fact that they'd literally had to haul ass to Mexico to rescue me had probably cemented that idea into their heads, though. The conversation picked back up around us as I quietly ate and contemplated the last few days. It had been a wild ride, but I was ready to be off it and out of the amusement park.
Chapter 15. Gunnar. The hell you are. I tried to keep my cool with Bridget, but she was poking an angry bear. That bear just happened to be me. Those gorgeous blue eyes of hers narrowed, but I didn't back down. I don't care what you say, Gunnar. I'm going to the hospital to see my mom and dad. I have no problem with you going to see them, I said through gritted teeth, because I had a huge problem with her seeing her father. It's like she'd forgotten he'd gotten her kidnapped and almost killed. You're not going alone. I have to go down to the shop and make sure my appointments were rescheduled while I was gone. Then I'll take you. No. She folded her arms under her tits, thrusting them up and almost out of the low-cut top she was wearing, and I had to mentally shake myself to keep my mind on the argument. What? I wasn't used to many people talking back to me. I was high enough up in our club that I had authority over most of the guys. The girls I'd slept with in the past certainly had never copped an attitude. Well, to be fair, they weren't usually around long enough to try. Something told me Bridget and I were going to butt heads a lot, and that it was going to be hard for me to adjust my life to make room for an opinionated, spoiled, and I had to admit, fucking amazing woman like her. I already wanted to chuck a chair out the window, and it was only 7 a.m. That's what she did to me. You go do whatever you need to at the tattoo shop. She waved a hand dismissively at me. I felt my temper inch closer to the boiling point. My eyes narrowed on her, but she continued on. But I'm not going to wait. I'll just catch a ride into town with one of the girls, pick up my car, and go to the hospital on my own. It felt like my teeth were grinding down to dust. How did she have me exploding inside of her 1 minute, then the next have me ready to lose my ever-loving shit? We'd just gotten dressed after having an early morning fuck, and seriously, I had finally been relaxed for the first time in a week. You just got kidnapped, I growled at her. She didn't heed the dangerous tone and made a pfft sound at me. My chest was heaving with each breath. I watched her quietly now as she paced around in front of me, and I had to clench my fists to keep from grabbing her and ripping her clothes off. 1, she couldn't go anywhere naked, and 2, when I got pissed, I got horny. It didn't matter that I'd just finished. You can't bring that up every time I want to do something, Gunnar, she said, rolling her eyes. We just got you back 3 days ago. Any of the guys in the club would have been able to read the warning signs. I was a hothead. I usually exploded, and everyone was used to that. But when I went quiet like this, I was about to go nuclear. It pissed me off beyond reason that Bridget wanted to go fucking skipping around the city alone when I'd just gotten her back. Miguel is probably back in town. You're going with me. End of story. Her blue eyes turned stormy. Fuck you, Gunnar. Now she was yelling at me. You can't tell me what to do. You have no right. My temper snapped. Despite that, I was careful, so that when I shoved us into the wall and trapped her body between mine and it, my arm that I'd wrapped around her was what took the brunt of the force of us hitting. It didn't matter how pissed I was. I'd rather rip my own limbs off than hurt her. I wrapped my free hand around her throat and grinned when her eyes widened. She didn't look scared. Good. But more surprised and turned on. Even better. You're mine, princess, I snarled at her. So yeah, I'm going to tell you what to do, and you're going to fucking listen when it comes to your safety. Our eyes clashed, mine pissed, hers rebellious, because if I have to kill every last motherfucker who lays a hand on you, I will. But the idea of you being in danger? I couldn't even finish the sentence. Her eyes softened and she reached up and cupped my cheek. Oh, Gunner, she sighed and leaned forward to kiss me. She'd meant for it to be soft, but I had no gentleness to give right now. I deepened the kiss, pleased when she moaned and matched my pace. Finally, I pulled back with a groan and rested my forehead on hers. I promised Axe I'd be at the tattoo shop today. The way her hands were sliding down my chest and over my abs had me seriously considering bailing, but I couldn't. Axel may be the owner of Primordial Inc., but that place was my baby too. I'd been there from the first day he'd opened. He hadn't even been a member of the club yet, but I'd been looking for work and happened to spot the shop as I was driving by. From the time I was young, drawing had been an escape for me. It would probably shock most people to find out I was an artist, but my true passion was tattooing. Fine, Bridget sighed. Let's go to the shop then. I tried to keep the satisfied smirk off my face, but the look she shot me told me I wasn't successful. Hey, Tara, I called as I let myself into Primordial. We didn't open until 11, so I had a few hours to check on how things went while I was gone. I knew Axel was already back in his office. We'd seen his bike in the back lot. The young redhead looked up and gave us an easy smile as I held the door open for Bridget. Hey, Gunner. I introduced the two women, and they gave each other friendly smiles. Tara was the wife of one of our younger club members. She'd been working here for a few years, and she was invaluable. Running the front desk was a serious pain in the ass. She handled all the walk-ins and set up client sessions for us. Between that, answering phones, and keeping the place clean, she kept busy, and we didn't have to do any of that shit. I managed to reschedule everything for you, Gunner, except for today's appointment with Mrs. Costa. She gave me an apologetic look. I tried to get a hold of her, but she didn't ever answer back. I sighed. That's what I'd been afraid of, and the main reason I insisted on coming in today. That's okay, Tara. I appreciate you trying. I rubbed a hand over the back of my neck and debated on what to do. Finally, I motioned for Bridget to follow me. Walking back to Axel's office, I knocked, then shoved the door open when he called out. He barely spared me a glance, but once he saw Bridget, he put down the paperwork he was working on. Morning, he said, more for her benefit than mine. Hi, Axel, Bridget chirped. I had to bite back a smile. She was so outgoing and friendly it made some of the guys in the club uncomfortable. Not because they didn't like her. I was pretty sure they liked her more than they did me, and I already knew the lengths they would go to for her. The level of loyalty of my brothers knew no bounds. They just weren't used to women like Bridget, Remy, and the other three that came with them. They were all so good it made most of us feel corrupt as shit being near them, but trying to distance yourself from them was impossible once they got you into their gravitational pull. Axel's gaze met mine, and I could tell he was trying not to smile as well. It had amused him to no end to see Bridget interact with his brother Diego. Somehow these women smoothed out some of the rough edges in all of us. Hey, Ax, I have a client coming in at 9. It wasn't unusual for me to ask Tara to schedule sensitive clients a few hours before opening so that we could go over everything we needed to privately, before a bunch of the other artists and clients came into the shop. If anyone needed a break and some quiet time to discuss the tattoo I'd drawn for her, it was this one. I couldn't reschedule, and it's going to be a 6-hour session. My eyes strayed over to Bridget, who was watching me steadily. Bridget wants to go see her parents. Would you be able to give her a ride? Of course, he answered instantly. Can you give me 30 minutes? He asked her, and she nodded. Thanks, she said softly as we left his office. As soon as we were in the hallway, she raised her eyebrows at me. I could have just gotten an Uber. You don't need to waste his time. Seeing the look on my face, she rolled her eyes but gave up. "I thought you guys didn't open until later." "We don't, but the woman coming in is getting a memorial piece done. I wanted to have her come in before it got crowded in here, just in case." Bridget just nodded as though she understood completely. "Can I see the design?" "Sure," I said, but my fingers itched. It was hard for me to show my work to other people, even the clients. My art was a deeply personal part of myself, and I often felt vulnerable showing it off. I led her over to my workstation and flipped open my sketchbook. My head snapped up to Bridget's face when she gasped out loud. I don't know what I was expecting, but it wasn't the tears that were welling in her eyes. Shit, why was she crying? "It's so beautiful," she choked out and sniffled. I looked down and felt pleasure as her words wound through me. Standing on a rocky cliff was a lone wolf, howling into the sky. Above her, in all its technicolor glory, was the aurora borealis. Within the northern lights, you could see the figures of 3 more wolves standing there, looking down at the one left behind. It took a lot to impact me, but Lynn Costa's story had. It's a memorial for her husband and parents. Her watery eyes met mine, and I reached out to wipe a lone tear that started to fall down her cheek. I guess they were on vacation together and something happened. They were killed in front of her. "Oh my God, that's awful." The sadness in Bridget's voice had me wrapping her in a hug. "Hey, you okay?" "It's just, I guess I've been kind of numb since being taken. I'm so mad at my dad, but when I think about him being in a coma..." She broke off, and now tears were really dripping down her face. Damn, I hadn't meant to upset her. "I just need to see him." I nodded and rested my chin on top of her head. I understood. I didn't like it, but I understood. He was still her father. Bridget wasn't like most of the guys in the MC. She'd grown up with parents who loved her and were around. Some of us had families. Others had strangers who were supposed to be family. Very few of us kept in contact with any of them anymore because of shitty childhoods. We'd made our own family within the club. "He'll be fine," I reassured her. I didn't know that. Cade told me he was in a medically induced coma to promote healing, but who knew how long that would last? He was still in critical condition. It made a little more sense as to why Bridget had put up such a fight earlier. She'd been locking away worry for her father while everything else was going on. She'd wanted to go see him last night, but I'd convinced her to wait for morning, telling her visiting hours would be over by the time we got into the city. It hadn't really crossed my mind how important it would be for her to get closure with him, just in case he didn't make it. I never knew my father. He died a few months before I was born, according to my mom. My mother had been a worthless drunk. I'd spent most of my childhood being raised by Steele and Riggs's mom. She was a nice lady. She'd been pissed when we all joined a biker gang, as she still referred to it. A knock on the door had us both looking over, and I saw Lynn standing there. I'd already met with her twice before, once on the initial consultation, and the second time to make sure that the tattoo met her approval and that it would fit properly. Tara walked over and let her in while Bridget and I disentangled ourselves from each other.
Chapter 16. Bridget. I studied the woman walking toward us and felt my heart clench. I'd seen that look of utter devastation before. She was putting on a decent show of hiding it, but Remy had walked around that way for months after her dad died, so I recognized it instantly.
"Lynn, this is my girlfriend, Bridget."
I shook the hand she held out and was surprised at the firm grip. I shouldn't have been. She was about Remy's height, around 5'11", and looked really strong. I wasn't sure how else to describe her, but fit and strength just came to mind. She was drop-dead gorgeous. Long, dark brown hair was pulled into a side braid that reached nearly to her waist. Her deep blue eyes were unbearably sad, though, and I felt like I was going to drown in them. With my own grief so close to the surface, I wasn't sure how to handle hers. "It's so beautiful," I said, motioning to the sketchbook where her tattoo sat. She turned those haunted eyes to the book and studied it for a moment. "It's perfect. Exactly what I wanted. Gunnar is really talented." She offered me a small smile. I returned it. I was so proud of him. He rarely let me see his art. I remembered the first time I'd accidentally been snooping in his room and found that sketchbook. He'd blown a fuse initially, but eventually showed me a few pieces. It was a goal of mine to get him to go through that whole book with me. It was thick, but I wanted to see everything he had in there. He is. We sat in companionable silence while Gunnar left the room to make a stencil of the design. When he came back, Axel was with him. He raised his brows at me. "Ready to go?" I nodded and said goodbye to Lynn. Gunnar gave me a quick kiss and muttered, "Be careful. Call if you need anything." I rolled my eyes but promised. I was going to be at a hospital. I couldn't fathom what he thought would happen to me there. As Axel held the front door open for me, I turned back and watched as Lynn took off the t-shirt she was wearing. Gunnar got to work placing the stencil on her left side. It would span from her hip up over her ribs. I couldn't wait to see pictures of it finished. I didn't feel an ounce of jealousy at the fact that she was standing there in a bra with Gunnar's hands smoothing the stencil over her skin. How could you feel that toward a woman who looked like the walking dead? I just hoped it gave her a small measure of peace. "Bridget!" Mom cried softly when I poked my head into the hospital room. She rushed over and crushed me in a hug, sobbing gently. "It's okay, Mom. I'm okay." I rubbed soothing circles on her back. I felt tears well up and spill over from my own eyes. Soon we were both crying inconsolably. The emotions from the events that happened the last few days were finally catching up to me. Someone clearing their throat had us breaking apart hastily and wiping our faces. Mom went over to her purse and pulled out a pack of tissues. We looked over and found my Uncle Bobby standing in the doorway. "Uncle Bobby!" I rushed over and gave him a hug. I drew in a deep lungful of his scent, cigars and peppermint. He wasn't really my uncle. He was my godfather and the chief of police at Precinct 6 here in Austin. His uniform was scratchy against my cheek as he squeezed me so tightly I thought he might bust my lung. "We were so worried about you, Bridget. Your mom wasn't sure where you'd gone." He glared at me, and I broke it off to glance at my mother. She was looking at the floor and wouldn't meet my eyes. The club member Cade had posted here found out she knew I'd been kidnapped. I wasn't sure how, but I planned to find out. She hadn't told Bobby, though. Interesting. The fact that she knew about Miguel and that he'd taken me, but hadn't told the authorities, meant she knew something about what my dad had been up to. I felt disappointment spiral inside me. They were such hypocrites. They spent my whole childhood telling me I had to act a certain way, dress properly, and speak in the right manner. Then they'd had the gall to tell me I had to break up with Gunnar because he was a criminal. And here they were, tangled up with multiple groups of criminals. I swallowed back my disgust. "Sorry, Julie and I left town for a few days. We didn't stop to consider that anyone would miss us. Next time, I'll make sure to let you all know before I go." His shrewd gaze studied me for a few beats before he nodded, satisfied. We all looked over as Dr. Chen, Ming's dad, walked into the room. "Ah, Bridget, there you are." He gave a friendly pat on the shoulder as he came to stand next to me. I listened as he explained that he was Dad's attending physician and about the coma they'd put him in to help him heal. "How's he doing today, Joyce?" Dr. Chen asked after he finished up with me. Their voices faded off as I moved over to the hospital bed. Seeing Dad laying there, hooked up to hoses and machines, had most of my temper draining. There'd be time to be angry and hurt later. For now, I just wanted him to be okay. The doctors don't know when he'll wake up, Mom finished, shooting me a worried glance. My gaze shot over to hers, and I realized that Dr. Chen had left the room. I wasn't sure what we'd do if Dad died. Mom would be a complete wreck, and I wasn't sure I'd be much better. I sat down next to him and took his hand. Come on, Dad. You need to wake up. Mom needs you. I need you, I whispered. The machines showed no change, and my heart dropped. I didn't know what I was expecting. I didn't really think that coming in and talking to him would miraculously wake him up, but a small part of me had hoped it would. Just so you know, you don't get to avoid my wrath forever, I told him, only semi-jokingly. You have a lot of explaining to do. I sat quietly, holding Dad's hand while Mom and Bobby talked for hours. I was glad he was here because it was distracting Mom, but I also wanted him to leave so that I could ask her some of the questions I'd been dying to find out. Finally, Bobby stood and excused himself, promising to come back the next day. Silence fell over the room, only interrupted by the beeps, hisses, and clicks of the machines. I glanced up from Dad's bed and found Mom watching me apprehensively. I need you to tell me everything, I said quietly. She started to shake her head. My temper flared. I'm not fucking around, Mom! Her mouth dropped open in shock. After a beat, her eyes narrowed, and I interrupted the scolding I knew was coming. I got kidnapped by a cartel. All I know is that Dad was mixed up with them and selling drugs. I shook my head in disbelief. Working with a motorcycle club and the Italian mafia? I'd lowered my voice by that time, so people didn't hear the conversation in the hall. She sighed and twisted her hands. He didn't want us getting involved, Bridget. Well, I'd say we're pretty fucking involved now, Mom, I said sarcastically, and she shot me a perturbed look. Don't curse. I couldn't help the disbelief in my laugh. That was all she had to say? You need to tell me everything you know now. It's the only way to keep ourselves and him safe right now. I nodded at my father. If you think Miguel Guzman is just going to let this go... I sat back down and buried my face in my hands for a moment, tunneling my fingers through my hair, trying not to rip it out, before looking back up. I couldn't finish the sentence, mostly because I couldn't bear to think about it. Not to mention the lichens. Oh, and I'm sure the fucking mob would like to get their hands on us too. Bridget! My mother hissed at me, and all I could do was roll my eyes. Our family was up to our ears in trouble with different organized crime groups, and she was trying to chastise me for using foul language? Only my mother would have her priorities that fucked up. Your father's business is just that. She gave me an admonishing look. When I just stared at her in disbelief, she sighed. He won't want us getting involved, she said again, as though that were the final say on the matter. Well, newsflash, Mom. We're already involved. I got kidnapped, for fuck's sake. Again, reminding her how serious this was while I ignored her huff of outrage at my profanity. I guarantee you, if we don't figure out a way to stop this, it won't be the last of it. The Vikings are more than willing to protect me. Not that they should have to stick their necks out for what Dad did, especially since it impacted them negatively. I can't be sure that they'll help you or Dad. Most likely not Dad, and I certainly have no reason to ask them. We both snapped our gazes over at the door when someone knocked on the frame. A police officer stood there, and I shifted uncomfortably in my seat. Sorry to interrupt, he said with a slight blush. The cop looked really young. I'm here for my watch. Mom nodded and motioned for him to sit in one of the chairs at the back of the room. "Mom!" I hissed. "Your Uncle Bobby has a rotation of officers watching over your father. So, you see, there's no need to worry," she said firmly, when those defiant eyes turned away and refused to look back at me. I knew I had no shot of getting anything out of her. At least, not right now, and not in front of the officer. I sighed and wondered how I was going to get our family out of this. Why had Dad gotten us into it in the first place? We couldn't be hard up for money. Another knock at the door had me close to bursting into tears. Ming stood there silently. Her presence offered me both strength and clarity. If Mom wasn't going to help, I'd have to figure it out on my own. I stood and hurried over to Ming. She wrapped me in a comforting hug. Then we stepped into the hallway, and she listened while I lamented about my mother and her refusal to help. Finally, she insisted on taking me down to the cafeteria and feeding me. I couldn't help but wonder how Ming was being a better parent than my own mom. Then the guilt washed over me. Her husband was in a coma, and all this awful stuff was happening to her family, too. Maybe shutting down was her way of coping with it. She hadn't batted a fake, perfectly trimmed eyelash when Ming had taken me from the room. It was as though nothing was penetrating the shell she'd put up around herself.
Chapter 17. Gunner. "Cade's calling church." Steele banged on my door early one morning, a couple weeks after our quick run down south. I'd just gotten back from dropping Bridget off at the campus and had made my way back to the clubhouse. I'd scheduled a day of training with all of the enforcers at the range. Our guys did a decent job down in Mexico, but there was always more to learn. "Come on in," I hollered at the door and set aside the handgun I was cleaning. Steele strode in and slumped down in the seat across from me. He picked up another pistol sitting in front of him on the table and grabbed a cleaning cloth. Disassembling the weapon in silence, he got to work wiping it down. For every second of quiet, I could feel my jaw getting tighter. "Well?" I snapped and glared over at him. Steele's lips twitched in a smile, and he looked at me innocently, as if there was anything innocent about the fucker. "When is church?" I growled, frustrated that I even had to ask. I plucked my own gun up from the table and kept working on it. 20 minutes. Steele put a few drops of oil on the gun's frame, then picked up the barrel and a cleaning rod and started scraping out the inside of it. "And you have nothing better to do before then?" He shrugged and eyed the barrel, looking for any residue he may have missed. "Remy went to work," he grunted, as if that explained everything. Sadly, I understood it. There was a time when if I wasn't working, or actively on club assignments, that I'd be out partying, chasing tail, getting drunk. Fucking around with the guys was pretty much my goal during any free time. Now, I sat here cleaning my guns. I called an extra training day, mostly because Bridget was busy with school until 4, and I didn't feel like going out and doing any of the shit I used to do. I set the gun down harder than I meant to and just stared at it blankly. I was acting like Cade and Axel. Those fuckers never did anything fun. When had that become my life? A couple months ago. The thought made me feel like I'd drunk too much tequila. My stomach rebelled at the thought. I'd had a lot of time to think about what was happening, and to say I was conflicted was an understatement. Steele set his own weapon down and shot me a look that was too calculating for comfort. "Something wrong?" The humor in his voice made me want to shove my fist in his face, with a lot of force. "No." The asshole actually laughed, and I glared over at him. "Really? Because you sort of have the same look on your face that you did that day when Becky Livenpool told you she loved you and wanted to marry you." He leaned forward with his arm braced on the table. The reminder of that day made panic claw its way up my throat, but I didn't want to give Steele the satisfaction of knowing he'd gotten to me. We were in the 7th grade, dickhead. Even then, commitment had terrified me. Not that I'd ever tell anyone that. Steele shrugged. Doesn't mean that you don't get that same look on your face any time a woman gets close to you. Although Bridget has gotten closer than I've ever seen. That was saying something, because I'd known the guy since we were 8 years old. It didn't help settle my stomach or my thoughts. I'd been wrestling with this for days and hadn't gotten anywhere. Steele was an asshole, but he was also my best friend. That didn't make discussing personal shit any easier, but he was pretty much the only one I could talk to. The words wouldn't come. I wasn't good at this shit. Having your mother check out in every way possible at a young age meant you didn't grow up talking about your feelings. You're in love with Bridget, Steele said matter-of-factly. It was true, and something I'd already admitted to myself, so I nodded. And now you're realizing that means you want her in your life permanently, which scares the shit out of you. I wanted to argue, but he was right. I picked the gun back up and started reassembling it. I needed something to do with my hands. Fuck, why was this so hard? Steele nodded and went back to cleaning the gun in front of him. I know. From day one, you've treated her differently than any other woman we've seen you with. You may just be figuring out that you're in this for the long haul, but Cade, Riggs, and I have known since she broke up with you. How? Apparently, one-word communications were all that I could handle for this conversation. You mean despite the fact that you were dating her to begin with? He raised a brow at me, but we both quickly looked back at the weapons. Direct eye contact while talking about touchy-feely shit was too much for either of us. I've never seen you act like that after a girl dumps you. I snorted, and he chuckled. Yeah, okay. I've never seen a girl dump you. That's always been your role, but I've never seen you react like you did. We both switched out the now clean guns for a dirty pair. I don't know how to do this. I thanked every possible higher power that Steele understood what this was, and that I didn't have to say the next sentence. What if I fuck it up? The guy knew me better than anyone else. You think I do? I'm just taking it a day at a time with Remy. All I can do is try to make her happy. There wasn't time to respond. My door flew open, and we both looked over to where a pissed-off Riggs stood in the doorway. What the fuck is wrong with you two? We glanced at each other in confusion, then back to him. He growled at us and slammed a fist into the door, making it swing and crack a hole in the wall where the knob hit. We're all fucking waiting on you. Fuck, we both muttered at the same time. We'd completely forgotten about church. Riggs shook his head and left. Leaping up, we rushed after him. Striding into the kitchen, I shot Cade an apologetic look. His cold, calculating gaze bounced between me and Steele. Clearing his throat as we sat, he started the meeting. Steele and I shot each other a look. We'd definitely be explaining what had happened to him later. Fucking great. Bad enough I'd had to have that conversation. Now, both Cade and Riggs were going to get to hear it. Not that I expected Steele to keep it to himself. He'd tell them just to humiliate me. It's been a couple weeks since everyone got back. Cade started. We'd had a quick church the day after, and then a larger meeting to fill in the club on what happened. After that, we'd had a couple of quick meetings, but nothing significant. I wanted to give you all a chance to settle back in, take care of anything you needed to, but now it's time to figure out a plan. We still need to find Blaze and put down the Lycans before they can retaliate. Everyone nodded in agreement. Any word from Diego? Cade asked Axel. Miguel is back in Reynosa, licking his wounds. Axe grinned. The Mexican military really fucked his guys up. They did a lot of damage to each other. He corrected. Once we made it north of the border, Diego said Miguel headed home to recruit and rebuild his ranks. Between the men we killed and those the military did, he was hurting for numbers. He'll be back once he has enough men, Riggs commented. Again, we all nodded. That's why I was hoping to get some help watching over Bridget, I said, looking over at Cade. I'll take her where she needs to go as often as I can, but when I'm not able to... No problem. Cade interrupted me, the look on his face fierce. In fact, we should set something up for all 5 of them. I wouldn't put it past Miguel to try to snag one of Bridget's friends just to get at her. Originally, he was using Bridget to get at Brent. Now I think it's personal, and he wants both of them. Agreed, Steele said. I'll set up a rotation for members to tail them. That's going to take a lot of our manpower out of play, Tripp commented. I don't mind, but having 5 members watching all of them all day? Not all day. Just to and from wherever they're going. Most of the places they'll be in will be safe. They'll be around enough people I don't think Miguel will try anything. Cade trailed off, and we all considered that. Miguel was ballsy enough. He might actually try something in a crowded hospital or on campus. I can help, Rat said quietly. Every set of eyes turned to him, and he shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Cade had started having Rat sit in on church once he took over. He was too valuable not to be a part of the plans, even though he wasn't technically an officer. I can set up security cameras in their home, classrooms, the hospital. We all stared at him in shock. You can do that? I asked. Well, not legally, he said with a smirk. But yeah, I could put stuff up anywhere they'll be. Then we can have one person monitor the cameras. I can also put trackers in all of their cell phones. That way, if they do get taken, we'll still be able to find them even if their phone's tracking apps are off. He looked over at Cade, who was now grinning. That's fucking perfect, Rat. That will only take one person out of operation for the full day. Steele cleared his throat. It's a great idea. No one tells the girls, he said with a hard look at every person sitting at the table. Everyone groaned in agreement. There wasn't one of us who wanted to deal with the wrath that would come from even one of those 5 women if they found out, let alone the entire group. Bridget knows I plan to have someone take her pretty much everywhere for now, I commented. That's fine, and probably better since she is the main target, Riggs replied. The rest don't need to know we're following them, and none of them need to know we're watching them. I volunteer to watch the cameras, Tripp said with a sarcastic smirk. I understood the sounds of fury that came from myself and Steele. What surprised everyone at the table was when Riggs and Axel joined in. I studied them closely and wondered if they were invested in these women as well. I'd been too caught up in my own shit to pay close enough attention. Glancing over at Steele and Cade, I saw them smirking at each other. They definitely know something. I made a mental note to remember to dig that information out of Steele later. There won't be any cameras in bedrooms or bathrooms, Steele said flatly, giving Tripp a hard look. Tripp flushed. We all knew he was fucking gone over Amy, but that didn't stop him from trying to piss us off. We really should put them up in both places, Rat said firmly, shocking all of us. He glanced over at Steele apologetically, but continued. Odds are, if they're going to get kidnapped, it'll be in one of those rooms. Not when they're all together. It made sense. Over my fucking dead body would it happen. If you think I'm letting these assholes watch Bridget in the bathroom. Steele, Riggs, and Axel all interrupted me with their own bitching. Enough! Cade glared at us all. No one is watching anyone in the bathroom. Jesus fucking Christ. He scrubbed his hand over his face. Here's what we're going to do. The women are going to come back and live at the clubhouse until all of this is settled. Rat, put up cameras everywhere you have to, including bathrooms, at least in public. They're stalls. Make sure you can't see into them or showers. Cade glared at each of us, daring us to disagree. No one did. Easy enough? Rat agreed. Also, put the monitoring area somewhere the women won't see it. Where are we going to have them all stay? Steele asked. Obviously, Remy and Bridget are taken care of, Cade said dryly. Anna can stay in the guest room at Riggs's. The sisters can stay in my guest rooms. I bet the prospect would happily let Julie stay with him. Drew chuckled. We didn't need to ask to know which prospect. Bass had slowly been staking his claim on Julie. Every brother in the club knew he was into her. No one would interfere. They'll stay at my place unless they choose to stay somewhere else on the property, Cade said firmly, putting an end to the teasing. With the subject of the women finished, he moved on. Steele, put a rotation out looking for any lichens. Let's make sure they're not holed up somewhere in our territory. Rat, think you could help track them down? Electronically? No problem, Rat said with a grin. Great. Work on the cameras first, then do that. Remember not a fucking word to the women, Cade said. Otherwise, I'm going to make whoever lets it slip tell them everything. Every man sitting around the table shook his head and shifted in his seat. Fuck that. Not one of us wanted to admit that we were going to be violating their privacy. That would be the start of World War III, and would place all of us directly in the middle of it. Anything else? Speaking of base, Riggs said, shooting Cade a meaningful look. Right. We need to come up with a day for a patch-in party. The guys at the table let out whoops and cheers. We were always happy to party, but nothing was better than doing it when accepting a new brother into the club. I'll take care of setting it up, Riggs said. Cade acknowledged that with a thanks. If there's nothing else? No one said anything, so Cade released us. He motioned for me and Steele to stay behind. I groaned inwardly. There was no escaping this, apparently. Guys, I'll meet you outside in an hour to head to the range, I told the enforcers. Rat paused at the door and looked at me. He looked a little nervous. Could I go to the range too? He asked. My brows shot up. Rat had never shown any interest in shooting or fighting, but we'd all agreed that if he ever did, we'd teach him everything he wanted to know. Typically, everyone had to know how to fight without exception. Rat's skills with a computer were so far beyond the rest of us that Cade decided it was more valuable to assign him a bodyguard when needed, rather than to waste his time in a real fight. Absolutely, I told him. He grinned and took off out the door before anyone could say another word. I looked back at the guys and we all grinned at each other. Rat was like a little brother to us. I could tell we were all feeling proud that he wanted to join in with the other club members more. Not that we thought less of him for sticking to his lane. He was one of the most valuable people we had in the MC, thanks to his tech skills. What happened? Cade asked, and all those thoughts retreated. I glanced over at Steele and cleared my throat. Sorry, Cade. It was my fault we were late. Silence fell as all three men watched me with steady looks. Finally, Steele took pity on me. Sort of. He was having girl trouble. Needed to talk. I shot him a sour look. I wasn't having fucking girl trouble, I muttered. Both Cade and Riggs tried to bite back laughter. Everything all right with Bridget? Riggs asked somewhat seriously, although you could still hear the humor in his voice. It's fine. I just wanted to get out of here and go shoot some targets. I felt my skin getting hot and knew I was blushing. Stupid Polish heritage made it too easy to tell when I did that. He was freaking out, thinking he was going to fuck up what he has going with her. Steele supplied helpfully. I groaned. Both Cade and Riggs laughed at my reaction. I'm sure you will, Riggs said. I shot him a questioning look. What he means, Cade said with a pointed look at his friend, is that it's unlikely that you'll never screw up. We all do. It's how you come back from it that will matter. Do you love her? There was a lot hanging on that question. It was a matter of not just my commitment to her, but the club's commitment to her as well. I scrubbed a hand over the back of my neck and blew out an aggravated breath before forcing myself to look at my president. Yes. He nodded as though it confirmed his suspicions. Then you'll do whatever is necessary to make it up to her when the time comes. And the club would always be there to support us. Us, not just me. That seems like an overly easy, romanticized idea, I muttered. Real life doesn't always work itself out like that. No, it doesn't. Who knows that better than us? Cade asked. He gave me a long, silent look before continuing. But if you love her, you'll make it work. Cade had an even tougher time than I had growing up. If he could believe in this stuff, even after all his father had put him through, then there had to be something to it. Chapter 18. Gunner. We pulled up to the local outdoor gun range in San Marcos. It was only about 15 minutes up the road from the clubhouse, and we preferred it to any of the ranges in Austin. I slid out of the truck I'd driven and started unloading weapons. Most of the enforcers had their own that they'd shoot, but I always brought extras just in case there was a malfunction that couldn't be cleared. In this instance, Rat was going to need something as well. The others went and began setting up their weapons, magazines, and ammo on the benches at the back of the range, then sat chatting until I finished up. I had a system and always refused help, so they'd stopped asking. Hopping in the truck, I drove down to the end of the range and set up our targets. I'd asked Cade to invest in a fully operating turn target system a few months ago. Things were going well enough with all the businesses that he'd agreed. My guys had only used it once before, but they'd be getting more familiar with it soon. I had plans to work them consistently, every other week, now that we had other groups actively coming after us and our families. I headed back to the covered area where everyone was resting and grinned when I heard Drew bitching about the heat. "You think the lichens give a fuck that it's 100 degrees out here?" I asked as I walked up. "No," he muttered, but gamely came to stand in front of me with the others. "All right, I'll be running you through some drills here in a few minutes. First, I'm going to get Rat set up. I swear to Christ, if any of you pick up those weapons while we're downrange, I'll shoot you myself." I glared at everyone. A couple of the guys had sheepish looks on their faces, like that's what they'd been planning to do. I only said it because I knew how my guys operated. "I don't want to be fucking dodging rounds because you guys couldn't wait half an hour to get started." They all muttered assurances that they wouldn't mess around. "Rat, let's start you out with a rifle." I motioned for him to follow me over to the table where all my weapons were lying, ready to be loaded. I had a few choices of rifles available, a couple of shotguns, and 6 different handguns. Rat walked over and grabbed my Barrett 50 cal semi-auto with a huge shit-eating grin. He had to heft the fucking thing with 2 hands just to pick it up. It was the most powerful weapon I owned. Of course he'd pick that up first. I rolled my eyes at him. "How about we start with this instead?" I snatched the Barrett out of his hands and passed him an M4. "This is what you'll shoot the most." Cade made sure we all got N4s and Glocks straight from our supplier. They were handed out to any of our brothers who wanted them. Rat shrugged, but tossed a look filled with longing toward where I'd set the Barrett down. I couldn't blame him. She was my baby, so I understood the fascination. I quickly ran him through how to load, unload, do a magazine exchange, and how to use the scope. "All right, we're going to start out with you laying down for your shot." "I can do it standing," he argued. I couldn't help but laugh. He was so quiet, most of the members didn't know him well, but they'd be surprised to find out that he was just like the rest of us. Stubborn, arrogant, and never wanted to look like a pussy. We all start laying down. It'll give you the best base and let you zero in your shots. Then we'll practice standing, kneeling, and moving. He didn't look fully convinced, but I could tell he didn't want to argue with me either. I dropped to my stomach in his designated lane and loaded the magazine I had in my hand. It had 3 rounds in it. "Watch me. This is what I'll want you to do." He nodded eagerly. All worries about looking weak in front of the guys were gone once I laid down. "Hold tight here," I said and motioned with my hand holding the grip of the weapon. "Less tight up here." I tapped the barrel before grabbing it again. When you're squeezing the trigger, you want to do it long and slow. It should be a surprise when the gun fires. I motioned for him to put in hearing protection and did the same. Flipping my sunglasses down, I focused the sights and the scope on the chest of the target. We were 100 yards downrange, fairly standard and good for practice. I saw Rat jump a little when the sound of the rifle echoed through the air. It was muffled by the earplugs we had in, but still loud if you weren't used to it. I looked up at him. You want to regulate your breathing. You should be holding the breath in when you shoot, then release. You have plenty of time, especially out here, so get a good line of sight and don't slam the trigger. He nodded that he understood and scampered down to lay where I had been. He picked the rifle up and held it the way I'd shown him. Line up these lines with the chest of your target, I said, kneeling down, motioning to his scope. Breathe, and when you're ready, start pulling that trigger back. I watched as he focused and then started to pull the trigger. He slammed it a bit at the end, but overall it wasn't bad for his first shot. When he was in control of the gun, he didn't jump at the sound. In fact, he was cool and calm. It surprised me a little, but I was mostly impressed. I picked up the binoculars I'd set nearby and glanced downrange. His target had 2 holes dead center. Nice, I grinned down at him. Do it again. We practiced running him through all the immobile positions. Then I showed him how to use the pistols. I started him off with the Glock and watched with pleasure and pride as he picked it up just as quickly. Obviously, the kid was smarter than the rest of us, probably put together, but it was incredible to watch him process new information. Some of these guys I'd had to spend days with before they got comfortable with some of the guns, and then it took practice to get them shooting where we wanted them to. Rat was a natural. Any adjustments I had him make, he soaked in, then did exactly what I asked, nailing the 5-point ring every time. I ran the guys through different drills with steel plates and paper targets, using imaginary objects as cover while they shot. I spent hours each week watching YouTube, dissecting the most accurate shooting methods, all so that we could be the best. The cops on our payroll had also managed to take training videos and slip those to us, both firearms and ground tactics. Hell, the guys would probably be horrified to know we were learning all of our techniques from military and law enforcement. The cops would probably be just as horrified. I did whatever it took to make our crew the best that we could be. I could guarantee that the Lycans didn't bother with advanced shooting methods. I'd be shocked to find out that they even practiced. But that was why we'd won that shootout in the warehouse, and why we'd been so prepared when we'd gone to Mexico. I didn't give a shit who I learned from, as long as it gave my guys the best chance of walking out alive. It just happened that one of our enemies had the best training out there. Cade, Riggs, Steele, and I all agreed that we should be as well trained as our best enemy when possible. As enforcers, we practiced the most, but I also trained with the regular members and with Cade, Riggs, and Steele. No one got out of my monthly training. I planned on including all the old ladies in it if they wanted to. I'd rather not have it be optional, but they weren't technically patched members of the club, so I couldn't force it. Pulling out my phone, I shot a quick text to Bridget asking if she wanted to go out tonight. I rounded the guys up and we started clearing out our area. When my phone buzzed, I read her text. Bridget, would love to. I couldn't help the satisfied smile that spread over my face. Things were quiet. Everything was good with the club, with work, and I was going out with my girl tonight. I hopped back into the truck and everyone split. I needed to get everything put away, update Cade, then grab a quick shower before picking Bridget up.
Chapter 19. Bridget. I got back from Mexico 2 weeks ago, and things were still far from normal. It seemed wrong to be telling people that I was on vacation, but that was the best lie I could come up with. Very few knew the real truth. I glanced down at my phone to check to see how much time I had before my next class, and shoved it back into my pocket. I had time, so I went and sat down in the quad under a tree. You'd think with weeks of relative quiet on the cartel front, I'd be relaxing. Instead, I was amping up. I couldn't help but feel like the other shoe was about to drop. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out. A smile spread across my face as I read the message. Gunner. Hey, princess. Date tonight? I eagerly responded, then leaned my head back on the trunk of the tree and closed my eyes. Maybe this was what I needed, some serious alone time with my sexy biker. We'd both been really busy since coming back. He had appointments at the shop and club stuff, and I'd been trying to catch up with what I missed at school. Sure, it had only been a couple of days, but the homework had somehow piled up, and now it was all due. That may have more to do with the fact that I hadn't been doing it before I got kidnapped, but those things were better left unexamined. I was running out of time to finish the semester with good grades. Despite being ridiculously busy, Gunnar found the time to either personally or have someone from the club drive me everywhere, which was mostly to school or the hospital. They didn't stick around all day, luckily, but I hadn't been able to go anywhere alone. It was getting annoying. I appreciated the sweet gesture, but I needed to go back to my parents' place and look for anything that might tell me what my dad had been up to. I didn't want to do that with my escorts present. "Hey, girl!" I opened my eyes and watched as a few girls I knew approached. I smiled warmly, despite the fact that I didn't feel like having company right now. That was strange for me. I usually wanted people around. I thrived in a crowded setting. However, since everything went down with my dad, I just wanted some space. "Hi," I replied, and they all arranged themselves in the grass near me. "I heard you went on vacation," a girl named Layla asked. I didn't really know her, but I knew Sharon and Becky well. They all looked at me eagerly. It was getting tiresome having to lie to everyone. But what could I do? It wasn't like I could tell them the truth. "Yeah, I just needed a quick getaway. Some asshole kidnapped me because of my dad." "Where did you go?" Sharon asked excitedly. Reynosa and Nuevo Laredo weren't exactly known as tourist spots, so I came up with something else. "Cabo." I smiled at them, trying to make it as friendly as possible, despite how uncomfortable I was. "Oh my God!" Sharon squealed, and I fought to keep the grimace off my face. Her voice was piercing, and I felt the beginnings of a headache forming. "My family is going there for Christmas," she said smugly, looking around at the jealous faces of her friends. "You'll have to tell me all the spots I just have to hit." I smiled at her and nodded while the others asked her questions about her upcoming trip. I was thankful that the attention was off me for the moment. It allowed my mind to wander and plan what I was going to do. I hadn't gotten anywhere with Mom. She still refused to tell me what she knew, and it was so frustrating. Dad was as good as a guy in a coma could be, but the doctors were still refusing to give us any indication as to whether he'd make it or not. They just kept saying that he was beginning to heal, and all we could do was wait. It took me a moment to realize the girls around me were staring at me. "Sorry, what was that?" Kate laughed and patted my knee. "It must be hard to be back at school after spending a weekend on a beach." "You have no idea," I said wryly. "Speaking of school, I'd better get to class." I said my goodbyes and pretended to walk toward my next class. As soon as I was out of sight, I pulled my phone out and ordered an Uber. Gunnar dropped me off this morning, so I didn't have my car on campus today. Honestly, it was safer for society when I didn't drive anyway. Even I could admit I was a terrible driver. My dad had to pay a fortune for insurance because of all my small fender benders. 20 minutes later, I stood outside, staring up at my childhood home. I felt slightly guilty, knowing I was about to invade my parents' privacy. My stomach was a knotted mess. Dad would be angry if he knew I was about to go through his office. Mom would be disappointed. Gunnar would be pissed that I'd gone across town by myself. It was all creating a perfect storm in my belly and making me feel decidedly nauseous. It was too late to turn back now, though. Plus, I wasn't likely to get another opportunity like this. Gunnar was going to pick me up at the campus at 4, so I had 2 hours to search my dad's stuff, then get back across town. I'd be cutting it close because of traffic, so I needed to hurry. Pulling a bobby pin from my hair, I knelt down and unbent it. I quickly jiggled it around in the lock until I heard the distinct click of the pins in the lock sliding into place. Running over to the security system, I prayed they hadn't bothered changing it. I breathed out a sigh of relief as the chirping stopped. I relocked the front door behind me, then went straight up the stairs to Dad's office. This one was locked too, but I made quick work of it. Pushing it open, I had to take a deep breath before standing and walking inside. It smelled of cigars and sandalwood. The combination would forever remind me of my father, and it gut-punched me. He was still lying in a hospital bed, in a coma, and I couldn't piece together how I felt. I was furious with him for putting us in this situation in the first place. I was unbearably sad, thinking that he may die. I felt guilty that I was basically fighting with Mom every day, trying to find out what she knew. Mostly, I was overwhelmed. Gunnar assured me I was safe and that he would take care of me. When I was in his arms, I believed it completely. I knew he wouldn't let anyone hurt me. But what about everyone else I cared about? I wasn't worried about myself so much as him, the MC, the girls, and my parents. It was a never-ending list of concerns. It made me wonder if this was how a parent felt when they had to send their kid out into the world to be an adult. I really didn't like it. I wanted to go back to those carefree days before all of this started. I hurried over to the desk and used my bobby pin again. This lock took a lot longer to open. It made me wish I'd brought my lock-picking set with me today. But to do that, I'd have had to go home first. And with Gunnar driving me, I didn't want to deal with the headache of explaining. I made a mental note to pick it up the next time I went home and to keep it in my backpack. I opened the large file drawer and sat down in the soft leather chair Dad had parked at the desk. At first, I was half keeping an ear out for someone to come home while I thumbed through paperwork, but soon lost myself in the search. Somewhere in the middle of the overstuffed drawer, in a hanging folder, I found the thing that I'd somehow known was hiding here. It wasn't information on the cartel. It was a letter, a birth certificate, and a world-shattering photograph. I stared in horror at the picture of my dad, standing with his arm around a woman who looked awfully familiar. I didn't recognize her, but I recognized her features enough that my already upset stomach churned violently. Glancing at the birth certificate confirmed my suspicions and fears. The letter shook in my hands as I read. Brent, I know hearing from me is probably an unwelcome surprise, but I don't have much time left, and I needed to tell you the truth. I know I told you when I left all those years ago that I'd be getting an abortion and wanted nothing from you. It seems I lied twice. I couldn't go through with the abortion. We had a baby girl, and she is perfect. My second lie comes at the price of my own ego, but I'm willing to own up to it for her. I want you to know each other. That is what I need from you. Give her a chance. I know we didn't work out, and that you have a new family now. But if you could find it within yourself to welcome her into it in some way, it would put my heart at ease. I've told her about you, so expect to be hearing from her soon. She is as stubborn and driven as you were when I knew you. I'm sorry to drop this on you so suddenly. Don't bother to respond. Wait for our little girl to come to you. By the time you receive this letter, I will likely be gone, and she will need you more than ever. Love, Ashley. The letter was dated 5 years ago. Dad found out he had another daughter when I was 16 years old, and he never bothered to mention it. I glanced again at the birth certificate and calculated that my half-sister would have been 23 when she'd come to find my father. Anger raged inside of me. What else didn't I know? What else was he keeping from me? I was also dying to know if she'd found him. If she had, why had he never told me? Did Mom know? There were even more unanswered questions now. As badly as I wanted to go confront my newfound sister, I couldn't yet. I needed to find out anything I could about the cartel. I set the documents aside and started rifling through the drawer again. I hadn't gotten very far when the sound of a car door had my head snapping up. I ran over to the window and peeked down, gritting my teeth in frustration when I saw Mom heading for the front door. I quickly scurried back to the desk and grabbed the letter and birth certificate and stuffed them into my pocket. I dumped the photo back where I'd found it before I closed everything up and slipped out of my dad's office and into my old room down the hall. I waited quietly by the door and held my breath when I heard Mom pass my door, heading for her room. Normally, I'd just arranged to see her, but she'd be too suspicious right now to risk creeping around the house with her knowing I was there. Plus, I wasn't in a great frame of mind, so the last thing I needed was a confrontation with her. As soon as her door closed, I tiptoed as quietly as I could out of the house. Running down the sidewalk, I didn't stop for a few blocks. It wasn't easy to run in Prada heels, but I'd gotten used to it. I made a promise to myself that I was going to wear jeans and sneakers until all of this blew over. I was currently sweating in a pair of fitted trousers and a silk shirt, and I wished, for once, that I dressed more like my friends. I studied the letter while I waited for my new Uber to pick me up. A new trickle of anger started within me. Some at my father, but most at the woman who I'd just found out was my sister. Had she known since we first met? It was pretty fucked up if she did. Somewhere deep inside, I knew my frustration and anger was misplaced. But it wasn't like I could go scream at my comatose father, so the next best thing would have to do. I stared down at the business card I'd pulled out of my purse, barely seeing it. The ride to the 11th precinct was quick, thankfully, because my nerves couldn't take much more of this. Walking into the police station, I straightened my spine and gave the officer sitting at the welcome desk a snarl. It was supposed to be a smile, but didn't quite make it all the way there. He blinked at me in confusion when I barked my request at him. It was rare that I lost my temper to the point where I dropped all my charm. It was what I usually navigated the world with, and I knew the old adage, "You catch more flies with honey than vinegar," was absolutely true. I just couldn't help myself at this point. My rage had hit a boiling point. As soon as Special Agent Flynn walked into the waiting area and set those blue eyes on me that were so like my own, how had I not noticed that before? I lost it. "We need to talk," I all but screamed at her. Now the guy sitting at the desk had his eyebrows all the way up in his hairline and his mouth was hanging open. Ma'am, do you need some assistance?" He wasn't speaking to me, but about me. Flynn shot him a scathing glance. "Thanks, I'm pretty sure I can handle her." Flynn's smartass reply had the man turning a deep red. "Not here." I looked back at her, and she was studying me like I was a bug she wanted to crush under her fashionable heel. That was something else I should have picked up on. She looked as cold and calculating as Dad when he had his sights set on a goal. Of course, I'd had no clue I had a sister, so I didn't know I needed to be on the lookout for these things. I fumed as I followed Flynn back to an office. But as soon as we stepped inside, I let it rip. "Did you know?" I hissed at her. Anger filtered over her face before she locked it down and gave me a passive look. "Know what, exactly?" She studied her manicure as though she were bored and had no clue what I was referring to. Rage clogged my throat, so I ripped the papers from my pocket and tossed them at her. She was leaning against her desk, and I was still by the door, so they only made it halfway there before fluttering to the ground. She arched one perfect golden eyebrow at me, but shoved off the desk and picked up the papers. I had the satisfaction of seeing that healthy tan color leach off her face. Her eyes shot up to mine quickly enough that I knew she didn't read the letter. She knew what was in it. I growled at her. Jesus, I was spending too much time around Gunnar and the guys. You knew? The mask slipped off her face, and I could see fury. You knew we were sisters, and still you tried to arrest my best friend, harassed my boyfriend and his friends, and tried to use me to get to them. She shrugged, and we locked gazes. It's my job. Why didn't you tell me? When we first met, why didn't you tell me who you were? Anger was fading, and now I was left with disappointment, betrayal, and sadness. Her laugh bounced around the room. How would that have gone, Bridget? She handed the papers back and sat down on top of the desk in the middle of the room. Hi, I'm the half-sister you know nothing about. Your worthless father had a wife before your mom, and she left him, but not before he knocked her up. Oh yeah, here's a warrant to search your house. Is that what I should have said? Now I felt the blood drain from my own face. Dad had been married before? You could have told me something, I muttered. There's no way you would have believed me. I've known about you for years, Bridget. But you didn't know me. The only time we got to meet was when I was trying to arrest your friend. She put her hands on the desk and leaned forward, eyeing me. Your dad didn't want me to be a part of your family, so I've stayed away. I shook my head in denial. Why wouldn't Dad want her? Does my mom know? Of course. Why do you think I was never welcomed into your lives? She asked with a bitter laugh. I frowned. Sure, I'd been angry to find out that she was my sister, but that was because we'd already met, and I'd decided I didn't like her. What motive would Mom have to keep her away from us? Flynn read the look on my face. Please don't be naive. You think your mom wanted the daughter of the first woman Brent loved to be hanging around? She scoffed. She all but told him she'd divorce him if he let me be a part of the family. We've gotten to know enough about each other over the years, but I wasn't allowed to have any access to you. Luckily, neither of your parents know me very well. My mind was blown. What did she mean by that? I couldn't decide if I felt sorry for her or not. The way she was glaring at me told me if I did, she'd take that pity and shove it somewhere uncomfortable. Why are you here? My eyes darted to hers. Was she serious? I just found out you're my sister. Her husky, condescending laugh cut me off. And what? You thought you'd run over here and we'd fall all over each other with happy tears? I bit the inside of my lip to keep from snapping back at her. I wasn't sure what I'd been expecting. But this woman didn't seem to like me any more now than she had when she'd been interrogating me a couple weeks ago. She'd known we were related, but never let on. I just thought that maybe she cut me off again, and it was starting to annoy me. Whatever you thought was wrong, Bridget. You and I are nothing to each other. Her voice was as dark and cold as the look on her face. I'm here to do a job. Once it's done, I'll head back to San Antonio and we'll never have to see each other again. Jesus, she's kind of mean. I dropped my gaze to the floor, tired of her piercing blue eyes boring holes into me. Fine, if that's what you want, I said softly. I couldn't figure out why the idea of this woman that I'd disliked so much, hating me, hurt so badly. It shouldn't. She really wasn't anything more to me than she'd been an hour before I'd found out my dad's secret. But it did hurt. And she was more now. Knowing we were sisters changed everything for me. I peeked up at her through my lashes, only to find her still glaring at me. Clearly, it changed nothing for her. Unless you're here to turn in your loser boyfriend, you should go. Her words hardened my heart against her. Sister or not, she clearly hated me, and obviously, that extended to Gunnar. Why are you going after them so hard? What had they done that brought an FBI agent over from San Antonio? I didn't expect her to tell me anything, but I couldn't figure out why she was here. She smirked at me, and I felt that itch again, the one that made me want to clock her. Why did she rub me so wrong so easily? "Isn't it obvious?" she asked with a raised brow. I gave her a nasty look that clearly said it wasn't. She twisted her lips thoughtfully, as though she wasn't sure she should share, but she couldn't help gloating. "Because of you." I blinked in confusion. That wasn't what I'd expected her to say. "Because of me?" The look on her face said, "Duh." My heart dropped down somewhere toward the bottom of my stomach. So, not only had I inadvertently gotten the club mixed up with the cartel, now an FBI agent was targeting them because she had a grudge against me. "I didn't even know about you," I said, as though that would make things better. I knew it wouldn't, but it had to be said. "I'm aware of that." I sighed and tried to sort everything out. Glancing past her, I noticed the clock on the wall and gasped. Fuck! It was 5:15. I tugged my phone out of my pocket and groaned. I had 12 missed calls and 10 texts from Gunnar. I was in deep shit. "I have to go." I spun and started out the door. "Bridget?" she called. I stopped and looked back over my shoulder at her. "You can tell your father when he wakes up that every king eventually falls." Her face was calm, almost serene as she said it. "What the hell does that mean?" I growled at her, but the corners of her lips just tipped up in a smile, as though I amused her. I was sick of her cat and mouse game, so I stomped out of her office. I hoped never to see her again, but considering she seemed to have a personal vendetta against both me and my dad, I knew it was unlikely I'd get my wish.
Chapter 20. Gunnar. I answered my phone on the first ring. "Are you okay?" I snarled at Bridget. "Yes. I'm sorry. I got caught up in something and lost track of time." She sounded out of breath. "It's fine." It wasn't. We'd be having a talk about her not answering her phone. Her kidnapping was too recent for me to be cool about not knowing where she was when she was supposed to be meeting me. "Come out front and we can go." About that?" she said. The hairs on the back of my neck instantly stood up. She was using her cute voice, the one she used to try and talk her way out of trouble. "Princess?" The warning in my tone should have been enough, but she continued on. "I'm not at the campus," she admitted, although she dropped the cutesy voice. "Where are you?" The silence stretched out over the line as she hesitated. I had to grind my teeth together to keep from snapping at her. Putting herself in danger by taking off and going who knows where was exactly like Bridget. I sighed. "Seriously, Bridget, where are you?" I gentled my tone a little. I just wanted to go pick her up, so I knew she was safe. She rattled off an address and I told her to sit tight. I wasn't sure where I was expecting her to be, but sitting outside a police station wasn't it. I gave her a hard look, but she just hopped on the back of my bike and wrapped her arms around me. Not wanting to hang out here longer than I needed to, I took off. I drove us back to her house and sat, fuming, in our living room until she came down dressed for our date. My tongue instantly glued to the roof of my mouth, and my dick hardened. She swayed over to me in a tight red dress that hugged every curve. She was wearing skyscraper heels that did amazing things to an already phenomenal ass. Her red lips curved when she noticed the way my eyes wandered her body hungrily. "If you think this is getting you off the hook," I said as I stood. She leaned into me and kissed me into silence. Her lips were soft and smooth, and I struggled to keep my mind on anything except ripping that dress off her and heading upstairs. She must have seen the intent in my eyes because she put a finger to my lips. "I'm hungry." So was I, but not for food. She gave me a smug smile and wiped what I assumed was lipstick off my mouth. "I know we're going to talk about what happened earlier. Could you please feed me while we do?" She batted her lashes at me, and I had to swallow hard. Ignoring my raging hard-on, I put a hand on her back and led her toward the door. Every eye was on us when we walked through the restaurant. It was a pretty fancy place, so I was sure they were eyeballing me in my jeans and cut, and not Bridget in her dress. Normally, guys like me would be turned away from a place like this, but one of the first things I'd learned was that money talked. Slipping the nasally guy standing at the podium 100 took care of any thought he might have had of refusing us entrance. I didn't typically eat in places like this, but I knew Bridget was used to certain things. I'd be damned if she was going to miss out on a lifestyle she was used to because she was dating me. I'd had Rat check out restaurants, and he promised this one would work. I glanced at the chandeliers hanging from the ceiling and knew he'd been right. Other than drinking and buying guns, I didn't tend to blow my money, so I had plenty saved up to treat my woman the way she deserved. She thanked me as I held her seat out for her, something Rat yelled out to do as I left the clubhouse. I might have been a criminal, but I knew how to be polite to a woman. It amused me to no end that the kid who grew up on the streets was trying to give me dating advice. Bridget focused those gorgeous blue eyes on me, and all thoughts of Rat raced out of my head. "Thank you for picking me up," she said softly. I narrowed my eyes and opened my mouth only to be interrupted by the waiter. "Can I get you started with something?" The last word was a squeak as his gaze landed on me. I could tell he was trying to get himself under control but wasn't used to seeing people in jeans and boots in his restaurant. "Bring us some wine." When he blinked at me and I noticed Bridget staring, I bared my teeth at him in what almost passed for a smile. "Please." Bridget murmured something to him. I assumed it was a type of wine, but I didn't really care. "Why are you at a police station?" I asked as soon as the guy left us alone. Bridget played with her napkin and looked like she didn't really want to tell me, which irritated me. "Bridget." Her eyes met mine and she sighed. "Here we are. 1 bottle of the Pinot Noir." The damn waiter was back. I stared at Bridget the entire time he slowly poured the wine. Setting the bottle down, he picked up her glass and swirled it around before handing it to her with a smile. Our eyes locked as he reached for my glass. "Leave!" I snarled at him so suddenly he jerked his arm back to his chest like he thought I would bite him. If he interrupted us again, I fucking might. I stared at his retreating back before focusing on Bridget again. Her mouth was hanging open as her gaze flicked between me and the fleeing waiter. "Gunner." She paused when she saw the look on my face. She bit her full bottom lip and worried it between her teeth. It was hard to keep my mind from wandering to what I'd like her to do with that mouth, which was crawl beneath this table and wrap it around my dick. I shifted slightly in my chair to relieve the pressure against my jeans. "I had to meet with Agent Flynn." She rolled her eyes. She called and threatened to arrest me if I didn't. I searched her eyes. She looked uncomfortable, and I wasn't sure if it was because she'd been talking to the cops or because she wasn't telling me something. Finally, I just nodded and let it drop. "Just tell me the next time you need to go somewhere. I'd rather have one of us take you." I was trying to hold on to my short temper with her. She wasn't used to being told what to do. Or maybe she was, and that was part of the problem. I knew enough to know her dad enforced strict rules with her growing up, and that she rebelled every chance she could. Maybe that was why she was playing fast and loose with her own safety. Ultimately, it didn't matter. I wouldn't let anyone hurt her, and with Rat's plan, she wouldn't be able to put herself into any more danger. The waiter poked his head around a corner a few feet away and gave me a mixture of a terrified and questioning look. I motioned for him to come back over. We were already out. We may as well enjoy the rest of the night.
Chapter 21. Bridget. Gunnar pouted sullenly at the curb in front of my house. He was still sitting on his bike, but he looked like he might jump off it any second.
Why don't you grab some clothes and come home with me?
I wanted to, but all of my friends were at home tonight and I really needed to talk to them. I felt so guilty for lying to Gunnar earlier. Well, telling him a half-truth. Nope, you lied, supplied that little internal voice unhelpfully. I want to spend the night with the girls. It's rare we're all home together anymore, I said. It was a lie, but guilt was eating at me. I almost blurted out the truth to him right then and there. I barely managed to hold it in. He sighed, then looked around the street I lived on. He was peering into the darkness as though he could see bad guys lurking behind every bush. Everyone is home, Gunnar. I'll be okay, and I'll come back to the clubhouse with you tomorrow night.
Yeah, you all will.
He grumbled under his breath. What? I asked suspiciously.
I said that'd be great,
he said with a charming smile. I was pretty sure that wasn't what he'd said, but my thoughts were already inside with my friends. We'd hardly had any uninterrupted time together since Mexico. Between that and the desperate need to ask their advice, I was beginning to check out on the gorgeous man sitting in front of me. He reached out and tugged me onto his lap on the bike faster than I could react. I squealed, but it was cut off abruptly when his mouth covered mine and his tongue invaded. He kissed me like he'd conquered my village and claimed me as a prize, and I was not upset about it. Framing his face with my hands, I returned the kiss. If my brain could form a coherent thought, it would have thought about changing my mind and going home with him after all. Leaning on the door inside my house, I sighed dreamily. I wasn't sure how long we sat out there, but I know our nosy neighbor had caught quite the show. There had been a little groping and grinding to go along with the brain-numbing kiss. Tossing my small purse onto the kitchen table, I strutted into the living room where my 4 closest friends sat, relaxing. I need a house meeting! Every head snapped in my direction, and Julie leaped up with a happy squeal. I'll get the board! We all groaned with the exception of Ming. She looked just as happy to see the whiteboard as Julie. Is everything okay? Remy watched me worriedly. She had been almost as hard to convince as Gunnar that I didn't need her to be by my side every minute of every day. She'd followed me into the bathroom the other day and parked her ass on the vanity while I showered. Again, normally, I would be thrilled to have my every minute filled with friends, especially these women who were as close as sisters. But for some reason, I craved space. The word sister made my lips twist down in a frown, and the delicious dinner Gunnar had just treated me to gurgled in my belly. No, I said honestly, I found something out today, something I didn't know how to describe how I felt. Horrified? Betrayed? Pissed off? I'd always wanted brothers and sisters. I hated growing up as an only child. So I'd gone out and made a bigger family once it was clear my parents wouldn't be ponying up any siblings. Finding out that Murphy Flynn was my sister was not a happy occasion, though. Julie quickly set up the board at the front of the room and uncapped a dry erase marker with a loud pop. Her eyes were gleaming widely. What did you find out? Everyone looked intrigued. Something about my dad, sort of. And worse, I lied to Gunnar when he straight out asked me about it. I buried my face in my hands. Ming came over and pulled me down to sit next to her on the couch. She wrapped an arm around my shoulders and made soothing noises. "Tell us what happened so we can help." She rubbed circles on my back, and I leaned my head on her shoulder. "I found out Special Agent Flynn is my sister," I blurted out quickly before I lost my nerve. I looked over at Remy apprehensively. Everyone's mouths were hanging open, and the room had fallen deathly silent. Then a tornado of words came barreling at me as they all started to talk at once, loudly. I held out my hands and couldn't help laughing. I quickly recounted today's events to them, and they sat quietly, absorbing the story. Holy shit! We all looked over in shock at Julie when she said that. She hardly ever cursed, so it was definitely a big deal when she did. "So, she's your sister. You know, she actually looks a lot like you. Other than the height, that is." Everyone nodded in agreement and sat soaking it in for a moment. "So, why didn't you tell Gunnar?" Ming asked, staring at me with knowing eyes. I swear there were times she knew what I was thinking before I even said anything. It also didn't surprise me that she immediately got to the heart of my turmoil with one question. "Yeah, I doubt the guys are going to care. You can't help who you're related to," Remy replied with a frown. I sighed. She flat out told me that she was going after them because of me. How can I tell them that now? Instead of only dealing with the Lycans, they have to deal with the cartel, the Italian mob, and a crazy FBI agent with a personal vendetta against me? I looked down at my hands, which I was twisting in my lap. What if Gunnar, or worse, the club, decides I'm more trouble than I'm worth? A torrent of voices, all denying that idea, broke over me, and I couldn't help the tears that pooled in my eyes. If they even thought about that for a second, Cade, Riggs, Steele, and Gunnar would be answering to us, Remy said, her eyes flashing dangerously. The other women made sounds of agreement. The noises suspiciously resembled growls and snarls. We really were hanging out with these bikers too much. They were starting to rub off on us. Warmth filled my chest as I looked around at the women who made up my true family. I finally understood that no matter what happened with my dad and mom, this was the group who had my back no matter what. I kind of hoped I could count on Gunnar for that too. Of course, for that to happen, I'd have to tell him the truth. Guilt ripped through me again. You should have told Gunnar. He wouldn't care that that woman is your sister. The way Ming said, "that woman," made me laugh. But then I sobered up quickly. She was right. It wasn't fair of me to keep secrets from Gunnar. But I still felt something holding me back. I need to do this on my own. I've always let others clean up my messes. If I'm going to be a part of Gunnar's life, I need to handle things as they come up. He can't always save me. It's time for me to grow up, I said, meaning it. I couldn't keep running to everyone else, expecting them to take care of things. I just want to see if I can find out what Dad's involved in, and then I'll bring it to the club. That's not a good idea, Julie said. She wasn't wrong. I knew Gunnar was going to be pissed if he found out. I didn't want to sneak around, but I wasn't sure what else to do. Gunnar wasn't going to let me look into things on my own. Bridget, Anna said with an unamused look at me. She was fully in Julie's corner. You were kidnapped by a cartel, and we all know this isn't going to be the end of it. Who knows what all your dad is mixed up in? And now you have some pissed-off half-sister trying to get into the middle of it too? I agree. It's not a good idea for you to be poking around on your own. Fine, then help me, I said stubbornly and crossed my arms over my chest. Surprise registered over all of their faces. Between the 5 of us, we should be able to dig enough to find out what Dad's been up to and throw— Agent Assface, Remy supplied helpfully. I couldn't help but laugh at Remy's nickname for Agent Flynn. Her off our trail. And what about Gunner? Ming asked dryly. Everyone started laughing, and I narrowed my eyes. Sorry, Remy gasped between chuckles. It's just, with how far up your ass Gunner has been since you've been home, I'm not sure how you think you're going to shake him long enough to play detective. I cringed when I remembered the look on his face when he'd pulled up outside the police station. I have to try. We need to get a handle on this situation, and since I've brought it into all of our lives, I need to fix it, I said. Remy frowned at me, worry shining in her eyes. I thought the same thing when Rhonda showed up. Then came Flynn and the Lycans, and I was in so far over my head I didn't know which way was up. The club helped me sort it all out. Maybe we should— please, don't tell Steele, I begged. I promise not to get involved in anything dangerous. I could see the indecision on their faces. They wanted to know what was happening and be a part of it as much as I did. This is something I need to do. I can't be a part of Gunner's life, a part of his club, when I've brought nothing but trouble so far. I'm hoping with your help we can do something about it. Ming groaned and cracked her knuckles, something she was prone to when she was agitated. How are we supposed to take all these people on? Always the pragmatic one. We're not taking anyone on. We'll do a little digging and find out what the deal is with Dad and all of these groups, and the FBI. Then we'll bring the information to the club after that. They can handle it from there. That will make all of us happy, hopefully. I wasn't stupid enough to think we could take on MCs, the Mafia, or the FBI by ourselves, and I didn't want to. That wasn't the point of what I was doing. I just needed to learn what role Dad was playing in all of this. It wasn't that I didn't want Gunner's help. I just wanted to show them I wasn't completely useless, or worse, that I was nothing but trouble. The silence permeated the room. I'm in, Ming said fiercely, breaking the quiet. Everyone, including me, stared at her in shock. I thought for sure we'd have to spend a few days convincing her. You're going to do this whether we help or not, right? She shot me a glance. She was right. She continued on, not waiting for my reply. It was written all over my face anyway. So, we're going to help. She met the eyes of each of the women, and they all nodded. We'll keep your secret for now, but the minute we piece this all together, we go to the others. I nodded exuberantly. I still felt awful for not telling Gunner the truth, but I needed to do this. The thought of finally knowing what Dad had been hiding made me giddy. Better yet, I now had accomplices. For some reason, dragging the girls who'd been family to me into it didn't seem as hard as asking for help from the group of men we were slowly incorporating into our lives. Where do we start? Remy asked with a gleam in her eyes. Now that they were on board, they all looked as excited as I felt. It was kind of thrilling, like we were living out a game of Clue. I need to go back to my parents' house tomorrow morning. I know Dad has something hidden in his office. You're not going alone, Ming ordered. Everyone agreed with her. It's better if I do. If Mom comes home again, I'll have to make it out without being caught. Not a chance, Ming said firmly. I'll go with you. I could go next Tuesday. I wanted to laugh at the fact that we were scheduling out times for breaking and entering. You're going to help me break into my parents' house and steal stuff. I couldn't help the disbelief in my tone. She was even more of a goody two-shoes than Julie was. I should go too, Julie said quietly. I can check his computer while we're there. We're in this together, right? She smiled at me, and I couldn't help but jump up and hug her. The doorbell rang, making all of us jump. I frowned and took in their confused glances. Anyone expecting company? Wait! Remy hissed as I started toward the door. She quickly bolted up the stairs and quickly returned with a handgun. The doorbell pealing again almost covered all of our gasps. Where the hell did you get that? I asked, eyeing the weapon. Steele gave it to me. It doesn't have a serial number, so if I have to use it, I can get rid of it easier. I gulped and glanced over at the door. Who was standing out there? It hadn't occurred to me that Miguel might ring the bell and take off with one of us. I crept toward the door with Remy at my side and the others behind us. Anna leaned over to glance out the window that sat next to the door. Her huge breath of relief was loud in the quiet room.
Chapter 22. Gunner. It was probably cowardly, but I'd made Cade and Riggs come with Steele and me. Base was along for the ride, too, driving a cage so that we could transport everything we needed back to the clubhouse. Axel had caught us as we were leaving and decided to tag along as well. The six of us stood on the front porch waiting for an answer. I rang the bell again. I wasn't looking forward to this. Cade had mentioned it'd been a huge battle the first time he'd made the girls stay at the clubhouse. The door opened, and I grinned down at Bridget. She was still in that fucking dress, and my dick hardened as my hungry gaze roamed over her body. She'd lost the shoes, but I had every intention of having her put those back on later tonight. The thought of fucking her in nothing but those red stilettos made me groan, which I tried to cover with a cough. Base gave me a weird look from where he was standing next to me, but the rest of the guys were all smirking. Fuckers. I couldn't wait for the day that I could give all the shit back to them that they'd given to me. Steele was currently the only one I was able to torment, and he gave as good as he got. Leaning forward, I gave Bridget a kiss designed to let her know exactly where all my thoughts had gone. South, along with all the blood in my body. The guys all laughed when she pulled back and gave me a light punch in the stomach. I frowned and wondered if that was as hard as she could hit. Her training begins tomorrow. Can we come in? Cade asked, giving her a meaningful look. She frowned but stepped back and held the door open. We all froze as we saw the other women standing there. Remy with a gun. Steele grunted something at her and grabbed it from her, shoving it into the back of his jeans. We followed them inside and soon found ourselves in the living room. Steele picked Remy up and sat down, situating her on his lap in her chair. Axel flopped down next to Ming as she sat down on the couch. Base grinned, then dragged Julie to the side and into an empty chair. She flushed straight down to the roots of her hair and tried to climb off his lap. Base just tightened his grip until she finally stopped struggling. I did the same and pulled Bridget into my lap as I sat on the couch next to Axel. With nowhere left to sit, Riggs sat on the floor next to Anna's chair, and Cade stood up next to a whiteboard that was sitting at the front of the room. I frowned at it and tried to figure out why they had an empty whiteboard in their living room. Cade, clearing his throat, had me focusing on him, though. "Sorry to barge in on you, ladies," he said, once everyone quieted down. It was amazing that he had the ability to silence a room so effortlessly. Even these stubborn, opinionated women stopped to hear what he had to say. "We've discussed what happened and how to proceed moving forward, and we're going to need you to pack up all of your stuff. You'll all be coming back to the clubhouse to stay with us for the foreseeable future." I felt Bridget tense up in my lap, and I cringed inwardly. Looking around at all the mutinous faces, I knew this wasn't going to be as easy as ordering them to comply. Cade was used to everyone obeying him, even the other old ladies did, and he was still getting used to having these women do pretty much the opposite of whatever we told them to. I couldn't help the grin that spread over my face when Remy elbowed Steele in the gut. They sure made life interesting, though. "No, thank you," Bridget said, locking eyes with Cade. The look on his face would have had me choking back a laugh if I didn't want to throttle Bridget at that moment. "Princess?" I growled in her ear. I didn't miss the fact that she shivered, or that her nipples tightened under that slinky red dress. "It's the safest option for everyone," Riggs insisted, as if that was all that needed to be said for it to make sense. That's all we'd needed to hear. Apparently the women didn't agree. "We're not picking up and moving to your clubhouse again," Ming said stubbornly. "We did it once, and we appreciate the gesture. But this is our home. We have work and school here, and driving an extra half hour in the morning through traffic to get to those places doesn't make sense." "Doesn't make sense," Axel barked next to her, and they faced each other with twin looks of fury. "Does ending up dead make sense to you?" He narrowed his eyes at her when Ming didn't back down. "There are people after you all, for fuck's sake." "Look, we're not leaving you here unprotected," Steele said in a gruff voice. Every girl in the room was glaring now. No one was happy with this plan, but they'd just have to get over it. It was for their own good. "Well, too bad," Remy replied, throwing another elbow. "Yeah, you can't force us to go with you." Anna glared at Riggs, daring him to object. "The fuck we can't," Riggs growled back at her. "Look, this isn't up for debate." Cade sounded pissed enough that everyone centered their attention on him again. "You're all in danger and belong to us, so it's up to you how you want to play this. You can go upstairs and pack enough stuff for a few weeks, or—" He glared around the room. "We can drag you out of here with the clothes on your backs and send the prospects over tomorrow to pack up your stuff. If you don't want Scout and the others pawing through your panties, I'd suggest you pack," Riggs said, humor coloring his voice. Bridget glared over her shoulder at me. I shrugged and whispered in her ear, "Your choice." The scowl she tossed my way told me to drop dead. "We don't belong to anyone," Anna hissed. "They," Cade pointed at Remy and Bridget, "belong to Steele and Gunner. The rest of you," he let the sentence hang for a few seconds, "belong to them, and by default, to us." I knew what Cade was thinking. We all did. They'd belong to us soon enough. He didn't say the words out loud because there were a few in the room who weren't ready to hear it. Cade folded his arms over his chest and waited to see if the women would challenge him. Julie's mouth was hanging open as she looked to Base for confirmation that Cade would follow through with his threat. Remy and Bridget didn't need to ask. They already knew Cade would do exactly as he'd said, in a heartbeat. "Assholes," Anna spat out, but she stood and stomped up the stairs. Remy and Julie followed unhappily. I looked down and found Bridget and Ming locked in some silent conversation they were having with only their eyes. Without another word or look at us, Ming went upstairs too. Everyone's gaze settled on Bridget. She was practically vibrating with fury in my lap. "You can't do this." Her voice was calm, but her trembling showed her true feelings, at least to me. "It's for your own safety," Cade said patiently. "You can't just order us around," she hissed, all previous calm gone as her anger rose. "We're not your fucking property." 5 sighs sounded around the room, identical to the one I let out. "Princess, we don't think that," I said soothingly. Being the calm, rational one was fucking with my head. It was so far past how I usually responded, but I sensed it's what she needed at the moment. "Bullshit!" she yelled at me, but made sure to include the others in her withering stare. "That's bullshit and you know it, Gunner. Asking us to go along with you is one thing. Including us in the plans you made that affect us would have been much smarter, but flat out threatening us to do as you say?" Her laugh was laced with contempt. "Maybe it wasn't the best way to go about this," Cade conceded. "But what's done is done. We're not changing our minds, and we're not jeopardizing your safety." I swear I could hear the grinding of Bridget's teeth as she fumed on my lap. Next, all I could hear was the ringing in my ears as she slammed her hands down to shove herself up. Unfortunately for my balls, one of her hands landed right on them. I groaned and cupped my bruised nuts as she stormed up the stairs. Riggs, Steele, and Axel were hooting with laughter at my pain. Cade silently watched the stairs as though he expected the girls to make a break for it any second. Hell, maybe they would try. If they did, the others were going to have to chase them down. All I could do was sit here and try to suck in deep breaths. "That doesn't bother any of you?" We all looked over at Bass. He was a little blurry since my eyes were watering. "What?" Steele asked, still chuckling. I flipped him off. "That they're pissed at us," Bass asked. They started laughing again, and even Cade looked amused this time. "Kid, you may as well get used to it now," Riggs said once he got his breath back. "That lot is pretty much always going to be pissed at us." He wasn't wrong. These women had fiery tempers and were fiercely independent. Getting them to go along with our plans was likely always going to be a battle. Bass still had an unsure, unhappy look on his face, but he didn't have a chance to respond. Loud thumping announced the girls' presence as they, single file, strode down the stairs. Without looking at us, they marched for the door, Bridget in the lead. This was going to be a long night. My balls throbbed as though they were in agreement. I watched Bridget prowl around the room like a caged lioness. We were back at the clubhouse, and everyone was settled into the rooms they'd be staying in for the next few weeks. Or months. We'd been careful not to put a timeline on how long we were going to have them stay. They were already pissed enough. We didn't need to add fuel to that fire. "Come here," I said softly. Her eyes flashed dangerously at me. "Is that an order, Gunner?" I crossed the room and pulled her into my arms, hugging her close to my chest. I could feel her heart pounding, her ragged breathing, and wondered what the best way to distract her would be. I lowered my head and captured her full, pouty lips, only to have her bite me so hard I cursed. Okay, that wasn't the way to play this, apparently. I looked down at her angry face and tried not to show her how amused I was. I liked this feisty side of her. I let her go and walked over to the suitcases that she'd brought. Shit, how much stuff did she need? I pulled open the first case while she silently observed. Sifting around, I found the clothes I was looking for and tossed them at her. She caught them with a confused look. "Get dressed," I said, shrugging off my cut, then pulling my shirt over my head. I didn't miss the heated look she had when her eyes dragged down my body. By the time our eyes clashed again, it was gone, though, replaced by that anger and resistance. Please. The word felt foreign on my tongue, but I knew I was going to have to start compromising with her. We didn't own them. Not that we thought that. They also weren't patched-in members of the club, and we needed to remember that. We couldn't order them around the way we did almost everyone else in our lives. That was going to be a hard habit to break. Watching Bridget slowly change into the workout clothes I'd given her made me smile. I had no doubt these women would remind us any time we fucked up. I smirked when she sneered at the top I'd chosen for her. She went over to one of her remaining 3 suitcases and pulled a new shirt out. I was looking forward to everything she tossed my way.
Chapter 23. Bridget. I was so mad at Gunnar and all of the men that I didn't even know how to explain it. So I'd been mostly silent since we'd gotten back. Now he had me changing into workout clothes, and I had no idea why. Since he'd added a please on, making it a request and not an order, I'd acquiesced. Gunnar walked into his bedroom while I sat down in the small living area. The construction crew had finished up the remodel on his room while we'd been gone. I was grateful. The idea of living with him in a tiny dorm-sized room made me shudder. Now he had a small apartment, and that still might not be enough room for both of us. My clothes required a lot of closet space. Quietly, I watched as he came back out. He was wearing gray sweatpants and was turning a t-shirt right side out, leaving his chest bare. Jesus. My mouth watered as I took in his heavily muscled chest. My gaze dropped lower, over ridges of ab muscles, but continued south to where his sweats covered his lower half. What was it about gray sweatpants on a man? I wished I wasn't angry with him, so that I could rip those pants off and wrap my lips and tongue around that impressive dick that was swaying underneath his clothes. I bit back a moan and tried to hold on to my rage. I wasn't falling for his games. He'd been an asshole, and he deserved to pay. For a while, at least. I followed him quietly down 2 sets of stairs and into the basement. Suspicion flooded me when I saw that we were down in their gym. I'd never been down here before, but I knew it was here. What are we doing? Was he seriously going to make me work out after the day I'd just had? I'm teaching you to fight. Why? I asked, eyeing the gloves he held out to me before I took them. We were in an area that had mats and punching bags. I knew most men would love to have a home gym like this, but working out wasn't really my thing. I'd do it if I had to, but it wasn't my first choice. We already take a sparring class. It was beside the point that I'd been planning on asking him to help me with this. I figured I'd have to beg him to teach me and that he wouldn't want to, thinking I'd never need to use the skills. Having him suggest it threw me for a bit of a loop. Gunnar snorted and continued getting everything ready. He was pulling out focus mitts, wraps, and muttering to himself. Finally, he turned and faced me, and a frown spread over his face. I couldn't get over how gorgeous he was, even when he was standing there scowling at me. "Shoes off, gloves on," he said sharply. He sounded so much like Sergio, the guy who ran our boxing classes. I grimaced. Why did men always turn into competitive meatheads barking orders whenever they got into a gym? I did as he asked and went to stand near him on the mats. He held up the focus mitts and looked at me expectantly. Sighing, I jabbed, then gave a right hook. Good warm-up. Now go 75% power. My mouth dropped open and heat flooded my face. But I didn't say anything. I hit the mitts again, trying to pour more force into my punches. Gunnar lowered the mitts and gave me a thoughtful look. Was that full power? His tone wasn't mean or condescending, he was simply asking, but I felt embarrassed anyway. I nodded. Okay. He stood in front of me, so close that my nipples were brushing his chest with every breath. They hardened, and I cursed my body. I wasn't supposed to be lusting after him when I was pissed. One large hand cupped my chin and lifted until our eyes met. I glared into those bright blue eyes. They were soft, understanding. Ugh, I didn't want nice, helpful Gunnar. It was hard to stay mad at him when he was being like this. I'm going to teach you to fight, to shoot. He pinched my bicep with his other hand and smirked. And we're going to get you started on a weightlifting program. What? I don't lift weights. The idea was so ridiculous, it was funny. Obviously. he said while laughing. I narrowed my eyes at him. He slipped his hand around my waist and jerked me into his body. I couldn't help the gasp that escaped when my body started thrumming from being plastered against him.
I want you to be able to take care of yourself. So, we're going to give you all the tools you need to be able to do that.
My mouth dropped open, and I felt tears prick the back of my eyes. I knew at some point he'd get sick of all this cartel drama and having to pull me out of trouble, but I hadn't thought it would happen so fast. He was teaching me how to protect myself so he wouldn't have to. On one hand, I was grateful. I didn't want to be helpless. On the other, it hurt that he clearly didn't want to take any kind of responsibility for me. "Fine," I snapped, shoving his chest, trying to escape his embrace. He let me go, but his eyebrows were slashed down over his eyes. "But not tonight. I've had a long day and I'm tired." I spun around, dropped the gloves, grabbed my shoes, and raced up to his apartment. I threw my shoes toward his closet and stripped in the bathroom. Turning the shower on, I sighed and stared at myself in the mirror. Love was tougher than I thought it'd be. I had this idea that it would be all rainbows and unicorns. Of course, Sleeping Beauty never had to deal with cartels, mobs, or the FBI, just some measly witch and a sleeping spell. I hated the fact that I was lying to Gunnar and the club, but tonight showed me that I needed to investigate what was happening with my dad more than ever. These men shouldn't have to put their own lives on the line just because of my family drama. I stepped into the burning water and let it wash over me. It was going to be a lot harder for us to sneak around and dig into a bunch of organized crime groups with Gunnar and the guys looking over our shoulders, but we'd have to make it work somehow. Stepping out of the shower, I wrapped a towel around myself and grabbed my phone from the vanity where I'd set it. I opened up our group chat and shot out a text to the girls. "Bridget, when can we do this? I need to know what's going on. Ming, I'm off on Wednesday. We could go that morning. Julie, I can do Wednesday also. Bridget, perfect. Remy, I think we all should go. Anna and I can stand watch or help search something. Anna, agreed. Bridget, no, that's too many people. Remy, either you take us with you or we'll just follow you, but we're going too, Bridge." I sighed in frustration. It was bad enough I was dragging Ming and Julie into committing a crime. I had been hoping to keep the other two out of it, especially since I knew that could put Remy into a bad situation with Steele. I didn't want them getting into a fight because of me. I knew Remy wasn't spouting idle threats, though. Those two would follow us, and we risked getting caught easier trying to sneak inside in two groups rather than one. They're so stubborn. Something occurred to me, and I wondered if this was how the guys felt when we refused to cooperate with them. I shook that off. We made plans together and executed them. The guys made plans and expected us to follow orders. It was totally different. I told the little voice that was calling me a hypocrite. Bridget, fine, we'll all go. I dressed in my tiny sleep shorts and tank top and crawled into Gunnar's bed. Shooting a look at the door that led to the rest of his apartment, I sighed. He hadn't even bothered to come after me.
Chapter 24. Gunnar. I watched Bridget storm up the stairs and rubbed a hand over my chest. What the hell? Now what was she angry about? Slowly, I started cleaning up our gear and putting things away while I tried to puzzle it out. One minute, we'd been wrapped up together and I'd been about to kiss her. The next, she'd stomped off. Despite all the women I'd kept company with over the years, I'd never really understood them. I doubted I ever would. Flicking the gym lights off at the top of the stairs, I paused when I heard clattering coming from the kitchen. I walked inside and found Ming sitting there with Axel's tub of mint chocolate chip ice cream. She was eating straight from the container. I grimaced, but tried to hide the look when she glanced up. "What?" She practically growled at me. It was surprising. Ming had always been the most level-headed of the women. Except for that one time she'd reamed all the girls for going to save Remy from the lichens. I still wasn't sure if she'd been pissed they'd put themselves in danger, or that they hadn't taken her with them. "That's Axel's." I motioned to the ice cream she was digging into. Dude isn't big on sharing. He'd practically ripped Tripp's arm off, snatching it away from the other guy one time. Ming shrugged and shoved a huge spoonful into her mouth. "He forced me to come here. He and his ice cream can pay the consequences," she mumbled around the mouthful. I choked back the laugh and sat across the island from her. Seems like my girl wasn't the only one still miffed. Ming offered the container to me, and I shook my head. No way was I eating that and pissing Axe off. I tapped the counter and shot Ming a thoughtful look. She was a girl. Normally, I'd go to steel with any problems I had, but that always came with weeks of torture from him, Cade, and Riggs. Plus, I didn't know if the guys would have any more of a clue than I did as to why Bridget suddenly took off. "Hey, can I ask you something?" Ming looked up from her snack. "Sure." I seem to have pissed Bridget off." She laughed. "Oh, sweetie, you all pissed all of us off tonight." I chuckled along with her. "No, I know that. I mean, just now. I made her mad and I'm not sure what I did wrong." I explained what had happened downstairs while she dug out another spoonful of ice cream. "I have a feeling I know what happened," she said. She licked the ice cream off the spoon, then pointed it at me. "But it'd be better if you asked her." I raised my brow at her. "Since when does a woman tell you what you did wrong?" Ming laughed and conceded. "Good point. I probably shouldn't help you, but I don't want Bridget to be in any more pain than necessary. She's been feeling insecure about the fact that she got kidnapped and you guys had to go rescue her. So, shouldn't teaching her to fight make her feel better?" Ming rolled her eyes and groaned something in Chinese. You didn't have to be fluent to know she was saying something along the lines of, "Men. Ugh. You love her, right?" "Of course," I grumbled. "So much that you would go to hell and back to rescue her?" "Yup. Literally did that." "Then why does she need to know how to fight?" I scowled at her. "Because they are still after her. And even with a 24-hour guard on all of you, I might not be there. She might—" Ming cut me off. "Because you no longer love her enough to save her?" My jaw dropped. "What?" I shook my head. "That's not what I meant by that." "I know, but she was already self-conscious about it. And then you told her you were going to teach her. She likely just drew the wrong conclusion." My mind was blown. It hadn't occurred to me that offering to teach her how to fight and shoot could be mistaken as me not wanting to protect her. Did she forget that we just forced all of them to come live here so we could do just that? I don't know why she thinks I wouldn't protect her. I'd do anything for her. I muttered more to myself than to Ming. Ming narrowed her eyes and pointed the spoon at me again. "Did you chase after her when she ran away?" No. She shook her head in disappointment while muttering in Chinese again. In English, she said, "Idiot. You always chase the girl. Now she knows that you don't love her." My eyes went wide as I tried to figure out the reasoning behind that logic. But that makes zero sense. I shook my head in confusion. I mean, I do love her. She smiled softly at me. "I can see that. But have you told Bridget that?" I opened my mouth to speak only to have her interrupt me. "With words, and straight to the point." I snapped my mouth shut. No, I hadn't told her how I felt yet. I cringed and Ming started laughing in earnest. "Why is it so hard for you men to talk about your feelings?" She shook her head, but froze when Axel walked into the kitchen. His eyes narrowed on Ming when she tried to nonchalantly slide the half-eaten tub of ice cream underneath the counter. I held my breath and watched, waiting to see what he'd do. The man wouldn't admit it, but we were pretty sure he had a thing for the gorgeous doctor. Axel strode forward and snatched the ice cream out of her hand, and sighed when he saw what was left inside. He grabbed the spoon from her and took a huge bite while he held her wide-eyed gaze. Then he turned and plowed out the door without saying a word. Ming blinked like she was coming out of a daze, then shot me a withering look when I choked on a laugh. "See what I mean? What the hell was that?" she muttered. Her phone dinged and she snatched it off the counter before striding out the back door, heading for Cade's house, where she and Julie were staying. All I could do was shake my head in amazement. She may not recognize the significance of what just happened with Axel, but I did. I sat there a while longer, trying to come up with what I should say to Bridget. Ming had one thing right. I sucked at talking about my feelings. When I quietly entered my bedroom, I found her already asleep in bed. After a quick shower, I slid in behind her and wrapped her up in my arms. She cuddled in close, and I closed my eyes, breathing in her scent. Something tickled my nose, and I scrunched it, trying to relieve the itch without having to lift my hand or open my eyes. The sensation came again, and I cracked one eye open. Bridget was sprawled against half my body, her head resting under my chin. Her hair was everywhere. Blonde locks were caught in the scruff of my early morning beard, and one annoying tress was what had woken me. I smoothed her hair down off of my face and back against her head. I kept petting her silky strands, enjoying the way they felt against my fingertips. She let out a soft sigh, then those gorgeous eyes fluttered open and she looked up at me. She slept like an angel. The thought was corny as hell, but it fit, and it popped into my head before I knew it was forming. "Morning." My voice was deep and raspy from sleep. Bridget began to smile at me before her eyes clouded a bit, and she started to pull away. I tightened my arms around her, holding her in position. Clearly, we were going to have to deal with last night's fight right now. What happened last night? What did I do wrong? I'd try Ming's original suggestion first. Bridget shook her head and shoved her hands against my chest, trying again to roll away from me. She wasn't going to make this easy. "I can't fix it if you won't tell me what's bothering you." I released her and she hopped out of bed, heading for the bathroom. She shut the door. The click of the lock was deafening in the still of the morning. I sighed and tucked my hands beneath my head. While she puttered around in the bathroom, I tried to get my morning wood to go down. But waking up with her draped over me, those soft curves pressing against all the right spots, made it really difficult. She whipped the door open so fast my brows rose, and she stormed out of the bathroom, charging toward the bed. Okay, she woke up in a mood. The smirk on my face had her pinning me with a glare. "I'm still angry that you're forcing us to be here," she snapped at me. "All right, I get that." I watched her prowl around the room as she started unpacking her bags and shoving clothes into the dresser drawers I'd cleared out for her. "Are you sure you're not upset thinking that I somehow implied last night that I didn't want to fight for you?" She froze instantly, shock filtering over her face. I silently thanked Ming for the insight into my woman's head. It took extreme effort to keep my face blank. If she thought I was gloating, that would start a whole new argument, and I was down by 2 right now. I was trying to get her to stop being angry with me, not get into more shit. When she didn't say anything, I continued on. "Just in case I wasn't clear last night, I want to teach you to fight, to shoot, not because I won't protect you, but for those times when I may not be there. That way, you have a way of protecting yourself. Although, you taught yourself how to set off a grenade, so maybe you don't need my help." She stood there, some filmy shirt forgotten in her hands as she listened to the speech I'd worked on for half the night. "I just want to make sure that if anyone fucks with you again, you can make them pay. Then and there." I stood up, and her eyes widened when she realized I was completely naked. Her gaze trailed down to my wayward dick, which was still doing its own fucking thing, then shot back up to my face. But to be clear, I will always protect you, fight for you. I stalked over to her and grinned when she backed up into the wall. My body pinned her there before she could move. I fisted my hand in her hair and planted the other on her hip. Leaning in, I spoke low into her ear, enjoying the way a shudder ran through her body when I did. No one is taking you away from me, princess. She dropped the shirt and gripped onto my biceps. She wasn't pushing me away, more like trying to hold herself up. I brushed our cheeks together. I love you. I won't give you up. She sucked in a breath, and I leaned back so that I could see those beautiful eyes. They were glassy and full of hope. I love you too, Gunner. A tear slid down her face, and I wiped it away. I'm sorry. I was just so mad that you moved us here without asking us what we wanted. Plus, I felt terrible that you had to come get me. Then when you said... I interrupted her with a kiss. It was soft and sweet, but wouldn't stay that way for long, so I broke it off and laid my forehead on hers. I should have been clearer. If I can keep you from ever having to fight someone again, I will. Just want to make sure that if it comes up, you can. Thank you for caring, for wanting to teach me. She cupped my face and brought our lips back together. Our tongues tangled and I let my hands roam over her. A pounding on the door had me groaning. Pulling away, I strode out of the bedroom and toward my front door. Bridget started laughing. Gunner? I stopped and shot her a questioning look over my shoulder, but she just pointed. I looked down and rolled my eyes. I was still naked. I had half a mind to open the door anyway and scar the person on the other side for life, but with my luck, it would be one of her friends standing there, not mine. Bridget tossed me my sweats, and I yanked them on before opening the door. What? Steele did his best to hold back a smirk. Sorry to interrupt. Cade needs us downstairs for church. He scratched his neck, still fighting the grin. Put on some clothes and get your ass downstairs. He walked away without another word. I was thankful that, for once, he didn't fucking feel the need to bring up the fact that my sweats were tinted in front, like I was a teenage boy who couldn't control his hormones. I just hoped Cade and Riggs would be feeling as generous. I was sure this would get back to them. Chapter 25. Gunner. It was hard to pay attention to everything happening around me. I heard bits and pieces of the meeting, but mostly I was thinking about Bridget and my plans for her. I might have had a hope of hearing whatever Steele was droning on about if they'd given me about 30 more minutes upstairs. I didn't have the ability to go from having my hands tracing Bridget's curves to talking about... I focused and realized they were talking about the remodels at the clubhouse. For fuck's sake. Riggs was vehemently arguing with his brother about sacking the current construction crew and finishing the project ourselves. When the fuck do you want us to do that? Steele asked. Between work, the club, and everything else we have going on, we don't have time to play contractor. I let my mind wander again. They didn't need me for this. I thought about Bridget sitting upstairs in my room and wondered if she'd still be dressed when I got up there. Maybe she was slipping on something sexy in anticipation of me coming back upstairs. I shifted slightly on the bar stool to relieve the sudden pressure building against the fly of my jeans. My mind was thoroughly on her in some kind of lingerie when Axel snapped his fingers in front of my face, startling me back into awareness. Cade had a bemused expression on his face while both Riggs and Steele were glowering at me. Clearing my throat, I gave Cade a desperate look. Someone had asked me a question, but I had no clue who or what. We'll pick this back up later, Cade said, throwing me a bone. Riggs and Steele both started back up again, until Cade slowly started rubbing his thumb between his furrowed brows. Instantly, the brothers shut up. We all knew what that unconscious gesture meant. Cade was about to lose his shit on us. It was usually a better day all around when we could keep Cade from going postal. The man hardly ever lost his cool, so when he did, it wasn't a pretty sight. Later! Both brothers were treated to a well-deserved glare, and they kept their mouths shut. Get out of here, he muttered and sat back as everyone scattered. I wasted no time, leaving them all in the kitchen and heading back upstairs. As soon as I pushed my way through my door, I was stripping out of my shirt. "Princess?" She came out of the bedroom at the sound of my voice, and I felt my heart drop down somewhere around my knees. She had on a pair of my sweats. They were so huge on her she'd had to tie the drawstring tight to keep them on. Otherwise, she was only in her bra, but she had a makeup brush in hand. I'd caught her getting ready for the day, although I wasn't sure why. Bridget didn't have classes today and didn't have a job. What are you doing? I'd been planning on bringing her to the range later today and had told her that this morning. She smiled at me. Getting ready? Ready for what? I asked, following her into the bathroom and watching her swipe dark powder across her cheeks, nose, and chin. It was a dark brown color and stood out against her skin. I frowned in confusion as she started smudging at it. What the hell was she doing? "Oh, I thought you said we were going out today," she said hesitantly. "To the range," I drew out the sentence. "Exactly," she chirped and dabbed more powder onto her eyes. "You're putting on makeup for the range?" "I put on makeup any time I leave the house," she said with a laugh. I let my eyes roam over her, as much as I liked her all put together and ready to go out. There was something to be said for the early morning just-woke-up look she had. Her hair was usually all over the place, face naked and sleepy-eyed. "How long did it take you to do that?" I asked. "What?" I motioned to her curled hair and whatever she was currently doing to her eyelashes. "The whole time you were gone." She broke off on a squeal when I grabbed her and jerked her against me. I didn't care that I could feel her bright red lipstick smearing against my face. I feasted on her lips as I dragged her body up against mine. My heart was beating a quick rhythm in my chest, as though it had been waiting the whole last hour and a half to kick into gear. Burying my face in her hair, I inhaled her scent and felt my blood heating as her hands smoothed up my sides. I knew that no matter how many times I kissed her, touched her, fucked her, I'd never have my fill of this woman. She had me completely wrapped up in knots over her. It didn't bother me in the least. I tilted her head back so I could brush my lips over hers. Once. Twice. The soft sounds she made electrified every nerve ending. Our bodies rubbed together as our tongues danced. Pulling back, I watched as she licked her lips, the side of her pink tongue darting in between them, making me groan. Sinking down to my knees, I yanked the drawstring and watched in satisfaction as the sweats dropped to the ground at her feet. The flimsy little panties she had on made my dick swell painfully inside my confining jeans. My earlier fantasy had nothing on the reality of her. Leaning forward, I inhaled the scent of her arousal as I traced my tongue along the seam of her barely there panties. She sucked in her breath when I rubbed my nose against her clit. Smiling against the lace, I ran my hands up the inside of her thighs. There was already a slight tremor in her legs as she stood, waiting for me to take what I wanted. I loved watching her when I touched her, pleasured her. I hooked a finger into her panties and shoved them to the side, then gave a long, slow lick from opening to clit. Her eyes fluttered close, so I focused on the pink, wet flesh in front of me. I wanted to reduce her to shaking limbs and then fuck her until she screamed my name. Circling her clit with my tongue, I couldn't repress my smile of satisfaction when she bucked hard against my mouth. I pressed a hand to her hip, holding her still for my unmerciful attention. I pulled her panties down until they lay on the ground with the sweats, then slowly dragged my fingertip through the wet core as I continued to lick at her clit. Her whimpers and moans urged me on almost as much as the hand she used to grasp my head, holding me in place. I didn't plan to go anywhere. Not until I was finished with her, and she knew wholeheartedly that she was mine. I was going to stamp myself into every part of her life, just like she'd done to me. Glancing up, I saw her head was lolled back against the door, her beautiful eyes closed, and those juicy lips were parted as she panted for me. Sliding my hand from her hip up her body, I shoved her bra up, allowing me access to those gorgeous tits. Her eyes fluttered open at the sound of my growl. "Please?" she moaned, bucking her hips against my face. Wrapping my lips around her clit, I sucked hard and gave her what she so beautifully begged for. Her body quaked with her release, and I was back to using a hand to steady her while she came apart beneath my mouth. Lapping up all her juices, I tried to regulate my breathing, tried to hold on to the desperate need flaring through my body. As soon as she went limp and started to slide down the wall, I stood and put my shoulder into her hips. Bridget let out a squeak of surprise when she found herself over my shoulder as I strode to the bed. Laying her down, I ripped off her bra and shucked my boots and jeans before blanketing her body with mine. She was so small I had to be careful not to crush her, but she wrapped her arms and legs happily around me, pulling me closer to her. She aligned her wet heat, and I nudged there with the tip of my cock, circling, teasing. She let out this adorable growl that made me grin despite the relentless impulse to pound myself into her. I finally gave in to the urge and thrust into her in one strong, sure stroke. Her gasp whispered over my skin and I froze, glancing down to make sure I hadn't hurt her. She groaned my name. Those bright eyes latched onto mine. "Please?" she said again. "Please what, princess?" I murmured, wanting to hear her say it. "Fuck me. Make me come," she moaned. I could feel her around every inch of my cock as I drove both of us higher. Her nails raked down my back, and the bite of pain mixing with the pleasure had my balls drawing tight against my body. I'd be damned if I was going to come before her, though. Reaching down, my finger found her clit, and I circled it relentlessly. She arched against me, moaning and urging me on. The sound of our bodies slapping together echoed back to me from around the room as I slammed inside her pussy. Her second orgasm seemed to sneak up on her, and she clamped down on my dick so hard it pulled a low, ragged groan from somewhere deep in my chest. Fuck! You're strangling my cock, baby." It only took a few more thrusts, and I came inside of her, forced over the edge whether I was ready or not. I dropped down on top of her, my head pillowed between her breasts, listening to the wild thrumming of her heart. There was nowhere else I wanted to be. Rolling to the side, I pulled her against my chest and let my eyes close. I fell asleep happier than I could remember being.
Chapter 26. Bridget. Later that night, my friends and I sat in the living room. The prospects were in the kitchen cleaning up the dinner dishes. It was really nice living somewhere with so many people around to help with chores. Not that I minded cooking or cleaning, but getting a break occasionally was great. I cocked my head at Julie as she stood a little and glanced around the room. I scanned the area, but it was just us girls. "Okay, so what's the plan?" Julie hissed dramatically. Remy rolled her eyes and motioned to the closed door to the kitchen. They can't hear us, Jules. You don't have to whisper.
Sorry, it kind of felt like I should, she said with a grin.
What is the plan, Bridge? Anna asked, focusing on me. I bit my lower lip and had to shove a pang of guilt aside. It was getting harder to keep this from Gunnar. I hadn't thought it was possible until he'd told me he loved me. The girls were looking at me expectantly, though, so I sighed and outlined the plan. First, we need to go through Dad's files. Honestly, I have no idea what to do after that, I admitted. I've never done anything like this before. None of us had. We were in so far over our heads, it was almost laughable. We all wore the same determined looks, though. We should bring weapons, Remy said. I'll take one of Gunnar's. He has so many, I doubt he'll notice one missing. That will have to do. Remy snorted. If he's as nuts about his guns as Steele says, there's no way he won't notice if you take one. Well, what do you suggest? I asked. I can get us some guns. Anna said, surprising all of us. Don't ask, she said, folding her arms over her chest protectively and frowning at us. Fine, but we're going to want to know at some point, Ming warned. Anna just fluttered her hand to shush Ming. Can you get them by Wednesday? I asked. My curiosity was killing me, but she obviously wasn't ready to talk about it. Yeah, no problem. 3 should be enough, since we know how to shoot. Everyone nodded in agreement. I hadn't had much practice, but Ming and Julie didn't know how to handle a gun at all. I wanted to be prepared for anything, so it was better to have as many of us armed as possible. Maybe we should bug your dad's room or something, Julie suggested. We'd probably hear a lot, but do you know how to set something like that up? I asked. Julie shook her head, and we all looked around the room. Rat would know, Remy said hesitantly. Yeah, but if we tell him, he'll want to know why and bring it up to the others, I reminded her. Let's see what we find out from Dad's office, then we can go from there. They all nodded in acceptance, and we quickly switched up the topic as Base and Scout came strolling in from the kitchen. Grinning at us, Base plopped down next to Julie and wrapped an arm around her shoulders. Hey, babe. She rolled her eyes, but her cheeks went pink, and she looked thrilled at the attention. I could tell she was trying to play it cool for our sake. Wrinkling her nose at him, she shoved at his arm. You need a shower. Base lifted his arm and sniffed, then made a face. You aren't kidding. I'll be back in a few. He leaped up from the couch and trotted up the stairs. Julie watched him go, and I watched her. When she felt me looking at her, she met my gaze. When are you going to put him out of his misery? I asked with a laugh. What? I cut her off. Jules, that man is absolutely crazy about you. The others nodded, including Ming. He hasn't even looked at another woman since you met, her sister said, shoveling her favorite mint chocolate chip ice cream into her mouth. How would you know? Julie asked snidely. You haven't been around much. Ming rolled her eyes and pointed her spoon at Julie. I have too. Besides, I have amazing observational awareness, she bragged. Don't change the subject. What's going on there? Spill. She licked the spoon to prevent ice cream from dripping down onto the couch. There's nothing. We're friends, Julie said lamely. Every one of us stared at her with a disbelieving look. She sighed and plucked at an imaginary piece of lint on her pants. I don't know, she said miserably. She looked over at Ming. You know why I can't let anything happen. Ming watched her thoughtfully, then nodded. You mean because of our parents and the giant stick up their asses? We all laughed, then laughed harder when Remy snorted. Take it from me. If you like Base, like really like him, Don't let that stop you, I said, staring into Julie's worried eyes. You can't let your parents dictate your happiness. I'd done just that, and it almost cost me the man I loved. Ming snorted derisively. We've always let them order us around. Why would we stop now? She looked almost as miserable as Julie now, and I knew she had someone she was thinking about too. I felt for them and completely understood. The days passed quickly. I had my finals on Tuesday, and before I knew it, Wednesday morning arrived. The last time I'd broken into my parents' house, it'd been on a whim. This time, it was planned out. I'd spent the last few days studying, training with Gunnar, and visiting my parents in the hospital. We'd spent Sunday afternoon at the gun range near the clubhouse. Gunnar taught me enough that I was relatively sure I wouldn't accidentally shoot myself. But I was also positive I wouldn't be winning any sharpshooter awards. Something he'd explained meant you were a really good shot. He'd seemed really amused at my lack of basic gun knowledge. I didn't know why it surprised him. I knew about Prada, not Glocks. I was determined to keep practicing, though. I wanted to become competent. Originally, I thought it might be a good idea, since he lived a dangerous life, and I fully planned on being in it. Now, I realized that Dad had been living that lifestyle without me knowing, and it finally caught up to him, to us. I'd rather learn how to defend myself when needed. Gunnar had been right about that being important. I wasn't sure how often situations would come up where I would need to, but better safe than sorry. I snuck down the stairs without trying to look suspicious, muttering to myself. I tried to ease the misery that was playing havoc with my stomach. I felt like I was going to puke. I knew it was guilt, and I knew it had everything to do with keeping my boyfriend in the dark. It was still early, but most of the guys had left for work. There were still a couple of the members around, though, and we didn't want to get caught. The others met me in the kitchen, and we quickly headed out to the parking lot. Everyone piled into Remy's older Camaro, and soon we were on our way into the city. I glanced over and nodded at the huge bag Anna had sitting in her lap. "What's that?" Anna grinned and pulled a gun out of the bag, showing it off. I couldn't help but gasp as she waved it around. "Quit flinging that thing around," Remy snapped, glaring at her in the rear view. "I don't want to get pulled over because you're waving a gun around in here." I bit back a chuckle at the disappointed look on Anna's face. "It looks like a nice gun, though," I offered, unsure of how to compliment a weapon. I couldn't help but return the smile Anna gave me. "Thanks. They'll be perfect for us." I didn't bother asking how she knew or where she'd gotten them. She was still avoiding answering all our questions. We pulled into my parents' drive, and I scanned the property to make sure none of the staff was here, or Mom. That was the last thing we needed. Anna handed me and Remy the weapons, holsters, and some magazines. Thanks to Gunnar, I knew how to load it. I stuffed the gun into a holster in the back of my jeans when I stepped out of the car. I settled the little blazer I had on over it and jogged up the stairs to the door. Pulling out my lock-picking set, I glanced around before I got to work. "Wait, you don't have a key?" Julie asked. I snorted, then replied, "Weird, right? I thought it was really odd that Mom and Dad changed the locks after I moved out and didn't give me a key. Now I guess I know why they did that." We all shared a bemused look. It was sad, but I was getting used to the idea that my dad was some kind of criminal mastermind. It was something I never thought I'd find out about him. The lock clicked, and I shoved the door open, then disabled the security system before motioning for everyone to head in. We quietly made our way upstairs, and I turned the knob to my father's office. It opened easily, and I let out a relieved breath. Mom obviously hadn't checked the door. That meant I didn't have to waste time opening it, and she had no clue I'd been there last week. Without speaking, we all got to work. Julie and Anna went directly to Dad's computer, while Ming and Remy started going through the paperwork inside his desk. I left them to it and went over to the large framed portrait of our family. Removing it from the wall, I stared at the wall safe hidden there. I hoped like hell the combination was the same, because I'd never learned how to crack a safe. I let out a relieved breath when the safe opened for me. Dad was a stickler for tradition, and I'd found out years before that the combination was Mom's birthday. I rolled my eyes since everyone knew you should never use loved ones' birthdays as passwords. It worked out in my favor this time, though. I rifled around inside and found a bunch of cash, jewelry, and a gun, which no longer surprised me. Before all of this, it would have shocked me to know Dad had a gun. There was so much I didn't know about him. I frowned when I found a pile of paperwork within the safe. Pulling the stack out, I skimmed it. Bingo. I opened up a bulging manila envelope that was stuffed in the middle of the stack of papers, and a set of keys slid out into my hand. Guys, I think I found something. I called over to them, shoving the keys into the pocket of my blazer and browsing through the papers. Me too, Julie replied, her brows furrowed together as she worked on the computer. She'd brought a hard drive to copy anything she might find. The tapping of the keys told me she was busy with that. Nothing here, Remy replied and left the desk to come stand and read over my shoulder. Before we got very far, a familiar rumble sounded outside. We all froze, waiting to see if the motorcycles coming up the road would continue past the house. When the sound got louder, Anna crossed the room and peered out the window. Shit! What? The rest of us asked in unison. They're here, she said, looking completely baffled. Who? She cut me off. Fucking Cade, Briggs, Steele, Gunner, Axel, Bass, and Brat, she said, listing them off as they pulled into my parents' driveway. We all started muttering and rushing around the room, putting everything back. I folded the paperwork in my hand, then shoved it into the pocket of my blazer next to the keys, then shut the safe and put the picture back in place. Julie was tapping furiously at the computer. Hurry up, I hissed, and then froze when the doorbell sounded. Thank God no one else was here. I shot the girls a look, then ran down the stairs and opened the door. 7 glares leveled on me, and I stopped as though pinned to the spot. Gunner's blue eyes trapped me as he narrowed them. Princess. It wasn't a greeting so much as a warning. Hi, I chirped and gave them all a sweet smile, but dread wound its way through my belly. What are you guys doing here? Gunner shoved his way to the front of the group, and he eyed me suspiciously. The better question is, what are you doing here? Now 7 sets of eyebrows rose. I wondered if they realized they had a lot of the same mannerisms. It was probably because they spent so much time together. If someone didn't know they were a family, that would be a telltale sign. Actually, I said, my voice dangerously sweet, the best question is, how did you know we were here, and how do you know my parents' address? Now they all looked mildly uncomfortable. Since the question spilled from my lips, my mind started racing. How did they know we were here? I found your parents' address, Rat admitted from somewhere behind a wall of bikers. I couldn't see him, which meant he couldn't see the glare I mustered up for him. Uh-huh. And you knew where we were because... They all gave each other looks before Cade spoke up. We put trackers in your phones. My jaw dropped. You... I couldn't even finish the sentence. They couldn't have surprised me more if they'd tried. You what? I grimaced right along with the guys when Remy's screech echoed in the foyer. I stood on my tiptoes and tried to see over all the heavily muscled chests blocking my view of the road. Our neighbors weren't very close to the house, but that didn't mean someone couldn't come along. How would I explain being here to my mom, let alone having 7 bikers standing on her porch? I motioned for them to come inside, and they all shuffled in. I closed the door behind them and couldn't help but smile when Gunnar tucked me up into his side underneath his arm. I was mad about the tracker thing, but the others seemed to have that under control, and I didn't want to fight with him. I watched in amusement as Remy laid into steel. The others were scowling at the men, and when Anna's gaze met mine, I made sure to screw my face up into a scowl as well. We were in this together, after all.
Enough about the trackers,
Cade finally said, putting a stop to the back-and-forth bickering happening.
We'll discuss those later. For now, what are you doing here?
He gave me a pointed look. I needed some of my clothes that I left here. It wasn't the greatest excuse, but it'd have to do. It was my parents' house, after all. Cade didn't look convinced.
It took all of you to do that?
He asked.
You know we don't want you running around the city by yourself.
Gunnar growled at the same time. I glanced up at him. And you know what happened the last time we had this conversation. The smirk on his face reminded me that he'd won that round. Damn it. Besides, I'm not alone. That's why I brought the girls. That wiped the smug look right off his face.
That's not what I had in mind when I said someone would take you places,
he muttered. We were going to go get lunch after this, Ming said reasonably, addressing Cade. She muttered the location of one of our favorite restaurants in Chinese, just in case the guys asked which one we were going to. I wouldn't put it past them to quiz us, and clearly she didn't either.
What was that?
Axel asked, glaring at Ming. She just looked at him innocently. I said we're going to...
No, what did you say in Chinese?
He growled. Nothing, she said with a stubborn look on her face.
Let's go before the neighbors call the cops,
Bass suggested from where he was keeping watch out the window.
The garage is closest,
Steele said, and all the guys nodded.
Follow us,
Cade ordered. We all knew it was pointless to argue.
Chapter 27. Gunnar. I followed the others into Valhalla choppers, and Riggs led us out into the mechanic bays. We all greeted Mondo, who was working the front desk. The look on his face was pure amusement as he saw our 5 grumpy women trudge past. We're going to need to come up with some ground rules, Bridget stated as soon as we entered the bays. Cade's brows went up, but he said nothing. You guys can't just force us to go where you want and track our phones. She pinned Rat with a look, and his eyes shifted away until he was staring at the floor, avoiding her gaze. We're going to do whatever is necessary to keep you safe, I said, irritated at having to go over this again. If there wasn't a threat to them, we wouldn't be taking such extreme measures. Why couldn't they understand that? All we're asking is that you include us in your plans first rather than bark orders at us. Bridget's pleading eyes met mine. I bit back a sigh. This is our club. It's our job to protect you, Princess. Then you're going to need to start letting us in on what you're up to. Otherwise, we're going to make the whole protecting us thing difficult for you. Remy finished, shooting Steele an irritated look. Without waiting for a response, and as one unit, the women turned and stormed out of the building. There was a mix of sighs and groans sounding in the room. They always had to be difficult. Of course, none of us would want meek women who did everything we said. Bridget's feisty nature was one of the things that drew me to her. That didn't make navigating how to integrate them into our lives any easier. Bass, Rat, follow them home. The 2 nodded at Cade's directive and started after the women. I moved to the window and watched as Remy blasted out of the parking lot. Bass and Rat had to double-time it to their bikes in order to catch them. Steele moved over to stand next to me, and we gave each other matching exasperated looks. Maybe we've been going about this the wrong way, Cade said in amusement. What do you mean? Riggs asked. It was something we were all wondering. Well, usually we wait until a woman is claimed as an old lady before we tell them what's happening with the club. These 5 are not like other women, though. They're going to keep making our lives hell if we shut them out. Yeah, they will. Following orders isn't really in their nature, Steele replied. It was hard to remember that they hadn't chosen to be in the club. The concept of following our directives was foreign to them, because they knew nothing about this life, or how our chain of command worked. None of the other old ladies seemed to have any problems, Axel grumbled. Cade laughed and picked up a wrench, tossing it from hand to hand. He gave Axe a speculative look. Expecting them to react the same as the other women you know is going to be a big mistake, brother. If that's how you think things will work, you better take a step back now. Besides, none of the other women are dating or married to officers. It's easier for them to take a step back and stay out of club business. Anyone who is with us is going to need to understand that the club is our life. I bit the inside of my lip to keep from laughing. Cade was right on that assessment. Bridget was unlike any woman I'd been with prior to her. The look on Axel's face had me chuckling out loud because I knew how frustrated he was. Hell, we all did. No clue what you mean. Axel leaned back against a truck that was parked in the bay. I'm not dating any of them. That's these assholes. He motioned to me and Steele. When he met Cade's eyes, though, his gaze shifted down to the ground, a petulant look crossing his face. He could deny it all he wanted to, but we'd seen the way his eyes followed Ming around a room. No one pushed, though. He wasn't ready for it. What do you have in mind? Steele asked Cade, ignoring what Axel said. Cade frowned and cracked his knuckles as he thought about it. Exactly what they said. We're going to need to include them a lot more than we normally would. I felt rage boiling up inside of me. That's going to put them in the middle of damn near everything we do. I hated the idea of Bridget being involved with this shit. Sure, there was an expectation that she'd end up dealing with some bleed over from my lifestyle, but to fully include her put her right in the crosshairs every time. Look around, Gunner, Cade said with a humorless chuckle. They've been in the thick of it from the very beginning. His voice was calm, and it eased some of my anger. From that first day, one or more of these women have been a part of this. Far more than any of the other women our brothers have claimed. If we don't give them full access, they're just going to end up hip-deep in shit anyway. The only difference will be we won't be there to help. No one looked thrilled, not even Cade, but he made a good point. Our girls knew how to attract trouble. What exactly are you suggesting? That came from Riggs. We keep them in the loop. I'm not saying we're going to have them go out on assignments, but we need to tell them exactly what's going on, 100% of the time. They haven't even been claimed as old ladies yet, Axel said in surprise. Not yet they haven't, Cade agreed, shooting Riggs a look. Agitation spread over Riggs' face when Cade focused on him. I had a feeling his irritation was directly linked to Anna, but Cade continued on, distracting me. However, they're inseparable. When one is in trouble, the others are included. We all silently considered what this would mean for us personally, and for the club. We're not going to do anything yet. It's just something I'm considering. Cade had the right to make these decisions. It's why he was the president. On one hand, the idea of having Bridget know everything I was up to with club business seemed great, as long as she wasn't physically involved. I wouldn't have to keep shit from her, and these women were smart. They may even have ideas that could help the club. On the other hand, like I'd said before, disclosing everything would put them in danger. It made them more of a target to our enemies. Plus, they wouldn't have plausible deniability with the cops if we got caught. Cade's phone cut through our silence. He put it on speakerphone and spoke. Rat? We could hear gunfire, but Rat wasn't responding. The guys all tensed up, some muttering curses while we waited. "Cade, we were ambushed on the way back to the clubhouse." Rat's voice finally came through the speakers. "Fucking lichens surrounded us and ran the girls off the road." "Where are you?" The line cut out and had us all cussing now. Steele looked down at his phone. Judging by the time and the fact that those assholes felt comfortable enough to go after them, they have to be off the freeway. That left only a few back roads they could be on, since we knew they were headed home. "Let's go," I barked. Steele stuck his head through the door and yelled for Mondo to lock up and get outside. I ran for my bike, and for once no one tried to hold me back. They were right behind me. Before we pulled out, Cade issued his commands. "Gunner, take Mondo and go down Twin Creek Road. Axel, Riggs, take Old San Antonio Road. Steele and I will take Stagecoach." I waited impatiently for Mondo, who was locking the door and bolting across the lot toward us. "I'll call the others and get them rolling that way. Then I'll catch up. I'll have them split up amongst the 3 roads," Steele told Cade. Cade nodded. "Let's go," he barked, and we all took off out of the lot, leaving Steele behind to call the others.
Chapter 28. Bridget. "Are they following us?" Anna glared over her shoulder at the 2 motorcycles that were a little ways behind our car. "Of course they are," Remy muttered testily, her eyes straying to her mirror. "I get that they want to keep us safe, but this is getting ridiculous," I said with a sigh. Irritation and appreciation for the men in our lives were mixing within my chest, and it left me feeling guilty and cranky. They clearly weren't going to let us help with this whole mess, despite us telling them we wanted to. If the guys figured out what we were up to, we were going to find ourselves in deep shit with them. If we thought they had us on lockdown now, it wouldn't even compare to what they'd do if they found out our plans. But none of us were willing to give up now. Guys?" I turned around in the passenger seat and looked back at Julie when she spoke hesitantly. She frantically twisted so she could look out the back window. "There's more now." "What?" I peered out the back window and saw that 2 more bikes had joined the 2 following us. Unease filled me as I turned around and saw that there were another 4 surrounding the sides of the car. "I'm doing 90, Remy muttered. "I don't think they would have caught up with us that fast." She was talking about the guys we'd left at the garage. One of the bikes pulled up on the driver's side, and we all gasped when the rider pulled a gun out and pointed it toward the car. He waved it at us, motioning for us to pull over. "What the fuck?" Remy hissed. A movement caught my eye, and I saw the bikes on the passenger side of the car fall back and realign on the driver's side. I'd managed to catch a glimpse of their cuts while they switched positions. "Lichens," Remy said, and we exchanged grim looks. We watched in horror as one of the bikes sped up, then swerved toward the front of our car. Remy jerked the wheel, trying to avoid him. I didn't feel so bad about the squeal that slipped out because I heard a few of the others in the back do the same. "Don't swerve! Run that fucker over!" I turned around and stared in shock at the malice in Ming's eyes. I couldn't believe that she, out of everyone, just said that. Didn't she have to take some kind of oath to harm none to be a doctor? Not that I didn't agree. If they were going to try to kill us, then fuck them. We all yelped when a gunshot rang out, and then I was holding on for dear life as Remy whipped the car off the freeway and onto the exit ramp that would eventually take us to the clubhouse. I debated on shooting back at the men, but in a moving car, I had no hope of hitting them. With my luck, I'd shoot some innocent motorist. "Julie, are our 2 guys still back there?" I asked. "I can't see them," came the reply, and I felt bile rise in my throat. We didn't know who followed us home from the garage. It could be Gunner. I had to shove that thought away. It wouldn't help right now. All I knew was if these assholes killed any of our guys, I'd gut them myself. It couldn't be that hard to do. Insert pointy side of Exhibit A into the soft flesh of Part B. Remy had her jaw clenched as she maneuvered the vehicle as quickly as she could down the frontage road. We have to get off this main road, or we're going to end up killing some innocent people. The look she shot me clearly asked what I thought. Do it! Look! I pointed to a sign. Take Twin Creek! I slammed up against the door as she wrenched the wheel, still going full speed. The breath caught in my throat as the back end of the car fishtailed. Please don't let us die. Please don't let us die. I chanted in my head until she managed to get the vehicle back under control. A few more gunshots rang out. Those fuckers are shooting up my car! I heard the anguish and fury in her voice. This car meant everything to Remy. It was one of the last few things of her dad's that she had. A loud pop made me scream, and my eyes met Remy's wide-eyed look before the world spun into chaos. A coughing fit woke me, and all I could do was look out the windshield in confusion. The world was upside down. What the hell? It felt like flames licked at my lungs every time I took a breath. I looked down, wondering what was sitting on my chest, causing that heavy sensation. It was my seatbelt. I was suspended upside down, and it was holding me to what was now the top of the car. Needing to breathe, I took off the belt, then let out a series of words that would have made my mom cringe as I crashed into the ceiling of the car. The ringing in my ears was finally starting to fade, and I could hear gunfire outside. But the groan from the back seat had me shifting around on my hands and knees. The three back there were starting to come to. Thank God we'd all had our seatbelts on. I sucked in a sharp breath when I saw Remy, still slumped over in the driver's side. She wasn't really sitting in the seat since gravity had her hanging there like I'd been. Her head was gushing blood from where it hit the steering wheel. Ming, I croaked. Clearing my throat, I tried again. Ming, Remy's hurt. I groaned as I reached over to feel her pulse, and pain flared through my body. I had a feeling we were all a little injured. Ming shoved half her body through the space between the seats and started working on Remy. Everyone else okay? She asked. We all responded affirmatively, but it was sort of hard to tell because most of my body felt numb. We have to get out of this car, Anna said, her voice shaky. I don't think we should move Remy. Besides, those lichens are outside. As though to prove my point, the sound of a bullet ricocheting off metal sounded, and we all cringed. We were beyond screaming at this point. We have to. The car could explode. I whipped my head around and looked at Anna. Seriously? She nodded. Upside-down cars and explosions go hand in hand. Haven't you seen any action movies? Romantic comedies were more my thing, but I knew Anna was all about action films. Ming? She's right. We have to get her out of here. Okay. I blew out a breath and tried to peer through the windows. I couldn't see a fucking thing. You guys wait here. I'll get out and see what's going on. No way! They all chorused. I sent each one of them a withering look. You said yourselves we have to get out of this car. I pulled the gun that Anna had given me earlier from its holster, making sure not to point it at any of the girls. Give me a minute. I pulled on the door handle with my free hand, but it wouldn't budge. Luckily, the window on my side had exploded upon impact with the ground. I tucked the gun away again, then wriggled my way out of the car, hissing as broken glass shards ground their way into my skin as I tried to escape the vehicle. As soon as my torso was clear, I lifted my head and looked around. The car had flipped and slid off the side of the road into a grassy field.
No one was near my side of the car, so I kept shoving until I was free of the wreckage. Moving into a kneeling position, I poked my head up over the bottom of the car. So that's what they look like. It was a massive lump of metal, and the tires were still slowly spinning. I couldn't tell what was damaged on the underside of it and what it was supposed to look like. It didn't matter, really. I surveyed the area. We were on a rarely used back road, and there were no other vehicles in sight. Up ahead, I saw that 4 of the Lycans were using a road sign for what little cover they could, while they shot at the 2 bikers further down the road from them. My heart clenched. I was so thankful that whichever of our guys had followed us from the garage were alive, for now. I didn't want any of our guys getting hurt, but we were all in danger. There were 2 more Lycans between where the others were standing and our car. Their backs were to us as they watched the action unfold in front of them. Clearly, that was more exciting than the 5 injured women they'd just run off the road. Dicks. I ducked down and peered in through the window. Hurry, you can get out now, but only on this side. That will keep the car between us and the Lycans. Julie crawled out through her busted window, and I halfway crawled back in to help Ming maneuver Remy so I could drag her outside. I huffed as I looped my arms under Remy's and pulled. Gunnar hadn't been wrong when he said I needed to lift weights. I knew Remy didn't weigh that much, but right now, it felt like she was heavier than a ton of bricks. With Ming helping to push her out, I finally managed to extract her from the car. I landed backward on my ass in the grass, and she fell on top of me. I laid there staring up at the sky, sucking in deep lungfuls of air. She was lying on top of me and breathing softly, but I was worried about her. We'd just contorted her every which way to get her out of that car, and she hadn't woken up. Julie and Anna were watching the Lycans over the bottom of the car, while Ming and I finished pulling Remy to what I hoped was a safe distance away. Stay with her, I told Ming in a low voice, and crept back to the car. I unholstered the gun again and rested my arms on the car, lining up the front sights with the closest Lycan's back. Wait! Anna hissed, and I gave her a perturbed look. What if you miss? You might hit our guys beyond him. She had a point. I remember Gunnar saying something during our practice about how far a bullet could travel. If I missed, I could only hope it hit one of the Lycans between the one I was aiming at and the 2 who belonged to us. Nerves burned their way through my body, and my breath came fast and hard. I was worried I might pass out as black dots danced before my eyes. I didn't have much choice, though. Hopefully, I don't miss, I told Anna with clenched teeth. I'd been so horrible at the range, and I was wishing now there'd been more time to practice, but that time was long gone. A torrent of emotion swept through me as I lined my sights back up. I was grateful that Gunnar had shown me what he had, or I'd be useless in this situation. I was also thankful that the guys had been stubborn enough to have someone follow us. I hoped, with all of my being, that they were unharmed over there. But they were also creating a great distraction. It felt like it took a lifetime to even out my breathing and steady the trembling in my hands. As soon as I felt calmer, I pulled back on the trigger. The explosive sound caused everything to muffle. Damn, that was loud. It was like I was underwater, listening to things happening at the surface. When I saw the man fall, I twisted slightly and lined up on the Lycan who had jerked around, trying to find where the shot had come from. The sight of him raising his gun, pointing it our way, had fury struggling to break free inside of me. They'd run us down. My friends were injured, and now this fucker thinks he's going to shoot at us? I fired, and felt a grim satisfaction at seeing his shoulder jerk. Gunnar's warning sounded in my head. Keep shooting until they stop coming.
I fired another round and only jerked a little when another gunshot sounded right next to me. I spared a quick glance over and saw Anna was helping. I wasn't sure if it was my bullets or hers that took him down, not that it made a difference. Later, I might feel some kind of remorse for killing 2 people. For now, fear was a constant reminder in the back of my mind. It was kill or be killed, and I sure as hell wasn't going to let it be us that died. The bikers who'd been standing further up from the 2 we'd just taken down were too busy with their own targets to realize what was happening behind them. That meant their backs were exposed, but they were so much further down the road, I wasn't sure I'd be able to hit them. "Stay here," I hissed at Anna and Julie. Julie grabbed my arm, pulling me to a stop as I crept past her. "Where are you going?" Her eyes were huge and uncertain. "I need to get closer." "Fuck that!" Anna cried. I was thankful she was talking louder. My ears were ringing so badly from the sound of the gun, I'd had to mostly read Julie's lips. "Stay here and protect them." I motioned back to where Ming was leaning over Remy. "I can help," Anna insisted, her eyes mutinous. "You're the only other one awake right now who knows how to use that thing." I pointed to her weapon. Neither sister knew how to shoot, so even if we had given them guns, they wouldn't be much help. Remy was obviously the best out of our group since she'd been practicing with her dad since she was a kid, but she was out cold. Someone needed to watch over the group in case those guys circled around or something happened to me. "Fine," she muttered and smacked 2 loaded magazines into my hand. At least, I think that's what she said. Never did I think this sense of longing for a small, spongy piece of material would fill me. I'd trade my favorite Jimmy Choos for those stupid earplugs I'd used at the range. "Be careful," she hissed before she and Julie ran, hunched over, to where the others waited. I shoved the magazines into the pocket of my blazer and frowned when my hand brushed something cool. The keys from my dad's office were still in my pocket. I transferred them and the folded-up paperwork to the opposite pocket while I watched the 3 of them move Remy as gently as they could further from the car. Sniffing, I realized why they were doing that. The scent of gasoline filled the air. I needed to move. Hunched down, I ran as quickly as I could out in front of the car. My eyes scanned back and forth, trying to find something that I could take cover behind, but there was nothing. Dread unfurled in my stomach. I didn't know if I should lay down on the ground or stay standing. Shoot, then run, or hold position and keep shooting. My movements must have alerted one of the men because he turned to face me, and my time to decide was over. I raised the gun and started firing, praying I hit these men and not those I could finally make out clearly up the road. Base's face might have been comical if this wasn't such a dire situation. I was pretty sure seeing me with a gun was more terrifying for him than the lichens shooting at them. All 4 of the bikers were diving out of the way, trying to avoid being hit by the bullets I was slinging in their direction. For a moment, I stopped and tried to follow each of them, but I soon realized that would leave me too vulnerable. I focused on one, the man who had initially turned and pulled the trigger. Terror made my heart stutter. The gun did something weird in my hands. I looked down and tried to figure out what was wrong. It had shot around, but now the top of it was sitting back away from the weapon instead of lined up with it. My brain was too panicked to remember what that meant. My eyes started up, and I saw the lichens had regrouped now that I wasn't shooting at them. They were clearly discussing what to do. I was grateful that they weren't returning fire. Obviously, they wanted us alive. I turned my focus back to the weapon in my hand, and I noticed there was an opening in the middle of the gun. It was empty. I fumbled with the magazines in my pocket and finally managed to pull one out. My hands were shaking so badly, I almost dropped the damn thing. Now that I knew what was wrong with the weapon, Gunner's patient voice directed me inside my mind.
Push the magazine release until you feel the click.
The lever pressed into my thumb as I bore down on it. The empty magazine fell to the ground at my feet, and I slapped the new one in.
If the slide doesn't automatically come forward when you load it, you're going to have to rack it.
Tilting the gun slightly, I grabbed the slide, which was still locked to the rear, and pulled until it slid into place. Thank you, Gunner. Whether he knew it or not, he'd just saved my life. Again. I gasped when the dirt to the left of me exploded and hit my jeans. They'd finally made up their minds and were shooting at me. I ran to the side, hoping I wasn't about to run into their line of fire. Unfortunately for me, when I spun to the side, my feet decided to try to go forward at the same time, and I tripped, sprawling onto the ground. The jarring impact with the ground had the gun squirting out of my hand like it was a bar of soap. A quick look was all I needed to realize my attackers were using my misfortune against me. They sprinted in my direction. I squealed and shoved up to my hands and knees, desperately trying to reach the gun. A hand grabbing my hair and yanking me backward halted all forward progression. "Leave her alone!" I sucked in a sharp breath when I heard Anna call out. I couldn't turn my head much because of the tight grip on my hair, but I could see her in my peripheral, standing about 15 feet away, gun trained on us. The force on my hair tightened painfully, and I scrambled to my feet as the man used it to control my movements. He yanked me back against his chest. The hand that had been tangled in my hair now pinned my body against him. Anna's terrified face filled my vision. Her skin was pale, and her chest was heaving, but her aim was steady. "Shoot them," I mouthed to her, and she gave a slight shake of her head. I knew she was worried she'd hit me, but if that's what it took to keep the others safe, I was willing to take the chance. Everywhere this guy touched made my skin crawl. He was busy watching Anna's every movement, though, so I plowed my elbow back into his gut as hard as I could and then relaxed my body completely. He wasn't prepared for the dead weight, so I landed in a heap on the ground. I scrambled as quickly as I could off to the side, out of his reach. Gunshots had me ducking my head and searching again for my weapon. As soon as I saw the gleam of metal, I dove for it. Rolling onto my back, I tried to find my targets, but they were already on the move. Anna bolted over to me and threw herself down on top of my body. It took a minute to realize she was shielding me. Shots continued to ring out, and I managed to peek between her limbs and saw 3 of our guys running toward the 2 remaining Lycans. I'd recognize Gunner's gait anywhere. Relief that he was here, and fear that he might get hurt warred within me.
Chapter 29. Gunner. Time slowed as we raced together toward home. It felt like the more speed I poured on, the longer it was taking. I tried to keep my mind blank, but worry for Bridget and the others kept sliding back in. I didn't know what I'd do without her. Well, I did. I'd go insane. After what felt like an eternity, we took the exit ramp and split up into 3 directions. It didn't take us long to find them. The side of Remy's car flipped over up ahead and made my heart jump into my throat. Fear for Bridget threaded its way through me. I wanted to slam the throttle down and ride right to them, but that was the old Gunner. Bridget and the girls needed me to use my head. I saw Base and Rat's bikes, and Mondo and I dumped ours next to theirs, while also surveying the area. We had to be quick, but not reckless. By the time we got closer, I wasn't sure if I felt relief or not. Base and Rat were sneaking their way closer to two figures who held Bridget as they faced off with Anna. We hurried over to their cover, passing 4 dead lichens along the way, and I drew my pistol. "What's the plan?" Base asked in a low voice as we caught up to them. Our group ran as quickly as we could without drawing the lichens' attention. We all had our guns out but knew we couldn't use them yet. "We need a distraction. I can't shoot them with one pointing a gun at Bridget and the other at Anna," I muttered. "I'll distract them," Rat responded. Both Base and I instantly shook our heads, dismissing that idea. "Yes," he said firmly. "I'm faster and smaller than you. It'll be harder to hit me." He broke off from us and darted directly into the lichen's line of sight. I cursed and raised my pistol as the lichen's heads snapped toward Rat. Then Bridget, being the perfect fucking goddess she was, rammed an elbow into her captor's gut and dropped to the ground. Anna hit the ground seconds after her, having spotted us behind them. I wasted no time. My gun kicked repeatedly in my hand as I took out the lichens who'd split up to go after both Bridget and Rat. I saw Anna scramble up and throw herself over the top of Bridget. It was only after the lichens lay motionless on the ground that I felt like I could breathe. The constriction in my chest loosened as Anna and Bridget both poked their heads up. Base, Mondo, and Rat were busy disarming the dead bikers, just in case. I shoved my gun back into its holster, then dug out my phone and called Cade. "Got him. Come 2 miles down Twin Creek Road." I hung up before he had a chance to respond and charged over toward the women. They stood up and Bridget launched herself at me. The feeling of her legs wrapping around my waist and her breath fanning over my neck as she buried her face was indescribable. I hooked one arm around her back and smoothed my hand over her hair. I don't know what I said, but I was murmuring nonsense to her. Honestly, it was more for my benefit than hers. "Remy?" She gasped suddenly and struggled in my arms until I let her down. I didn't want to release her yet, but she fought me pretty hard. I followed her around the car until we found Ming and Remy. "Fuck! Rat, call an ambulance!" I barked out as the other men came up behind us. Kneeling down, I ran my eyes over Remy. The only injury I could see was the gash on her head. She was awake, but after she shot me a quick smile, her eyes fluttered close. Her face was bone white, and I just hoped there wasn't anything more serious going on. "How is she?" I asked, thankful that Ming was here. "I think it's just a severe concussion. We need to get her to the hospital and get a CT scan to be sure, though." She kept her voice low, shooting a worried look at the others. She clearly didn't want to upset them. "I don't need to go to the hospital for a bump on the head," Remy retorted. Even speaking seemed to drain more color from her skin. She was clearly in a lot of pain. Ming snapped something at her in Chinese. I bit my tongue to keep from demanding that they tell me everything that happened. It wasn't important right now. Rat made a motion indicating he needed me. Leaning over, I brushed Bridget's soft lips with my own. "She'll be okay," I said, before heading over to where the guys were standing. We walked further away so that we could speak without upsetting the girls. Rat was filling me in on the ambulance and a tow truck that was coming in from Valhalla choppers. He also made a call to one of our Austin PD officers. The last thing we needed was some random cops showing up and harassing us. I hadn't even thought of that, but luckily Rat was on top of it. I watched as Bridget stood from where she'd been sitting, holding Remy's hand, and went over to the car. "Stay away from there, Princess." She gave a half wave, then circled around to the driver's side. I wasn't sure what she was doing, but it didn't look like the car was going to go up in flames, despite the smell of gas, so I left her to it. I watched her pull purses out of the car and head back over to the group before returning my attention to Rat and Base. I spoke with them while keeping an ear out for the others. The sound of bike engines had the muscles I hadn't realized were rigid unclenching. I wanted my brothers here for extra security. That fucking ambulance needed to hurry the fuck up, too. We watched as they pulled up, and I strode over to intercept them. Steele wouldn't be able to see Remy lying on the ground from this angle. The car blocked their view. Just seeing the vehicle was enough to have all of my brother's eyes widening, though. They're okay. Mostly some bumps, bruises, and scrapes. I shot Cade a look, trying to warn him about what was going to come next. Turning to Steele, I placed a hand on his shoulder and squeezed. His eyes slid from where Remy's car sat to me. Remy hit her head pretty hard when the car flipped. "Where is she?" Steele barked and tried to muscle past me. I clamped my other hand down on his shoulder, trying to calm him down. "Ming thinks it's just a concussion, but we have an ambulance on the—" I didn't have a chance to finish before the big fucker flung me off to the side and went barreling toward the car in a dead run. So that's what it's like dealing with me. I managed to catch myself before landing face first on the ground. Fuck, he was strong when he was pissed. A hand appeared in front of my face, and I gratefully took it while Riggs pulled me to my feet. "That was your own fault," he said, humor sparkling in his eyes. "You should have known better than to get between him and his woman." I rolled my eyes, but then let them stray over to where I knew Bridget would be sitting with her friends. Riggs wasn't wrong, and I knew I'd have reacted the same way. Why do I always have to give you assholes the bad news? "Luck of the draw, pretty boy." Riggs chuckled and walked off to join the group. Cade stepped over. "Thanks for keeping them all safe," he said, quietly scanning the surroundings for more threats. "Hell, Bass and Rat were the ones who held it down," I replied as the two men shifted over to stand near us. That was perfect shooting. The two men exchanged smirks that made my brows draw together in a frown. "You'll need to thank Bridget, then." I cocked my head at them, wondering what the hell they were talking about. Cade and I exchanged confused looks. Rat laughed and kicked at a rock near his feet. "She was like an avenging angel." Bass nodded. "The lichens had us pinned down, and nothing we did seemed to be clearing them out. Then Bridget and Anna peeked out from behind the car and shot the two that were supposed to be guarding them." Where the fuck had they gotten guns from? Rat interrupted my train of thoughts as he continued the story. "Then Bridget comes running up and starts unloading on the other four who were focused on us. Not sure if her gun jammed or what, but she stopped there for a bit, and we were trying to get to her." Bass looked apprehensive. "We couldn't keep shooting with her standing behind them, though. It wasn't worth the risk of hitting her. We eventually took out two of them, but the others were already in a standoff with the girls." They'd done the right thing. The screaming of sirens had us looking down the road. "Bass, go grab your bike and lead the ambulance down here," Cade said. He'd been quiet while the guys were recounting what had happened during the fight. We'd finish telling everyone the rest later. For now, we needed to get everything sorted out and get Remy on the way to the hospital. The look in Cade's eyes when he directed his gaze back at me had pride filling me. Bridget had held her own and helped protect the others. I knew she had it in her. She'd already shown that she was willing to go to bat for those she cared about. There were probably a lot of people who made a snap judgment about her after one glance and found nothing but a spoiled rich girl. I knew they were wrong. She was so much more than any of that. We walked over and found Steele sitting next to Remy, lightly stroking her hair. He was careful not to touch near her wound, but it was as though he needed the contact. I tugged Bridget to her feet and brought her back to my chest so I could wrap myself around her and breathe in her scent as we all waited for the paramedics to show up. I inwardly cringed as Bridget scowled at the nurse sitting at the front desk. "Look, lady," she said, her tone ice cold. "My friend was just brought in by ambulance, and they brought her into the back. I want to know where they took her and when we'll be able to see her. And as I said, you're going to have to take a seat, fill out this paperwork for your friend, and wait until a doctor can come and update you," the woman replied snidely. She'd copped an attitude from the minute we'd walked up, so I could understand Bridget's frustration. She wasn't used to being dismissed. The thought had a grin tugging at my lips. Bridget snatched the clipboard out of the nurse's hand, and we all had to bite back chuckles as we heard her mutter something about Nurse Ratchet. The woman's eyes narrowed on Bridget as though she was planning to say something, until she caught the scowl I sent her. Wisely, she kept her mouth shut and went back to tapping on her computer, refusing to meet my hard stare again. Cade and Riggs had stayed behind to deal with the cops and tow truck, but the rest of us piled into chairs in the waiting room. I had to admit we looked pretty fucked up. The girls were all banged up and dirty. Us guys, well, we were used to the looks our cuts and rough demeanors usually got us. A mother sitting in the waiting area clutched her baby to her chest like we were in the business of snatching up kids. It was typical. People either loved us or hated us. There wasn't an in-between. Rat made a happy noise in his throat when he sat on the other side of me and began digging through his backpack. I tried to peer inside but didn't see anything that I recognized. "What you got there?" I asked with a nod toward the bag. He leaned forward slightly, peered around me, and gave Bridget a suspicious look. When he was convinced she was fully engrossed with her paperwork, he whispered, "Cameras." It was the equipment that Cade had ordered him to put up in the girls' commonly used areas. Subtly, I gave Bridget my own perusal before I responded. "I thought you put those up already." "At their house, yes. I haven't had a chance to put them up anywhere else yet. It's been a bit busy," he said dryly. I casually surveyed the room, then jerked my chin toward the doors, indicating he shouldn't pass up this opportunity. With a grin, he stood and slid his backpack on before strolling away. I watched as he leaned against the wall near the doors that would lead him further into the hospital. The desk nurse was eyeballing him as he pulled out his phone and started clicking away. Finally, she returned her attention to her monitor once more. By the time I looked back to where Rat had stood, he was gone. There was the barest swing to the double doors, the only indication he'd been there. I peered over when Bridget started grumbling at the papers she was trying to fill out. "I don't know her social security number." She skipped down and after a few minutes gave an aggravated sigh. "Or her insurance information." "I'll see if she has her insurance card in her wallet," Julie said, already digging through a little metal cigarette case that she pulled from Bridget's purse. Remy never carried a purse, so we'd stashed it there after the accident. "Oh, for fuck's sake," Bridget hissed. The young mother in the corner gasped in outrage, and I sent her what I hoped was a soothing smile. Bridget was muttering something about blood types, and I really didn't catch the rest. Encircling the back of her neck with my hand, I stroked, soothing out tensed muscles. She stopped grumbling and let her eyes close for a minute. "Just do the best you can. They can get the rest later." My voice was low, gruff, just for her, and I caught the flash of heat in her eyes when she looked over at me. Then those plump lips pulled up into a smile that threatened to turn into a laugh. "What?" "Nothing." But her eyes continued to gleam with laughter and mischief. At my raised brow, she finally gave a husky little laugh that caused dirty images to float through my mind. "Just wondering how we managed to flip roles." At my semi-insulted look, she shook her head with a large grin. "You're usually the one barking and snapping at people, and I'm the calm, charming one." Leaning over, I brushed my lips over her ear and felt satisfaction flood me when she shivered. "I'm incredibly charming," I argued. "Sure, when you're not hulking out and yelling at everyone," she agreed in a husky voice. The desire in her tone shot straight to my cock, and I had to shift to make room for all the blood that was coursing south. Bridget gasped and jumped to her feet, clocking my chin with her shoulder as she moved. Groaning, I opened my mouth and swiveled my jaw as I watched her rush over to where Ming was emerging from the double doors. I'd been so focused on Bridget, I hadn't even noticed her come out. I wondered if Bridget had some sixth sense surrounding her friends, because no one else had seen Ming yet either. I wasn't totally sure she'd been through the door when Bridget had leapt to her feet. We approached the two women just in time to see Ming laying down the law. It was an impressive sight. Her dark eyes were narrowed on Bridget, brooking no argument. "A doctor is going to check you all out, and that's final." "I agree," I replied good-naturedly, despite the death glare Bridget shot me. "I'm fine. I don't need to be looked at." She trailed off when Ming gave her a pointed look. "Fine," she muttered. "Follow me," she said, indicating for all of us to come along.
Chapter 30. Bridget. I sat on the examination table in a scratchy blue gown as the doctor poked and prodded at the bruises and scrapes that decorated my body. I would rather be with Remy right now, but Ming had assured me she would be fine. She was down getting a CT scan to make sure there wasn't any swelling in her brain from the hard knocks she'd taken. A sound floated over from across the room as the doctors flipped my gown up and prodded up my thigh. He froze before snatching his hands away from me because it sounded like a territorial animal was in here with us. I rolled my eyes over to where Gunnar stood, arms crossed over his massive chest, glaring at the young man who'd been unlucky enough to get stuck with us. Gunnar refused to leave the room when the doctor ordered him to, starting us off on the wrong foot. I'd insisted he could stay. Narrowing my eyes, I tried to telepathically tell him to behave. It didn't work. Not because I couldn't speak telepathically. Even if I could, Gunnar still would have ignored me. "Don't pay any attention to him," I said to the young doctor, shooting Gunnar another look. The smile that flashed over the doctor's face was both uneasy and nervous. I wondered how Ming had gotten anything done in med school with cute guys like this in her class. He told me when he'd come in that he was one of the residents. Coughing, he shot Gunnar a worried glance before asking me to take my gown off. I still had my bra and panties on underneath, so I quickly shed the uncomfortable fabric. Gunnar growled again, and I sighed when the doctor started trembling slightly. He kept splitting his focus between the massive bruise that was forming over my hips and my boyfriend standing, threateningly, in the corner. Thankfully, the doctor finished quickly and gave me a relatively clean bill of health, as he all but sprinted out the door. Shaking my head at Gunnar as he shoved off the wall and stalked toward me, I couldn't help the smile that tipped the corners of my lips. He was so sexy, and despite my grumblings, I loved how possessive he was. "Was that necessary?" I asked playfully. "What?" He blinked innocently at me. He couldn't hold on to the look, though, when I leaned back onto my hands, thrusting my breasts out. Heat flooded his eyes and scorched me as they roamed my body. I knew exactly what he had in mind, and as much as I wanted to have a quickie in the hospital room, we had more pressing things to deal with. "I'm going to go check in on my dad real quick. Then, I want to see if we've found anything out about Rem." Gunnar's groan made me feel sexy and powerful. This huge man was mine, and I loved the effect I had on him. I stood and accidentally rubbed my way down his body as I slid off the table. The rumble in his chest told me he enjoyed my teasing. Trailing my hand down over his abs, I locked gazes with him. His eyes narrowed, but didn't leave mine as I moved low enough to stroke him through his jeans. Gunnar's jaw clenched, and I saw his throat work as he swallowed hard, but he never broke eye contact. "Don't worry, I'll finish this later at home," I whispered to him, and his eyes got impossibly narrower. "How about we finish it now?" "Later," I promised, and raised up on my toes to brush a kiss over his lips. A yelp spilled out of my mouth before it was cut off as he grabbed me, and his tongue thrust past my lips. I couldn't contain my moan when he sucked on my tongue. I could tell he was being careful not to grip any of the sore areas on my body as he took 2 handfuls of my ass and fitted me up against him. Now we were both groaning. His kisses and touch had me lightheaded and forgetting why I hadn't wanted to stay here. Abruptly, he stepped back, wrapping a hand around my arm to steady me when I swayed toward him.
"Now we'll both regret your decision,"
he said with a smug smile before he walked out the door. I stood there, mouth hanging open, pussy soaking, as he shoved his hands in the pockets of his jeans and strode down the hall. A giggle jerked me out of my state of shock, and I saw 2 kids, a boy and a girl, standing in the hall laughing at me. Glancing down, I gasped, then ran over and slammed the door shut. Great, I'd just flashed 8-year-olds. Dressing quickly, I looked around for a mirror. When I didn't find one, I made a quick detour to find a bathroom before heading to my dad's room. Having no luck, I stopped one of the harried-looking nurses and asked if there was some place I could wash up. She took one look at my face and told me to follow her. She hurried me down the hall and used her keycard to open a door. There's a bathroom at the end of the hall, to the right. She gave me a no-nonsense look. Don't be poking around anywhere else. I promised her I wouldn't, and watched in amusement as she rushed off. I crept back toward the bathroom, worried that some doctor or nurse was going to come out of one of the rooms in the hall and bust me. This was clearly the staff's area. I found the restroom and shoved the door open, then froze. My eyebrows hit my hairline as Rat whirled around and stuck his hands behind his back. "Hey, Bridget," he said with a smile. I blinked at him for a minute, then leaned back far enough that I could clearly see the placard outside the door that read, "Women." "Hey, Rat, what are you doing in the women's bathroom? And why are you in the staff's area?" I didn't ask the second question out loud yet.
"Oh," he looked around sheepishly. "I must not have been paying attention. Thought this was the dude's locker room."
I'd been in guys' restrooms before. Not for anything kinky, that's just where a lot of the high school kids snuck off to so they could get high and drink. I knew for a fact their bathrooms had a vastly different setup than ours. I narrowed my eyes at him. "The lack of urinals didn't tell you you'd made a mistake?" I asked accusingly. I saw his backpack sitting on the ground next to him, open. I couldn't see the contents of it, unfortunately. He hadn't been using a stall. He was standing near the opening that led to a locker room, and he'd been standing on a bench that was pushed up against the wall. As soon as I'd opened the door, he'd hopped down.
Yeah, I guess I should have noticed that."
He gave me a small grin and a shrug before he snatched up his pack and tried to move past me. When I continued blocking the door, he bit the inside of his lip and did this little nod with his head as though he was really uncomfortable. All the while, his eyes darted around the room, landing on anything but me. "You're going to tell me what this was about later," I warned him, before I stepped aside and watched as he raced down the hallway and out the door. Giving a soft laugh, I walked over to the sinks and then groaned when I saw my reflection in the mirror. My face was filthy, my hair was tangled, and the blazer I'd chosen that morning was going straight into the rag bin as soon as I got home. For the life of me, I couldn't figure out why Gunnar kept looking at me like he wanted to throw me down on the nearest flat surface and have his way with me. I looked like a homeless person. After washing my face, I combed my fingers through my hair, trying to set myself to rights as much as I could. I couldn't do anything about my clothes right now, so that would have to do. Leaving the staff area, I walked the familiar hallways until I was standing outside of my dad's room. Joy and excitement filled my chest as tears clogged my throat when I heard his voice drifting out from his room. I paused when I recognized the other voice. Glancing around to make sure no one was paying attention to me as they walked past, I scooched closer to the doorway and strained to hear what Bobby and Dad were talking about.
It doesn't fucking matter, Brent. If we don't meet this shipment, we're all fucked.
Panic laced through Bobby's voice. Shipment? I smiled at a nurse who gave me a weird look as she hurried by. I pulled out my phone and held it up to my ear when she glanced over her shoulder at me. Relaxing once she saw what I was doing, she continued on her way. I turned my attention back to the room.
She'll have to understand. I've been in a coma. She's not going to give a rat's ass that you've been in a coma, Brent. Especially when she finds out it's because we were double-crossing the cartel. He hissed. When does it come in?
Dad asked, sounding worried and exhausted.
Tuesday, 11 o'clock, usual place. Well, obviously, I'm not going to be released in 6 days,
Dad said, sarcasm painting his voice.
I can't meet it. What about you? Nope. We agreed when we started this that I wouldn't have anything directly to do with the fentanyl.
I slapped my hands over my mouth to keep the gas from spilling out. Dad sighed heavily.
Fine, I'll see if...
I strained to hear, but Dad had lowered his voice. Uncle Bobby didn't bother to talk quietly.
Maybe delivering it on time can put you back in Guzman's good
Bridget! Mom gasped from behind me, staring at my appearance in shock. I cringed as the voices inside the hospital room trailed off into silence.
What happened?
She rushed over to me and plucked uselessly at my clothes. Nothing, we just got into a little car accident, I reassured her. Her worried blue eyes took in my disheveled appearance, and she frowned.
Who?
Oh, I was with the girls. Some jerk almost sideswiped us and made us go into the ditch. We're all fine. I hoped that was true since I still hadn't gotten to check on Remy yet. I just wanted to come see Dad before I went home. The mention of my father worked as a distraction. Mom's face lit up and her eyes sparkled. He woke up an hour ago. Thanks for telling me. We walked into the room and found Dad laying there with a huge smile on his face. Bobby was sitting across from him in a chair. I rushed over and hugged Dad as delicately as I could. I'm so glad you're okay, I choked out. The tears that were now streaming down my face were real. No matter what trouble he'd gotten into, I still loved him, and I'd been terrified he was going to die.
Hey, Pumpkin, it's okay now. Everything is fine,
he murmured as he stroked my hair. I wanted to ask if it really was okay. From what I'd heard before Mom had interrupted, it sounded like Dad was still neck-deep in shit and that it hadn't stopped piling up while he'd slept. I wished Mom hadn't come when she had, or I might have found out more. I sat and chatted with them, while Dad and Bobby sent looks back and forth to each other. Both were clearly wondering if I'd heard any of their conversation. Well, I need to get going. I have a huge test tomorrow and need to study. I left the others out of it. I didn't need Mom and Dad trying to hover over me. I'll stop in again tomorrow and check on you, I told Dad with a smile that didn't quite reach my eyes. I checked my phone and saw that Gunnar had texted me a room number. Hurrying through the hospital, I made my way over to it. Thoroughly sick of hospital rooms and having loved ones being in them, I paused outside the door and took a breath.
Hey, there you are,
Gunnar said as he strolled up. He had a bunch of vending machine food in his hands. My lips twisted as I took him in. He looked adorable, standing there holding junk food, watching me curiously. I felt a pang of guilt and was starting to lose my resolve to keep going at this alone. I knew I should tell him what I'd just overheard. Hell, I should tell him everything I knew. I decided to talk with the girls once we were all alone again. Every time we found out something new about the situation, it seemed to get bigger. Maybe it was time to bring the guys in on what I'd found out. I wanted to check in with the girls first, though, tell them what I'd overheard. We were a team, after all. I smiled and tucked myself up under Gunner's arm as we walked through the door.
Chapter 31. Gunner. Remy's eyes brightened when Bridget and I came through the door. "Yes, Funyuns, thank you," she said, eyeballing the snacks I had in my hand with a predatory stare. Bridget started laughing and rolled her eyes, and here I thought you were excited to see me. Remy dismissively waved a hand at her before reaching out and making a gimme gesture. I tossed the bag to her and cringed when it bounced off her face. She glared at me. "I have a concussion, Gunner. There are currently 6 of you standing in front of me. Why did you think I'd be able to catch those?" "Sorry," I muttered, as Cade and Axel barked out laughs. They'd finally shown up not that long ago. Everyone was crowded inside her room, taking up all available space. There was a vase of flowers and a large teddy bear sitting near her bed. I sent considering looks back and forth between Cade and Riggs and wondered who'd gotten what. Riggs shot me a fuck-off look, and I couldn't help but grin. He'd gotten the bear, I was sure of it. Bridget disentangled herself from me and went over to hug her friend who was stuffing her face full of the chips. She didn't seem to have an issue finding the opening to the bag. My lips twitched as we watched her devour her snack. "When are we taking you home?" Bridget asked. Remy groaned. 3 days. They said I have to stay for observation. She mimicked the doctor and Bridget snickered. "Aw, sorry, Rem. Better safe than sorry, though, right?" The look Remy shot Bridget would have withered a lesser woman. "I'll come pick you up on Saturday," she promised her pouting friend. Cade gave all of us men a look, and we shuffled out into the hallway. "Santos and Raleigh are cleaning everything up on their end," he said once we'd all circled around. Having cops on our payroll had come in handy more than once, and I was once again thankful to have them working for us. "You guys took out a good chunk of the Lycan crew today, but who knows how many more Blaze has recruited. We need to find them and send him a message." We all agreed. The fact that Blaze had his men come after our women meant things were gearing back up. I was sure Miguel was behind it, but as far as we knew, he wasn't back in town yet. "Should we cancel Friday?" Riggs asked. Cade sighed and looked over at Steele. "It's your call. We can always postpone Base's patch-in party so that everyone can be there." "No," Steele said firmly. "Remy's okay, and she'll be bummed to miss it. But we've already gone too long. We'll keep his party for Friday." Every patch-in party was a little different. Sometimes we invited other chapters that lived nearby. Other times we would include some of the people who supported us within the community. Usually they were wild as fuck, as most of our parties tended to be. This time, though, we'd agreed to have it be our MC and family only. We needed a chance to unwind, and it would give the girls an opportunity to meet some of the other women who were with our brothers. Riggs had already checked in with Base, and that's what he said he'd prefer anyway. The kid could party as hard as the rest of us, but he needed the break as much as we did. There's been a lot of excitement in the last few months. Once everything died down, we'd throw a huge party where everyone got shit-faced and into trouble. A few hours later, we all stepped into the clubhouse, then went our separate ways. Back in my room, Bridget and I showered, then crawled into bed. She insisted she could finish what we'd started at the hospital, but her eyes were drooping. She kept fighting back yawns. I wrapped my arms around her and pulled her back against my chest. "Go to sleep, princess." I still wanted to talk to her about what happened today, but there was plenty of time for that later. The next morning, I woke with Bridget wrapped around me like a vine. I never thought I'd like having another person sleep beside me, or on top of me. It surprised me to realize that not only did I like having Bridget with me, but the times when she spent the night at her own house, I didn't sleep well. I trailed my fingers up the smooth skin of her back and bit back a smile when she mumbled in her sleep and cuddled in closer to me. Brushing my lips over the top of her head, I thought about what happened yesterday. Unease and dread coiled in my gut. I smoothed my palm over her. I didn't want to stop touching her. The idea that she could have been taken freaked me out. I'd faced situations being in the club that would terrify most people, and they didn't make me blink. Rolling up on that wreck yesterday and seeing the lichens with her had scared the piss out of me. Her head lifted, and she blinked up at me blearily. Smiling at her, I brushed my hand over her hair. That was likely the only communication I'd get from her while she woke. My girl wasn't much of a morning person. I gave her a few minutes so her brain could wake up before attempting to coax words out of her. The guys told me what you did yesterday. Her head lifted from my chest and she searched my eyes, worry and doubt apparent in her gaze. I had to do something. She bit her soft lower lip, and I had to take a firm grip of my rising libido. I'm so proud of you. Bridget's eyes widened, and her mouth dropped open. Thank you, she said while the cutest blush spread across the bridge of her nose and over her cheeks. Cocking my head, I chuckled. Why does that embarrass you? It doesn't. It makes me really happy, she responded softly. I was so scared that I was going to end up shooting one of our guys or that those lichens would do something awful to the others. With Remy already hurt, I didn't really think about it. I just reacted. Nodding, I went back to skimming my hand over her perfect, smooth skin. That's exactly what happens when adrenaline kicks in. You end up doing what you've practiced. That's why I insist the guys go to the range so often. I'd like you to start going regularly, too. I heard you. She'd laid her head back down and her words ghosted out over my chest. I had to suppress a shudder. What do you mean? Something happened with the gun and my mind blanked. I couldn't figure out what was wrong or what I needed to do to fix it. Anxiety slithered through me. She must have been terrified. To have her only means of protection suddenly stop working. I often had dreams where I needed to use my gun, but I couldn't pull the trigger. It was fucking agonizing every time I had them, usually prompting me to spend extra time training. Once I realized the gun was empty, it was like you were standing there talking me through how to fix it. Reload it, I corrected automatically. She nodded and blew out a breath. I know it sounds stupid. It didn't. I'd only gone over the very basics with her the other day, and the fact that she remembered any of it in that life-or-death situation was a fucking miracle. It often took years of training for people to be able to instinctually do things like clear malfunctions and reload under fire. I figured she wouldn't care about that aspect of it, the way I did, though, so I hadn't mentioned how long it took for everything to truly become second nature. You were perfect, I responded and brushed my lips over hers. When she looked up at me, I hated that she'd been put into that position, that she'd had to protect herself. The fact that she stepped up and did what she needed to in order to survive sent another burst of pride through me. Are you doing all right? I asked, smoothing the frown lines that appeared between her brows. Yes? Her response was more of a question than an answer, so I elaborated. It can be hard to take a life. I didn't want to upset her, but I needed to check and make sure she was okay. Everyone reacted differently the first time they killed someone. Some had no problem rationalizing it and moving on. Others overanalyzed it, and it ate at them. We almost lost one of our brothers about 7 months ago because we hadn't realized how hard it had been for him. Now both Steele and I checked in regularly, especially after any altercations, to make sure our guys were good. We'd never had to worry about our old ladies before, though, so this was new. Oh, she mumbled. You know. She shoved up on her elbows and her steady gaze locked on mine. I thought maybe that would bother me. I sort of think they deserved it, though, so it's really not bugging me. Does that make me a bad person? She looked so earnest and worried that I couldn't help the laugh that burst out. Bridget wrinkled her nose at my response, then rolled and climbed off the bed. No, it doesn't make you a bad person, I said between chuckles. Or no worse than me, anyway. She paused near the bathroom and looked back at me. I can live with that. She turned before she saw the smile that spread over my face. That was everything I wanted. She was everything I needed. Her acceptance of what I was settled every single doubt I'd ever had about her being mine. I'd often worried whether she'd be able to handle life with me. She'd proven, more than once, that she was fully capable and committed to me, to the club. Stretching, I let out a groan when I noticed the time. Bounding out of bed, I tugged on sweats and a t-shirt, then popped my head into the bathroom. Steam swirled around the room. What's your plan for today? I asked, leaning on the doorframe, crossing my arms. I'm going to the hospital to see my parents and Remy, came her reply, muffled slightly by the water. As much as I wanted to join her in there, the others would be waiting for me. Can you give me an hour and a half? Then I'll take you. Her head popped out from behind the curtain, and my gaze followed a water droplet that slid down her neck and past the offending piece of fabric. I can... She paused when my eyes snapped up to hers. Whatever she saw there had her swallowing the rest of that sentence. That's fine. Thanks. I tried to bite back the satisfied smirk that threatened to spread over my face. Her gorgeous blue eyes flashed at me, and I knew it hadn't worked. I'll be down in the gym if you need anything. She flapped a hand, dismissing me. Grinning, I left her to it. I knew she'd spend the next 40 minutes in there anyway. The woman took seriously long showers. Everyone glanced up when I strolled through the door of our home gym. Unhurriedly, I walked across the room. The club may belong to Cade, but here, I was in charge. Good of you to join us, Cade muttered. I couldn't help the taunting smile. Normally, I would have tossed a few insults his way, but this morning both Bass and Rat were joining us, so I wasn't able to tell him what I really thought. Cade had no problem reading my expression, though. He flipped me off while Riggs, Steele, and Axel laughed. They were used to our routine. Bass and Rat looked back and forth, trying to figure out what they'd missed. Typically, it would have been something along the lines of, if you'd get laid, you might not be such an uptight, cranky fucker. I had to settle for saying it in my head, though. It was one thing for us to insult each other around Riggs and Steele. We'd known each other for damn near ever. Axel had slowly been brought into our inner circle as well, and we knew we could trust him. It was completely different having the other two men here. I was excited to have them on board with joining our workouts. Both were young and needed to build some muscle. Steele and I had discussed possibly bringing Bass on later as an enforcer. He had the talent and disposition for it. All right, everyone get to work, I said, glaring at the others. In the gym and on the range, they all deferred to me. I had to admit, it felt fucking phenomenal. You two, I said, pointing to Bass and Rat. You're with me. The others split off into pairs and staged around the weight room, picking up where they left off in their workouts from the other day. Going over to the rack, I lifted a set of 35-pound dumbbells and handed them to Bass. I eyed Rat speculatively, then passed him 20s. Lifting the 50s for myself, I stepped up to the preacher curl bench and went over what I wanted them to do. 4 sets of 10. I watched as Rat sat down and mimicked what I'd shown him, adjusting his form until I was happy he was performing them correctly. Once they were in a rhythm, I called over to Cade. Need me for anything today? No, he grunted, as his muscles strained to bench 355 pounds. It was his personal record so far. I'll be taking Bridget to the hospital. Everyone nodded in acknowledgement. I plan on heading over as soon as visiting hours are open, too, Steele said, watching Axel like a hawk in case he needed a spot as he finished out his reps. Our eyes flicked over to Rat as though we were one being. He paused the curl he was doing when all attention centered on him. Swallowing, he forced himself to continue both lifting and speaking. Bridget sort of caught me mounting a camera in the staff locker room, he said sheepishly. When he noticed our various reaction, none of which were good, he rushed on. Well, she caught me in the restroom. I'm pretty sure she didn't know what I was doing, though. What did you tell her? Cade asked, sitting up on the bench. Oh, that I hadn't realized that was the women's bathroom? He said lamely. At the silence that followed his statement, he glanced up, then frowned when we all started howling with laughter. I didn't know what to fucking say. Doubled over, I tried to breathe in between laughs as he glared at us and gave up the bench for base. What did she say? Riggs asked with much difficulty. I'm 100% sure she thinks I'm a pervert, he muttered, then groaned when that set us all off again. Anyway, he said snarkily once we'd all settled down, I have cameras set up in the women's locker room and Bridget's father's room. I just need to get one set up in Remy's room. You can ride over with me, Steele offered. I'll need help to set it up while she's asleep or in the bathroom, he replied. I'll run interference for you, Steele said with a grin. Plans made, we all got going with our workouts.
Chapter 32. Bridget. I leaned into Gunnar with a moan as he deepened the kiss. It was supposed to be a quick goodbye kiss. I should have known better. Rarely did Gunnar get his lips on me and let it be a quick anything. Not that I minded. My body heated up for him, my nipples beaded, pressing against my shirt. Fabric scraped across my sensitive skin, making goosebumps ripple over me. His large hands grabbed my ass underneath my skirt and ground us together. And I forgot that we were standing in the parking garage at the hospital. Sliding my hands up under his shirt, I followed the muscled planes of his back and savored the groan that tore out of him as my skin made contact with his. We couldn't seem to keep our hands off each other. The dinging of the nearby elevator cut through the passionate haze we'd created, and I pulled back. We stared at each other, breathing heavily. A laugh bubbled up inside my chest as a group of female nurses walked by, giggling when they saw me in Gunnar's arms. They were fanning their scrub tops and watching him more than where they were going. Probably should have made me jealous, but that had never really been my personality. I was of the mind that if a man wanted to be with me, there was more than enough here to keep his attention. Gunnar was drop-dead gorgeous, so I expected women to check him out. The fact that I knew he loved me, and that his eyes hadn't strayed since we started seeing each other, made me very secure in our relationship. I struggled in his arms, and he grumbled, but finally set me on my feet, laughing again. I brushed kisses over his lips until the frown melted away, and that glint flickered back into his eyes. I tugged his cut, indicating he should follow me. My heart skipped a beat as he threaded his fingers through mine so that we were holding hands as he walked me inside. We were walking down the hallway toward the area where they kept Dad when strong hands grasped me and swung me into the open door of a janitor's closet. Gunnar shut the door behind me, and I stared at him in amusement. What are we doing in here? The look on his face was pure sin and made heat flood my body. Nuh-uh, no way. Gunnar just grinned and stalked towards me, completely ignoring my protest. My back hit the shelving lining the wall, and I held out a hand to ward him off. We're not having sex in here, Gunnar, I hissed, casting a worried glance at the door. As far as I knew, janitor's closets didn't lock inside the hospital, and the idea of someone catching us made my pulse flutter and my face heat. I wasn't sure if I was horrified or turned on by the idea. Gunner's body pressed into mine, and his husky whisper in my ear had me shivering.
Why not?
What if someone comes in here? I asked desperately. I could feel his smile against my neck more than see it.
Then they'll get a show.
I groaned in embarrassment. But when he covered my mouth with his, I was soon groaning for an entirely different reason. Keeping one eye on the door, I let my hands roam under his t-shirt, tracing all the dips and bulges of his muscles. My body made it clear what it thought as my nipples hardened, straining against my shirt. Gunner grabbed my ass in both hands and lifted me so suddenly, I had no choice but to wrap my legs around his waist for stability. It put me in the perfect position, and he made use of it by grinding against my throbbing core. Dropping my head back, I moaned loudly. One of his hands clapped over my mouth, and he was back to torturing me by talking into my ear. I shuddered as he kept up the seductive rhythm of his hips.
Shh, quiet. Otherwise we really will have an audience.
Suddenly, the idea of someone watching us wasn't so worrying. I was already too far gone to care, lost to the feelings he'd created within me. My pussy was clamping down on nothing, and I wanted him inside of me. Gunner didn't seem to be in a hurry, though, and that was pissing me off. Sliding my legs down, I struggled until he let my feet hit the floor. I pulled him down and fused our mouths together as I unbuttoned his jeans. His scowl had already melted away, and heat blazed in his eyes. Shooting one last look at the door, I kneeled before him, sliding his pants down as I went. We locked eyes as I stroked him from base to tip. He started to say something, but cut off with a strangled sound as I took him into my mouth. I set a quick pace, running my tongue along the underside of his dick as I swallowed him. I wanted to rev him up and make him as desperate as I was. The thought that we could get caught somehow made this even hotter. Moaning around his thickness, I slid my hands under my skirt and panties and began rubbing my clit. I was going to need relief soon. The way Gunner was breathing told me I didn't need to worry about him teasing me much after this. One large hand slid into my hair and gently pulled me up until I was standing. He started working the buttons on my shirt, but I batted him away. I didn't need him ripping it, leaving me with nothing to wear. I left my shirt on, but open in the front so I was bare to him. I hadn't worn a bra today. His eyes met mine as he reached under my skirt. My breath caught in my chest as I felt his fingers move over me. My gasp was loud in the quiet room when he ripped my panties completely off. Staring down at them in his hand, I tried to work up to feeling angry, but it was kind of sexy. He didn't give me long to think about it before he had me back up in his arms, legs wrapped around him, dick poised at my entrance. We both groaned when he slid inside, my pussy clenching around him as he felt me. He dropped his forehead to mine as he slowly dragged himself out of my body before slamming back into me. The long, slow retreat, followed by the quick return, was doing something to my insides. Wetness dripped down between us. I was trying to keep the noise to a minimum, but wasn't successful, so he laid a hand over my mouth. He bent his head, his mouth busy trailing over the sensitive skin on my neck. I couldn't hold back a moan as he nipped me there. Footsteps out in the hallway made both of us freeze and look over toward the door. I watched the handle with a sense of dread, waiting for it to turn and someone to bust in on us. My sigh of relief was harsh against his palm as the person moved on. With a new sense of urgency, Gunnar started thrusting into me again. There was no playing this time, just hard pounding that had my back slamming into the shelves. He grunted and swung me around until I was planted against a bare section of the wall. I could feel my orgasm building, and with how much he'd been teasing me, I was slightly worried I might scream the building down. There wasn't much I could do, though, because a few seconds later it washed over me, dragging me down like an undertow. Gunnar replaced his hand with his mouth and swallowed my scream of ecstasy. Both of his hands were back on my ass, dragging me along his length as he plowed into me. I ran my palms under his shirt, along the muscles of his back, as he stiffened and groaned into my mouth. I could feel his cock pulsing inside of me, and it set off a secondary, smaller orgasm, surprising me. We sat there, motionless, but for our ragged breathing, while we recovered. I patted his shoulder, and he let me down. "Get dressed before we get caught," I said, rearranging my skirt and buttoning my shirt. A few minutes later, we paused outside my father's hospital room, and I opened my mouth to speak, but he beat me to it. "I have a few things I need to do at the shop. I'll come back and pick you up once you're ready." He pulled me in for another long, scorching kiss, and I was so grateful that he understood. It wasn't that I didn't want my parents to know about him. I just didn't want to deal with it right now, and Dr. Chen had warned us not to upset Dad while he was healing. We were supposed to be keeping him calm and quiet as much as possible. Telling them that I was dating Gunnar against their wishes wasn't going to keep Dad calm or quiet. An hour later, I was finally able to break away and go visit Remy. A genuine smile broke out on my face when I walked into her room and found her bitching to anyone who would listen. All the girls were here, even Ming, though she was dressed in scrubs, so I knew she was just checking in. I felt slightly guilty that I'd been miserable sitting there with my mom and dad. They were acting like nothing happened, and any time I tried to discreetly pry for information, they instantly shut me down. Remy's eyes zeroed in on me the second I stepped through the door. "There you are!" "Sorry, Rem. Had to go see the parentals before I could come over." We grinned at each other, and I knew she understood my family obligations better than anyone. "Did you find anything out?" Anna asked as I flopped down into a chair with a groan. "Of course not. You'd think none of this craziness happened by the way they're acting." I rolled my eyes, and the girls laughed. I recounted what I'd heard Uncle Bobby telling Dad, and all of their eyes grew wide. "Oh, it gets so much better," I said, lowering my voice slightly. I pulled the crumpled paperwork that I'd stolen from Dad's office out of my pocket, handing it to Ming. I motioned for her to read it. I didn't think it was possible for her eyes to get wider than they already were. I was wrong. Her gasp had the other women shooting out of their seats so they could read over her shoulder. "What is it?" Remy grumpily crossed her arms over her chest as she remained confined in the bed. She knew better than to get up with Ming around. "I can't see from over here. What's going on?" She pouted when Ming ignored her and continued reading. Finally, Ming looked up at me. Confusion and disappointment covered her face. "This is written on paper with this hospital's letterhead." I could tell she was upset, and I felt terrible. She looked over at Remy and told her, "Someone here is working with Bridget's dad. And Uncle Bobby," I interjected. "They're all involved with the cartel," she finished. "Why would a medical professional be involved in smuggling drugs north of the border?" Julie asked, perplexed by the notion. "Why would a former mayor be?" I asked. "Or a police chief," Anna added. "Or my uncle," Remy reminded us grimly. It seemed like the more we found out about what my dad was mixed up in, the more tangled the web got. Who could it be? Julie asked Ming. She shrugged glumly. It could be anyone. A doctor, nurse, hell, the janitor, for all I know. The real question is why. Why are these men transporting drugs for someone like Guzman? What do they get out of it? We all had dejected looks on our faces now as we stared at Remy. Her question hung heavy in the air. I don't know, but I'm determined to find out, I said. We all looked over at Julie. Maybe it's time to tell the guys about this, she said hesitantly. That's what I was thinking too, I replied, glancing around at everyone. Even if this is as much as we get to help, I think it's time to tell the guys. They all agreed unanimously. It felt right. I'd done what I'd set out to do, figure out a piece of this puzzle. Even if it was a small piece, it still counted. I just hoped the guys weren't going to be too pissed off when we told them. When should we let them know? Remy asked. Once we get you home and everyone is together, we'll tell them, I replied. I don't think what we found out is so vital it can't wait a few days. They all nodded in agreement. A knock on the door had us falling silent. Steele and Rat walked in. As we sat around joking with them, my heart felt lighter than it had for weeks.
Chapter 33. Gunner. Riggs looked as frustrated as I felt. We poked around an abandoned warehouse looking for anything the Lycans may have left. There was a bunch of garbage and random shit lying around.
Well, we're getting closer,
Riggs muttered.
They took off out of here in a hurry.
Rat had been helping us track our rival club since we'd gotten home from Mexico. We'd finally caught a break, and he'd found the warehouse they'd been holed up in. How did they know we'd found them? No clue, Riggs said as he kicked a beer bottle halfway across the room. We were all getting antsy. The Lycans were still working with Guzman. The attack on the girls proved that. The only way we were going to be able to keep them safe would be by ending both groups. Permanently. The problem with that plan was one was still down in Mexico, and we weren't willing to leave our families again to go deal with them, and we couldn't find the second. Somehow, they'd kept one step ahead of us, and we couldn't figure out how they were doing it. No one should know that Rat had been poking around, trying to find their location. Someone had, though, and they'd warned the Lycans before we'd been able to catch them. We'd already sent the rest of the members we'd brought with us away. It was another dead end, and I wondered how long it would be before we could put all of this behind us.
Well, nothing we can do about it now,
Riggs said, slapping my back companionably and nearly sending me into the nearby wall. The ape didn't realize his own fucking strength sometimes. I gritted my teeth to keep from snarling at him. I didn't need to be taking out my foul mood on anyone else.
We may as well head to the liquor store to stock up for tomorrow,
he said with a huge grin. Do you think we'll be able to take that much alcohol home with the bikes? I asked with a raised brow. He stopped as he headed for the door and considered that.
Good point. We'll head over to the garage first and pick up a cage.
Rat's room, now, Axel said as he ran past me in the kitchen. His sense of urgency had me following him. Riggs was still out at the truck, unloading the alcohol. One look into Rat's space showed all the officers crowded around, looking at the bank of monitors he'd set up along the wall. I squeezed in, then finally just started shoving people out of the way until I made it to the front. Fury flashed through me. On one of the screens labeled Bridget's dad's room were 4 Lycans surrounding Brent Jordan's bed. Judging by the look on his face, he hadn't been expecting company. I thought the fucking cops were sitting on him. I asked. The only reason I cared about the asshole was because of Bridget. I knew she'd be upset if something happened to him. Rat tapped another screen, and there, standing outside the closed hospital door, was a cop leaning casually against the wall. His position said he was relaxed and just taking a break, but his eyes followed every passerby in the hall. He was on the lookout for the bikers in the room. Motherfucker. I'd called Bridget before heading home from the liquor store, but she hadn't been ready to leave yet. My eyes flashed down until I found the screen that showed Remy and Bridget sitting quietly talking. "Steele's on his way," Cade said, ending the call on his phone. "I shouldn't have left," Rat muttered. "Now Steele's going to have to deal with them on his own." "These assholes are getting ballsy," I muttered. I didn't stay either. I wanted nothing more than to hop on my bike and rush back into town and straight to the hospital. I wanted to barge in there and smash all their fucking heads together. But if I did that, I wouldn't know what was going on, and I was 30 minutes out. I wouldn't make it in time to be helpful to anyone. So I stayed put. "A few of our guys who are in town are on their way now," Cade said, clapping a hand on Rat's shoulder. "Steele's the one who told you to come back here and get those cameras up and running." No one was laying any blame at Rat's feet, except maybe the kid himself. Clenching my jaw, I watched as Steele came striding up the hallway. The cop shoved off the wall as soon as he saw him and shot a desperate look over his shoulder at the closed door. We all felt helpless as Steele tossed the cop out of the way and entered the room. Everyone inside froze. One of the Lycans had a gun out, trained on Brent. "Isn't there any audio?" I barked as Steele said something to the men, and everyone on screen visually tensed up even more. "No, sorry." Our eyes were glued on the screens. "What the fuck is she doing?" Axel growled, and it was only then that I realized Ming had stepped in behind Steele. Jesus, these women have a death wish. Axel was pissed, and I couldn't blame him. Ming stepped shoulder to shoulder. Well, shoulder to chest. The lady was short, next to Steele. There may not be any audio, but you didn't need it to realize that Ming was bitching out the 4 men next to the bed. "She can see the gun, right?" Rat asked in awe. "Of course she can," Cade muttered. "I'm betting she told them security is on the way." Ming grabbed Steele's bicep as the Lycan with the gun shoved it into the waist of his jeans and jerked his head at the others. Steele let Ming pull him backward toward the wall. We could all see he wasn't happy about letting the men go as the Lycans inched past. As soon as they hit the hall, they took off running. Steele tried to follow them, but Ming stepped in his way, shoving a hand into his chest to stop him. He could have easily overpowered her, but she wasn't backing down. It was the right move. The thought shocked me. I would have been the first one chasing after the Lycans before. In fact, the old me would have been on the road before anyone could have stopped me. Instead, here I was, waiting, watching, and agreeing with Steele backing down. What the fuck is wrong with me? But I couldn't argue with the facts. It made sense. Steele was alone. His backup hadn't arrived yet. Not only that, but he couldn't get into a shootout in the hospital parking garage. That would put too big of a target on our backs, and possibly end up with innocent people getting caught in the crossfire, something our club was never okay with. "I'm heading over. Call me if you need me," I said, catching Cade watching me with a speculative look. He nodded, and that's all I waited for before heading out to my bike. "Thanks for the help, dickhead," Riggs bitched as I came outside. "I had to unload all that shit myself." I'd forgotten about him and the alcohol once I'd gotten a look at those screens. Lycan showed up at the hospital. I was already on the road by the time Riggs caught up with me on one of his extra bikes.
Chapter 34. Bridget. After everything that happened over the last few days, we were all looking forward to Base's party and the distraction it would bring. I came down the stairs and had to bite back a laugh. The guys were at one end of the living room, and on 2 more opposite walls were my friends, and the other women who were with club members. Gunnar told me that this would be a private party, and that they were hoping all of us women would meet and get along. Right now, it looked like a version of an 8th grade dance with opposite genders lined up against the walls and the girls hanging out in cliques. But everyone was too shy to approach each other. Smoothing down my skirt, I straightened my spine and strode purposefully over to the women who'd been in this MC much longer than I had. Hi. I smiled warmly at them. I had to yell a little since the music was playing so loudly. There were 10 of them, and almost all returned my greeting. There were 2 who looked like they'd rather be anywhere but here. I'm Bridget. I held out my hand to the woman closest to me. She had a kind smile on her face, so I was hoping she'd introduce me. I'm Amy, she replied, taking my hand and shaking it. She introduced me to the rest of the women. Smiling, I greeted Tara, who I'd met at Primordial Inc. when I'd gone with Gunnar. Turning slightly, I caught Ming's attention and motioned for her and the others to come over. It didn't take long before the majority of us were sitting around chatting with each other like old friends. Tara brought over bottles and cups and started mixing us drinks. I took mine gratefully from another blonde woman who was handing them out. Thanks, Evelyn. She grinned at me and looked happy that I knew her name. Recalling faces and names came easily to me from years of attending Dad's functions and having to remember all the politicians and their families. Before long, we'd all broken off into smaller groups. I looked over at Anna, who was staring down into her drink. The look on her face was forlorn, and she'd been really quiet since the accident. What's going on? I asked, getting directly to the point. There was surprise in her wide eyes when I scooted my chair closer to hers. Gunnar had checked in on me after the accident, making sure I was okay, and I stupidly hadn't thought to assess the mental health of the others after such a messed-up situation. Out of all of them, Anna and Remy were the first I should have gone to. We really weren't sure, after all, who it was who'd killed one of those lichens, and Remy was the only one seriously injured. Nothing. Her tone was appeasing, but now that I had noticed and was paying attention, I could tell there was something wrong. Anna, oh good! Julie flopped down onto the empty chair next to us, munching on some pretzels. I've been trying for days to get her to tell me what's been eating at her. I laughed over at her. Is that the official diagnosis, that something is eating at her? Julie stuck her tongue out at me, then shoved more pretzels into her mouth. Out with it, she ordered Anna. Anna sighed and looked back and forth between our insistent faces. Well, she got this pained look on her face. You remember Chris? She cringed as she asked, and Julie gasped, spraying pretzel crumbs all over me. Gross! I glared at her and wiped the soggy pretzel off my shoulder and tried to shake the chunks out of my hair. Julie ignored me and leaned forward, eyes boring into Anna. Not Chris, your ex-boyfriend who's in prison, Chris. That's the one, except he was released 3 months ago on probation. Why didn't you tell us? Julie wailed in despair. I didn't think it would matter. I wasn't going to see him again. Damn right you're not. After what he did, he deserves to be hung by his balls from the tallest tree. Julie said, with such heat I almost felt sorry for the guy. Almost. Something flashed in Julie's eyes when Anna's words sank in. You've already seen him, haven't you? Anna shrank down in her seat a little at my question, her shoulders hunching. Anna! Julie gasped, horror evident in her voice. After I know. I'm not going back to him, Anna said fiercely. Anna and Chris had dated for years in high school. They'd been madly in love, and he'd been a nice kid. After high school, that all changed, though. While Anna was moving forward and going to college, Chris got caught up with the Texas Syndicate, a local street gang. Things had gone up like a flaming dumpster fire full of dog shit after that. The sweet guy we knew changed practically overnight, or so it seemed to us, since we'd all been too busy with classes and homework to notice. It wasn't until a few months later, when Chris had taken Anna on a date, that included him being the getaway driver for a burglary, that she realized what was happening. Trying to break up with him had been rough on her. He wouldn't leave her alone. He'd somehow morphed into a dangerous man who didn't want to let her go. He and a few others in his gang had been caught later that year after they'd killed some rivals in a drive-by shooting, and he'd gone to prison. "How is he out?" I asked. "I thought his sentence was a lot longer." "Good behavior, plus they never were able to place him as a shooter, just the driver, so his sentence was reduced." "Is he bothering you again?" Julie asked, concern written all over her face. "He wasn't. He actually listened to me and stopped contacting me. But," I prompted, "I needed those guns." "Oh, Anna." Julie sounded as upset as I was. "Sweetie, we didn't mean for you to go back to him to get them," I said sadly. The thought that we'd somehow driven her back to her asshole ex made me want to cry. She put the guilt to rest with her next sentence, though. "Stop that. I'm not back with him, and it wasn't your fault. I went to him of my own volition." She pulled that word out, giving Julie a snarky look since it was usually Julie using $5 words on us. I couldn't help but laugh. Honestly, she looked around as though she couldn't believe she was about to admit this. I kind of wanted to see him. I get it. I really did. I'm not sure I'd be able to stay away either. The curiosity of what Chris was like now was itching at me, and I hadn't even been his girlfriend. Julie looked slightly judgmental, but then she sighed. "Has he changed?" "If by changed you mean did he get sucked further into the gang and become even more dangerous, then yes, he's changed." We sat absorbing that. I had so many questions, but wasn't sure how willing Anna would be to answer them. "Did he threaten you?" "Only with a good time," Anna muttered, and Julie gave her an unamused look. "Sorry, but he's gotten even sexier over the last few years, and apparently now I like bad boys." My keen gaze didn't miss the way Anna's slid over the room and landed on Riggs. My smile spread so fast, she made a face at me. "What did you have to give Chris—" "Ghost," Anna interrupted Julie, who just blinked at her in confusion. "What?" "He goes by Ghost now." Julie continued blinking until she finally spoke. "Why do all these guys have to go by different names?" she asked in disgust. I laughed and shrugged while taking a sip of my drink. "So they don't give away their real names to their enemies?" I said, after considering her question. "That makes a lot of sense." There was enough shock in her voice that I had thought of it, so I flipped her off. She chuckled and turned her focus back to interrogating Anna. "What did you have to give him in exchange for the guns?" "Just money." "So how much sexier is he?" I asked, and earned a sour look from Julie for my efforts. "Oh my God, he's even better than he used to be. He's all tatted up in his muscles." She trailed off when Julie looked like she wanted to throttle us both. "Let's forget about his hotness factor for a moment and remember that he almost got you killed, please." We both quit discussing his sexiness after being suitably chastised, but I shot Anna a look that said we'd be going over it later. The way her eyes sparkled told me she'd have no problem detailing his looks at length. "Is he pursuing you again?" Julie asked. Anna laughed, but then sobered up when Julie narrowed her eyes. "Yeah, but I can handle him. There's no need to worry, Jules." "Maybe we should tell Riggs—" "Oh, fuck no!" Anna hissed desperately, cutting her off. "He's the last person I want to know." "Oh, really?" I asked, drawing the last word out. Anna sneered at me. "Yes, really. The dude is totally controlling. I don't want him thinking he can boss me around." I rolled my eyes. Anytime I tried to talk to Anna about her and Riggs, she changed the subject. She was in complete denial that she was into him. I knew better than to force it, though. Anna had a stubborn streak a mile wide. She wouldn't get with Riggs until she was good and ready. I glanced over my shoulder and smirked. The guy in question quickly flicked his gaze away when I caught him staring at my friend. Watching them dance around each other was going to be fun. Someone turned the music down suddenly, and we all quieted as Cade stepped into the middle of the room.
"We all know why we're here."
His voice boomed around the room. The other prospects were slapping Base on the back. Base was trying to look stoic, but the corners of his lips were tipped up with the grin he couldn't quite contain. Once the cheering quieted down, Cade motioned for Base to join him. Riggs stepped up and forcefully jerked Base's cutoff, not being gentle in the least. Julie gasped, a frown marring her face. I patted her knee, but didn't speak since Cade had begun again.
"We're here to welcome Base into the Vikings."
He said it like he was pissed off, and yet Base had a full grin on his face.
"Today, you become our brother."
The roars from the guys standing around made me smile. Straining to hear over the noise the men were making, I could only make out bits and pieces. Steele walked over to Riggs and handed him a new cut with the patch of Odin's head on the back. Base responded to whatever Cade said. "I can't hear a thing," Julie muttered, and I just shrugged. This was really cool to see, if not hear. Riggs slid the cut onto Base's shoulders, then slapped him there so hard I thought the smaller man would end up on his knees. He withstood the welcoming pounding with that same idiotic grin. Cade handed him something, and Anna stood from her chair to see what it was. His other patches. I couldn't wait to see what else he'd gotten. Base had already done a lot to prove himself to the club. Once he sewed those patches on, anyone who saw his cut would know exactly how loyal he was. I glanced over and smiled at Julie. She looked torn. She was already head over heels for Base, but she hadn't admitted it yet. What was it with these girls and denying themselves the things they wanted? Especially when what they wanted were some sexy bikers. Julie, I sort of understood. She was a total good girl, and her traditional family would lose their minds if she brought home a guy like Base. But Anna? Riggs was right up her alley. Looked like I needed to play matchmaker. An evil grin spread across my face, and both girls gave each other a worried look. More cheering swallowed up their voices of concern, though, so I easily ignored them and went to go find my own hot biker.
Chapter 35. Gunner. Pulling my shades off as I stepped into the hospital, I hissed out of breath as the bright, fluorescent lights assaulted my eyes. I was hungover from the party the night before, but it was my turn to sit and keep an eye on everyone at the hospital. Bridget rushed out ahead of me, making a beeline for Remy's room. She still didn't know that her dad had visitors on Thursday. We'd gone back and forth about whether to tell her. Ultimately, we decided against it because then she would have camped out at the hospital. No one would be able to talk her out of staying if she knew her family and friend were possibly in danger. They really weren't anymore. We'd assigned shifts to keep an eye on things. Cade hadn't minded taking manpower away from the club to guard Brent, especially since Remy would get to come home today, making it easier on whoever had guard duty. Steele was picking her up later this afternoon. Until then, we'd be hanging out with her. Pausing, I watched two men walking toward the elevator. Something about them was bothering me. They were wearing jeans and t-shirts, and nothing really seemed out of place until one of them caught me staring. It was small, but his lips spread in a sneer. The second guy caught the look on his face and snapped his head toward me to see what his friend was looking at. He said something to his companion, and they both ducked their heads and stepped onto the elevator. "What are you doing?" I glanced over at Bridget's question. "Go on ahead. I'll be right there." It clicked. The first guy had been in Brent's room Thursday. I was sure of it. Those cameras may not have had the perfect picture, but it was clear enough. The elevator stopped in the basement, and I hauled ass to the stairwell and down. My fingers were itching as I crept around corners down in the hospital's basement. I wanted my gun in my hand, but I didn't need to come face to face with a nurse or a doctor and have it out. This place was a never-ending maze of hallways and doors. Unease trickled down my spine as I heard something crash in a room nearby. I watched way too many zombie movies to be skulking around where I knew they kept the cities dead. I'd never admit it, but I was grateful when the sound of steps on the linoleum echoed back to me. I was being careful not to make any noise. The lichens didn't seem to have a worry in the world as they stomped toward a door. Holding up a card to the reader, they shoved through the door as it lit green. I had to time it right. I needed to let them get far enough away so they wouldn't notice me, but not let the door close all the way. I dashed over and shoved my hand through right as the door swung closed. Hissing in pain, I muttered a string of profanity under my breath as my hand was crushed between the door and frame. Okay, that hadn't been my smartest idea. Opening the door with my boot, I wiggled my fingers. Nothing felt broken. As stealthily as I could, I crept down the hall until I found them. They were inside a room with glass walls. I frowned as I ducked down and watched what they were doing. They stood hunched over a table that had a ton of vials on it. They worked together in tandem, as though they'd done this a lot. They'd take a vial, pour 3/4 of the milky-colored substance in it into a new container, then reseal the old somehow. I was vaguely impressed with how quickly they completed the task. I debated my next move as they finished up. If I stepped in and stopped them, I'd end up in a fight, or worse, in one of these freezers. Something told me that finding out what was going on was the most important thing, and in order to do that, I was going to have to let these guys leave. The idea of letting them go twice in as many days pissed me off to no end. I didn't have much of a choice, though. As they began cleaning up, I stepped around a corner that didn't lead back to the door. As soon as I heard it close behind them, I crept into the room. Picking up one of the small vials, I eyeballed it. I had no clue what I was really looking at, though. Good thing I knew someone who would. I shoved the vial into the pocket of my jeans and made my way back upstairs. Walking into Remy's room, I felt a smile tug at my lips. All 5 of the women were there. I'd been too busy getting wasted last night to monitor how much they drank, but none of them looked as hungover as I felt. I closed the door behind me and faced them. Ming. She turned as I called their name, then her brows drew together as I held out the vial. She blinked, still trying to figure out what it was or why I had it. I just caught 2 lichens down in the basement fucking with a bunch of these. They all gasped, but Ming the loudest as she rushed to me and snatched it out of my hand. You stole this? She inspected it to make sure I hadn't harmed it, although I don't know how I would have. Then she froze. Wait, how did they get in? I shrugged and leaned back against the door. A keycard? Her eyes grew wide, and she looked over her shoulder at the others. They shared a knowing look, and I stared at them suspiciously. What? I asked. She opened her mouth, then closed it, unsure of what to say. Bridget sighed and stepped forward. Guilt flooded her face as she answered. We were going to tell you all later today when we got home. I found out that my dad is working with someone here at the hospital, and her godfather, who also happens to be the chief of police at a local precinct. Remy added helpfully from her spot on the bed. Bridget glared at her friend over her shoulder. I shoved off the wall and stalked over to where Bridget stood. And how did you find this out? My voice was low, dangerous, angry. Bridget's face screwed up in a cringe. Well, I sort of broke into my dad's office at his house, hacked his safe, and stole some paperwork. That's what they'd been doing at her parents' house the other day. My gaze roved over their faces, and they were all wearing the same guilty look. Ming was the only one willing to look me in the eyes right now. At my silence, Bridget rushed on, the words spilling out of her mouth. Then The day of the accident, I overheard my dad and godfather talking, and they were speaking about needing to meet a shipment that someone was sending. They just referred to her as she. She bit her lip and waited on my response. "What the hell, princess?" I growled at her. "You've got people trying to kidnap you. Thanks to your dad. Who knows what fucking Guzman will do to you this time if he succeeds again. And the 5 of you decide to go off and play Nancy fucking Drew?" Now they were all staring at the floor, and I was left wondering how I'd become the voice of fucking reason. I was so pissed off I was breathing hard. Bridget walked up to me and smoothed their hands over my chest as I glared down at her. "I'm so sorry, Gunner," she said softly, sliding her palms over me as though she just needed to touch me. "You could have been hurt." "One of you was," I said, looking over at Remy. Her blue eyes pleaded with me to understand. "I know it was stupid of me. I should never have lied to you. I shouldn't have had the others lie for me. It was dumb not to bring you all in from the beginning." She looked down as though she weren't able to meet my eyes, and I felt the knot of anger in my stomach loosen a little. "It wasn't about you. I needed to prove myself. If you'd cut me out and I hadn't helped, I'd always be the useless damsel in distress. That's why I needed to do this." I used my fingers to tip her chin up so that I could really look at her. "You're not useless, Bridget." "I have been, though," she insisted. "I've always let others take care of me." When my eyes narrowed, she rushed on. "Not that I don't want you to take care of me. I just don't want to be a liability. If something happened to you because you were trying to rescue me—" Tears filled her eyes, and I swore, pulling her against my chest. "Nothing's going to happen to me. Or to you. I won't let it." She sighed and snuggled into my chest. "I'm more grateful for that than I could ever tell you, Gunner. But it's time for me to stand on my own 2 feet, too." "I get that. I'll try to be a little better about including you. Look, Cade's going to fucking kill me for telling you this, but we're going to bring you in on more of our plans." All their faces brightened, and it had worry clawing its way through me. "Not any of the dangerous shit," I warned with a hard look. 5 faces fell, and I would have laughed if it wouldn't have given them the wrong idea. "You can't expect us to let you go into situations where you could get hurt." "Now is a good time to start," Ming interrupted and waved the vial. "This is fentanyl." There would be plenty of time later for apologies, so I focused on the next problem. Now it's starting to make sense. All of the girls looked at me curiously, so I explained. "Your dad and your uncle," I said, motioning to Bridget and Remy, "were transporting Guzman's product here, and the Lycans were dealing it." "Half of it," Bridget corrected me. "The other half Dad was selling to the Italian mafia." I nodded. Those guys still hadn't shown up yet, as far as we knew, but it wouldn't be long. Once Brent missed a shipment, we'd have yet another group to deal with. I didn't mention that out loud. There wasn't anything we could do about it right now, and I didn't want to worry Bridget more than necessary. The drugs that the Lycans got, and I assume the Italians as well, were laced with fentanyl. "But who is he working with? It has to be someone with hospital access," Anna mused. "Maybe you could get your dad to—" Bridget shook her head, cutting me off. "Sorry, I've been trying for weeks to get any information out of my mom. My dad is being just as tight-lipped." "Why do you think I stole those papers?" she asked with a disgusted laugh. "We are so close. If only we could get your dad to talk, Bridge," Julie said thoughtfully. I narrowed my eyes and turned towards Bridget. A smile spread slowly over my face. "I know exactly how to get him to talk," I said dangerously.
Chapter 36. Bridget. Gunner's plan would probably work much better than my own, but once he told me what it was, I knew I needed to try once more to reason with my dad. I stepped into the room and smiled sweetly at the officer sitting there. He tossed the magazine he'd been flicking through aside. His eyes roamed over me as he smiled in return. "Do you think you could give us a minute?" I asked, putting a little breathlessness into the question. His grin widened.
"Sure thing, doll."
Ugh, I hated that term. I fluttered my lashes at him and giggled. This wasn't even my usual way of flirting, but it was working for him, even if it made me feel a bit slimy.
"Just let me get your phone number,"
he rumbled as he stepped in close to me. I gave him a sly smile and took his phone, punching a number in. "There you go, handsome." Little did he know he'd be calling one of my friends from college. Bryce was built like a brick shithouse and had the disposition to match. I wished them all the luck together. Inwardly, I snickered. He nodded to me as he stepped out of the room and closed the door behind him. I turned and found my dad watching me with an unamused expression. Mom also looked less than thrilled. She'd rather have me date a cop than a biker, but I doubted even a police officer would be good enough for her. "We need to talk," I said firmly, and went to stand at the end of Dad's bed. I had their full attention. "I'm done asking, Dad." His brows shot up at my tone. "You're going to tell me everything, with the cartel, the Lycans, the Italian mafia, all of it." I clenched my hands into fists as anger moved over his face.
"Bridget," Mom said sharply. "I've told you it's none of your business."
"Except it is, Dad. It is my business, because I'm caught up in the middle of it now, too." He was so stubborn.
"You'll be kept out of it from now on,"
he said firmly. It made me wonder if he knew about the Lycans' attack the other day.
"What I do doesn't concern you."
"Oh, it certainly does. I'm worried about you," I said softly. "I won't tell anyone."
"Except those scummy bikers," Mom said with a sniff.
I couldn't keep my mouth from dropping open. "Seriously, Mom? Those scummy bikers saved my life." I snarled at her, and I was mollified to see the guilt flash over her face. "I also happen to be in love with one of them." My bombshell had them both falling silent in shock.
"I told you to stay away from him,"
Dad hissed at me. Shrugging nonchalantly, I studied my nails. "I'm an adult. You can't tell me what to do, especially if you're going to keep secrets from me."
"Bridget, enough! You're not going to badger me into telling you anything."
"Fine. Maybe you'd care to tell me why you kept the fact that I have a sister hidden from me." My second bombshell was just as devastating as the first. Mom gasped, her eyes growing wide as she looked over at Dad.
"I'll fucking kill her,"
he muttered. I was shocked at his venomous tone. "That's your daughter you're talking about, and she didn't tell me." Confusion replaced anger as he watched me carefully. "I broke into your office at the house. That's how I know about Murphy. That's also how I know about this." I tossed the paperwork I'd stolen onto the bed. "And I know that Uncle Bobby is somehow involved in all of this." Mom snatched the papers up and handed them to Dad without even looking. I scoffed at her and felt pity well up in me. She was the perfect wife, even now. Dad spared a glance at the paper before his furious eyes met mine. His face was turning this mottled red color that would have been alarming if I wasn't so pissed off.
"How fucking dare you!"
he spat at me. "No! How fucking dare you! I got kidnapped because of you! I could have been killed or worse, raped!" I looked over at Mom. "You didn't even hire anyone to come after me. Were you just going to wait for him to wake up and handle it?" I couldn't contain the disgust in my voice. Her mouth tightened, but she didn't reply to my question. "One last chance, Dad. Tell me what I want to know or I'm gone." I didn't like having to give them an ultimatum, but it was my last card to play.
So be it,
he said softly, his tone serious. My eyes widened as shock bolted through me. What?
From today on, we don't have a daughter. I will not tolerate disobedience or disrespect.
My mouth dropped open. Blood rushing in my ears blocked out any sound in the room for a moment, while my heart shattered into pieces. He wasn't kidding. I looked over at Mom, ready to plead with her to make him see reason, but she wouldn't meet my eyes. She was staring at the floor. It hit me then. She wouldn't be taking my side over Dad's, and he'd accepted my ultimatum. I hadn't really been ready to follow through with it and lose my family, but he was taking that choice out of my hands. I could beg and plead with him to reconsider, but then things would go back to the way they'd been before. That might not have been so terrible if it was the way they'd been prior to all of this happening. Ignorance was bliss, after all. You're willing to let your illicit activities lose you a daughter? My voice was hoarse with disbelief. I don't know why I bothered to ask. The answer was written all over his face. Without waiting for his response, I took one last look at them, then walked out the door. I gave the cop a small smile as I left. Turning, I watched him go back inside the room before I walked down the hallway back to Remy's room. Gunnar met me outside, and I did my best to keep the turmoil off my face. He wouldn't tell me anything, I said, a slight quaver shaking my voice. Gunnar frowned, his eyes searching my face.
Well, it was worth a shot.
I nodded miserably, and he pulled me in for a hug.
Hey, is everything okay?
I nodded against his chest, tears burning the back of my eyes. I didn't want to distract him, though, because now it was his turn. I'm fine, just tired. If Gunnar had been in a relationship before, he might have recognized that line for the lie it was. Luckily, he took me at my word. Kissing the top of my head, he grinned as he pulled back.
Then it's time to do what I'm best at.
I tried to stomp out the worry that rose in me. After all, my parents had made their point very clear they weren't my family anymore. It shouldn't matter what happened to them from this point on. I watched as Gunnar strode down the hallway, his long gait eating up the distance. As sad as I was grateful to have him, the girls, and the MC.
Chapter 37. Gunnar. I enjoyed the way Brent Jordan's eyes widened when I stepped into his room and shut the door behind me. His wife gasped and clutched at his hand. Knowing the cops could be bought off, I had the officer set up outside the same way the guy had the day before. Hello, Brent. Joyce.
You!
He tried to sound tough, but worry and fear threaded through each word. Obviously, he remembered me from when he'd been shot in the warehouse. Gunnar, I said as an introduction to his wife. The name clicked for her immediately, and I smirked at them.
Stay away from Bridget.
He struggled to sit straighter in the bed. I laughed and folded my arms over my chest. Too late for that, Dad. Brent's eyes narrowed on mine when I mockingly called him that. Honestly, though, she's a lot safer with me than she is with scum like you. Joyce huffed in outrage but remained quiet, letting her husband handle the situation. It made me wonder how a woman like Bridget came from her. She didn't sit back and let me handle anything. I was suddenly grateful the woman I loved had a backbone.
Screw you. I can take care of my family.
He was seething. He didn't like being called out, especially not from the likes of me. Oh yeah, you're doing a fan-fucking-tastic job of that so far. I stepped closer to the bed. If we hadn't gone to Mexico, Bridget would still be rotting down there. If we hadn't shown up to help when the Lycans tried again to kidnap her. Wait, what? Joyce asked in a horrified whisper. What? She didn't tell you about that? How the Lycans ran them off the road? That Remy's here in the hospital because of it? That she had to kill some of them to keep them from kidnapping or killing all 5 of them? I roared the last question and flipped a little rolling tray that had food on it into the wall. I should do us all a favor and fucking kill you now. Brent was shaking. Whether it was because of everything I just revealed, or because I was hulking out on him, who knew? I continued to push. You're going to end up getting your daughter killed. Maybe if I kill you and give Guzman your fucking head, he'll back off Bridget. I pulled out my knife and flipped it open. It was a decent size, but nowhere near what I'd need to saw through a human neck. These 2 didn't seem to know that, though, as their eyes landed on it and their faces paled. Please, Joyce sobbed. Brent stayed stubbornly mute. Now here's what's going to happen. Brent, I sneered his name. You're going to tell me everything about your operation. Otherwise, I said warningly when his eyes shot defiantly up to mine, I'm going to start hacking off little pieces of you until you do. I'll start with sections that don't bleed as much, but eventually I'll get to those. I can't wait to cut your fucking dick off. He shifted uncomfortably, but still looked like he didn't plan on saying anything. Stubborn fucking dickhead. Or maybe I'll start with her. I pointed the knife at his wife. His gasp of outrage told me I had him. Neither of them knew I would never lay a finger on Bridget's mom. Hell, I wasn't even planning on doing anything to Brent. I also knew that I was burning every bridge with her parents. They'd never accept me as part of Bridget's life now. I was willing to take the chance that she'd leave me in order to keep a relationship with her family. It fucking killed me to think about. But I'd do it, because this was the only way we'd find out the truth. The only way to keep her safe. You're a monster, Joyce hissed, and I shrugged as though I was bored with the whole situation. You're a monster. She actually said that? Who talks like that? 20 minutes later, I stepped out into the hall and wrapped my arms around Bridget, who threw herself at me. Are they okay? I scared the shit out of them, but I didn't hurt them. She blew out a breath and nodded. Did they tell you? I nodded and kissed the top of her head. Let's head home. I'll tell everyone there. Steele's here to take Remy home. Dr. Chen is signing her release papers now. Good. I pulled her tighter against my body and kissed her deeply. I wasn't sure how she'd feel after she heard everything I needed to tell them. Let's go. The drive back to the clubhouse was quick. As soon as we pulled up, the others came out and took turns welcoming Remy home. What the hell happened over there? Cade muttered so that the women didn't hear. What the fuck? How had he known? As soon as I saw Rat step off the porch, I remembered the cameras. There's a lot to go over. Could we pull everyone in, so I only have to go over it once? Cade nodded, then bellowed, making the girls jump. Church in 10 minutes! The members started shuffling off, other than the officers. Rat, Base, join us. You 5 too, Cade said with a smirk at the women. They smiled back at him, all too happy to comply. Once everyone was crammed into the kitchen, Riggs looked around and chuckled. We need to get that meeting room finished up. There's not enough space in here. He didn't need to finish the sentence. We all knew these 5 women would be included in our meetings from this point on.
Chapter 38. Bridget.
All right, Gunner, what happened?
Cade asked.
Yeah, it looked like you were going to kick his ass.
The excitement faded out of Rat's voice as my head snapped in his direction, and I pinned him with a look. What do you mean, it looked like? Rat's eyes grew wide at my question. He shrugged, his cheeks coloring slightly. His normal move would be to stare at the ground, but I could tell he was working hard to hold my gaze. He was too cute and sweet to stay mad at, so I did the only thing available to me. My furious gaze swiveled to my boyfriend. "What does he mean, Gunner?" His name was a warning. Gunner sighed and gave Rat a look that promised retribution. Rat had the decency to look apologetic, but he didn't bother to explain to me now that Gunner was on the hook. Cade and Riggs chuckled, but they swallowed the laughter behind coughs when I scowled at them.
"We might have put up cameras."
I cut Gunner off. "Might have?" Clearing his throat, he started again.
"We put up cameras so that we could keep an eye on you when no one was physically there."
"Where?" Remy gasped, and suddenly all the guys were busy looking around the room. "Steal?" she barked, irritated with him.
"It was for your own safety." All right, we can talk about the cameras later,"
Cade said, trying to bring a semblance of order back to the conversation since we'd all started arguing. I suddenly remembered my encounter with Rat in the bathroom. I turned to him and gave him a death glare. He blushed and looked up, deciding that the ceiling needed his absolute attention right now. "You'll be taking them down later," Ming insisted, locking eyes with Cade.
"We'll discuss it."
That was the end of that line of conversation. I thought about arguing, but I knew it'd just piss the guys off and get us kicked out of the meeting, so I kept my mouth shut. Gunner would be hearing about this later, though.
"Gunner?"
Cade prompted.
"I recognized the same lichens from the other day."
He gave me a careful look. I couldn't place what emotion was there in his eyes.
"I followed them and found them messing around in the basement with some vials."
Gunner explained, then told the rest of the story and what we'd found and been keeping from them. It was our turn to study the room and avoid direct eye contact with the men whose angry stares were boring into us. Finally, Ming sighed and met Axel's furious gaze before she focused on Cade. "We wouldn't have been forced to sneak around if you guys let us help." She straightened her spine under the weight of Cade's stare. Eventually, the contest ended, and Cade scrubbed a palm over his face.
"Fine. From now on, we'll include you."
Our happy sounds and chatter threatened to override his next sentence, but he managed to cut through.
"But you'll listen to us and won't place yourselves in any unnecessary danger."
"Of course we'll listen, Cade," I said, my tone so sugary sweet it caused his eyes to narrow suspiciously. The girls and I exchanged a knowing glance. We said everything we needed to about our thoughts on obeying them with one look. I tried to stifle the smirk, but the president's sigh was a good indication that I'd failed. If I had any doubts, his next words confirmed it.
"I'm going to regret this,"
he muttered. "You won't, I promise." Remy gave him her own version of my smile. Cade didn't seem to be convinced, but he motioned for Gunner to continue.
"So, what do the lichens have to do with the fentanyl?"
Bass asked, directing our attention back to the matter at hand. Gunner pulled something out of his pocket and tossed it to Cade. The man caught it deftly and examined the little glass bottle and its label. Ming gasped in horror when she saw it. "Gunner!" He had the grace to look sheepish. "How did you get that? I put it in a safe spot to return it as soon as possible."
"Your safe spot was easy to find,"
he said with a careless shrug.
"You may need a new locker door."
Ming's mouth pursed, and she looked like she was about to chew him out, but Riggs cut her off.
"Why are these bottles so big?"
"What?" Ming cocked her head.
"It looks like it holds 100 milliliters, but there's probably only—"
He scooted closer to Cade, practically putting his nose on the bottle.
"Maybe 10 in there?"
Ming jumped out of her chair and hurried around the table before snatching the vial out of Cade's hand. Her brows pulled together in a heavy frown. The label says 10, but you're right. It is the size of a 100-milliliter vial. How did I miss that? See this? The seal on the top has been tampered with, too. You wouldn't know it if you didn't look carefully, though, she said thoughtfully. What did Brent tell you? Cade asked, while Ming continued to stand there muttering, inspecting the vial. I could tell he wasn't telling me everything, but short of actually doing damage to him, I got what I could. Gunnar explained. Did I sense some hesitation there? Doubt? I lost that thought almost immediately when Gunnar's eyes slid over me, and I felt a cold sweat break out over my skin. Whether it was the thought of my parents being hurt, the anguish of being disowned, or because I was about to finally learn what my dad had involved himself in, I wasn't sure. Gunnar kept his eyes locked on mine for a moment, and concern flashed in them. Finally, he dragged them off me and back to Cade. Brent's been smuggling fentanyl into the country through the hospital. The Lycans drain it from the 100-milliliter bottles into different containers, then seal those back up. He waits until Miguel smuggles his drugs into the country, and then the Lycans cut the coke with the fentanyl and sell them. How are they getting away with that without anyone noticing that so much of the drug is missing? Steele asked. The labels are pre-printed as containing 10 milliliters, Ming replied, and passed the bottle over to Steele to examine. Everyone just assumes the manufacturer put it in larger vials. It happens often enough that it wouldn't even make it onto anyone's radar. It felt like my eyes were going to cross at the information overload. Dad was so wrapped up in all of this, I wasn't sure if he was a pawn in the game or the coordinator of it all. He certainly seemed to be a big player. He didn't know that I already knew about Bobby. I didn't want to tip him off that Bridget had been snooping around, so I didn't ask about them. There it was again, a slight hesitation in his voice. Gunnar never hesitated. I decided I must be imagining things. This whole ordeal was out of character for all of us. I bit my lip to keep from blurting out that I'd already let that cat out of the bag, so to speak. I saw Remy cock her head at me as she eyed me intensely. She knew something was wrong. Locking eyes with her, I silently pleaded with her to stay quiet. Her eyes narrowed, but she seemed to get the message. "Where is he getting the fentanyl from?" Axel asked, breaking the silent communication between me and Remy. I turned my focus back to the conversation. "That I did ask. He refused to give up his source. I'm fairly certain he was more scared of whoever they were than he was of me. I could have gotten it from him, but not without drawing some attention." Gunnar looked pissed about that, and I imagined it was a bit of a blow to his ego. The amazing thing was that he'd held back instead of getting pissed and losing his temper. I'd been worried when he'd said his plan was to pretend like he was going to hurt them. He'd played it beautifully, though, and gotten a lot more information than I'd been able to acquire. That was a blow to my own pride, that my dad couldn't be bothered to fill me in on what was happening. Apparently, all it took was threatening his life, and he sang like a canary. Coward. So we still don't know who he's getting the fentanyl from or who he's working with at the hospital, Anna said dejectedly. "But we know a lot more than we did," Riggs told her. "Exactly. Great job, Gunnar." The look on Cade's face had pride filling me. Gunnar had done an amazing job. Without him, we wouldn't know half of what we did. "Okay, so what do we do now?" Bass asked, looking around. "I mean, I assume we're not going to drop it." "Fuck no," Steele growled. "Not with the Lycans and Guzman still coming after us." "Maybe if I can figure out who issued that keycard to the Lycans." Ming broke off when Axel glared at her.
Fuck that! You're not going to start snooping around at the hospital. What if you get caught?
Well, what would you suggest then? I make the most sense, since I have access to areas that none of the rest of you do. She glared right back at him.
Rat can...
Rat looked uncomfortable when Axel pinned him with a dark look.
I can try to help, but she's right.
Rat's eyes danced back and forth between them.
She'd probably be able to find out more than I could. It's unlikely they'll have any kind of electronic trail for me to follow, but I'll try.
Rat stuttered out when Axel looked like he wanted to jump over the table and strangle him.
Okay, Ming.
Everyone glanced at Cade as he spoke, although Axel took longer to drag a stare away from Rat.
If you're willing to help, we'll take you up on the offer. I'd hate for you to get into trouble.
I won't. I'll be careful, she said to Cade, but glowered at Axel.
We'll have 2 people posted at the hospital while you're there, in case you need anything.
Thank you, Ming said, smiling at Cade.
Along with the guys watching Bridget's family, we're back to spreading ourselves a bit thin,
Tripp pointed out. He and Drew had been quietly listening until now.
You don't need to have anyone guard my dad, I choked out. My voice was thick with unshed tears, which horrified me.
Somehow I managed to swallow them back. He got himself into this. He can deal with anything that comes because of it. Now everyone was staring at me with concern. I stared down at the table, refusing to make eye contact. After a minute of silence, Cade said hesitantly,
Okay, if you're sure.
I nodded, keeping my eyes down. If I looked up and saw anyone giving me worried looks, I'd lose it. Cade cleared his throat and continued.
We'll have another meeting tomorrow and go over the plan in more detail.
It didn't matter that I wasn't looking up. I could feel the concern pouring out around me. I clenched my hands together under the counter, waiting for this to be over so I could escape. I didn't want to explain. I didn't want to cry, even though I knew that was inevitable. The second Cade released us, I was up and out the back door. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to get away. I ignored Remy calling my name and ran. My tears made it hard to navigate, but eventually they and my legs slowed. I knew the Vikings owned this property, so I wasn't too worried about wandering it. Looking over my shoulder, I could see the clubhouse and other houses behind me. I sat down on a little hill and rested my forehead on my bent knees. I don't know how long I sat like that, but when Remy flopped down next to me, I'd finally stopped crying. Do you know how hard it was to convince Gunnar not to charge after you? I laughed and turned my head so that my left cheek rested on my knees and I could see her face. Thanks. I knew you needed a minute. She trailed off and we sat companionably in the quiet. Dad disowned me, I said softly after a few minutes. I was so grateful Remy let me take my time to work up to saying it. What? Her shout startled some birds that were chirping in a nearby tree, and they took flight. What? She started to say again, then broke off. I gave him an ultimatum. I told him to tell me what I wanted to know or I was gone. I felt the tears starting again. I didn't mean it, though. Of course you didn't, she said soothingly as she wrapped an arm around me. I leaned back and rested my head on her shoulder. No one is stupid enough to think that you'd mean something like that. He was pissed 'cause I told him I'd broken into his office and overheard his conversation with Bobby, I said miserably. So he'll calm down and come to his senses. I don't think so, Rem. I lifted my head and our eyes locked. You didn't see him. He really meant it. He's made an empire with an obedient and broken wife. A rebellious, free-thinking daughter has no place there. We dropped back into silence, looking out over the wooded area that spread out before us. I could tell Remy didn't know what to say to make it better. I didn't either. I wasn't sure anything could. You know you'll always have us, right? Her eyes were earnest, full of love, and I felt a little piece of my broken heart glue itself back together. Leaning forward, I hugged her. We still had our arms wrapped around each other when Gunnar cleared his throat behind us. We scrambled up, and I wiped the grass and dirt off my butt. Remy's eyes were curious. I nodded, answering her silent question, asking if I was ready to talk to him. She gave me another quick hug, then wandered off toward the clubhouse. We both watched her go before Gunnar's worried gaze met mine.
"Hey,"
he said, unease heavy in his voice. "Hey." He cleared his throat again. He looked miserable, although I wasn't sure why. It couldn't just be because I was upset.
Sorry about the way I had to get that information from your dad.
Is that what he thinks I'm upset about? Gunnar, you were amazing. I smiled at him and he returned it. You were able to do so much more than I could. I really appreciate it, especially after I was a jerk and kept stuff from you. Gave me a hesitant smile. Have I mentioned how sorry I am about that?
Thanks.
He rubbed the back of his neck.
I think we can chalk that up to a mistake on both our parts.
Surprise filled me. I didn't expect him to take any blame for what happened. It'd been my fault, and I'd actively gone against my friend's advice when they'd tried to get me to tell him.
How about this? If you'll agree not to lie to me anymore, then I promise to keep you in the loop on everything I can.
I started to speak, but he cut me off.
There will be times I can't tell you things. That's not negotiable, but it won't be often.
I nodded, understanding completely. I kind of figured that, and I don't expect full disclosure of the club's business. Maybe just the things that involve me? I wrinkled my nose in disgust, especially when it's my family causing the trouble. Gunnar nodded, silently agreeing to that deal. We both turned our heads and stared off into the woods for a moment. I promise I won't lie to you anymore. Glancing over at me, a grin spread over his face.
Good.
He cleared his throat.
If you were hoping to ever get your parents' approval about us, that's all shot to hell.
Worry crept into his eyes. I couldn't help it. I laughed so hard, I snorted. His brows shot up and there were mixed emotions filtering across his face at my reaction. I was howling now, tears streaming down my face for the second time that day. He frowned and looked slightly offended. Waving my hand at him as I tried to breathe between the laughs, I knew I needed to say something. Sorry, I gasped. He folded his arms over his chest and impatiently waited for me to explain. Finally, the laughter died down enough that I could speak. My parents' approval is the least of our worries at this point.
True, but
Dad disowned me, I said abruptly, cutting him off. It was so much easier to say when I considered the obstacle he'd presented in my relationship with Gunnar. His mouth dropped open a little, and shock completely stole whatever he planned to say. Yeah, so fuck their approval, I chirped. I sucked in a breath when he moved quickly and pulled me into his arms.
Jesus, Bridget, I'm sorry.
We stood there quietly for a few minutes while the events of the last few days sunk in. When he started chuckling, I looked over at him curiously.
Well, at least you've hit rock bottom. It can only go up from here, right?
Oh, how I wished he hadn't said that. I gathered my courage and stepped back out of his embrace. There was one last important thing I needed to tell him, and I wasn't sure how he'd feel about it. Agent Flynn is my sister. Gunner's jaw dropped, and his eyes went wide.
Wait, what?
My face was screwed up in a cringe, but I nodded at him. Unfortunately, that's what I was doing at the precinct that day. I went to confront her. I found out about it when I broke into Dad's office. She's known for years, I said in a whisper. Somehow I'd lost my whole family, even those I hadn't known about, for more than a week. He just stared at me in astonishment for what felt like forever. He let out a chuckle.
Now I'll need a shovel, Princess.
I frowned at him in confusion. I knew he'd never hurt me, so I didn't know why he'd need a shovel. Why?
Because you've hit rock bottom and started to dig.
I couldn't help but laugh. His description of my life was too close for comfort. Gunner pulled me back into his arms. I knew it was where I belonged, and nothing was going to threaten that again. I closed my eyes and let his heat and scent sink into me. I'd eventually get over the betrayal and hurt because of this man. He was my new family, and that realization made my heart skip a beat. I love you.
I love you too, Princess.
He turned me and wrapped his arms around me from behind as we both stared out into the woods quietly. I was content to sit there, safe in his arms. Gunner moved, keeping one arm around my waist, and with the other held something out in front of me. My brows drew together as he placed the folded paper into my hands. Glancing up at him in confusion, I opened it and gasped. On the paper was a drawing of a beautiful ring. Did you draw this? He moved around until he was standing in front of me. Then he took my hand. My mouth hung open as he dropped to a knee and flipped open a little black box. It was the same ring.
I drew that after I got you back. I had a jeweler make it. You deserve something unique.
Tears filled my eyes as I stared down at this tough man, down on a knee for me. The fact that he'd had something made that had come from his heart almost had me breaking down into happy tears. I started to reach out for him, but he squeezed the hand he was holding, stopping me.
I know you think that you need to prove yourself, but you've been doing that this whole time. Do you know how many people would have been hysterical after being kidnapped? You managed to escape.
Then I got caught, I reminded him.
So? That's where I come in. Whenever you're in over your head, I'll be there.
I smiled and my heart fluttered.
Then you saved our asses with the border patrol. You saved the girls from the lichens. You're not giving yourself enough credit, Princess. You handled all of that with grace and dignity, something very few could do. It's not your responsibility to take on guilt over what your dad has done.
I didn't know how I hadn't seen it before, but with Gunner kneeling there, telling me these things, I finally saw the situation clearly. With him in my life, I didn't have to stand alone. I sank down to my knees in front of him. Yes. His eyes narrowed, and I couldn't help but smile at his calculating look. Yes, I'll marry you. I thought I needed to grow up and stand on my own. I'd rather grow with you and lean on each other. He slid the gorgeous ring onto my finger and then tugged me closer to him so he could kiss me senseless.
I knew once you broke up with me that it was over,
he said, pulling back and meeting my gaze.
It took some time to admit it to myself, but that was when I knew. I wanted you to be mine. Forever.
I'd never seen this side of Gunner before. With every sweet thing he said, I felt my heart mend. Then the man I knew and loved grinned at me.
I'll give you anything you want, even your stupidly expensive shoes.
He stood, then pulled me to my feet. Slinging an arm around my shoulder, he started walking us back toward the clubhouse as I gasped in outrage. "They aren't stupid," I whispered in a horrified tone. He just chuckled and kept going. "Gunner?" I bit my lip, realizing there was another thing, and this time the last thing, I'd forgotten to mention. "Yeah? You know I'm still rich, right?" I didn't know how else to say it. He frowned over at me, a questioning look on his face. "My grandpa left me an inheritance. My parents can't touch it. I haven't taken money from Mom and Dad since I lived at home with them," I explained.
Huh.
That was all he had to say?
How rich?
"Stupidly," I said with a grin. He stopped and shoved his hands in the pockets of his jeans. I hated talking about money and my inheritance, but he deserved to know. "Well?" I asked because he had this considering look on his face.
"Looks like you're buying dinner from now on."
He deadpanned, then strolled toward the clubhouse. My mouth dropped open before laughter rolled out of me. This man was going to keep me on my toes for the rest of my life, and I couldn't wait.
Chapter 39. Gunner. I gave Rat a sharp look as he ran into the gym. "Where the fuck have you been?" I'd been about to barge up to his room and drag him down here. He was fucking lucky he'd shown. He and Bass had made a commitment to training, and I took that seriously. He shot me an apologetic look. "Sorry, Gunner. I got caught up." He rushed over to Cade and shoved something into his hands. Axel, Steele, Riggs, and Bass all circled around so they could see what it was. Finally, I gave in and walked over to have a look. "I've spent the last few weeks trying to track down the manufacturing company that produces the fentanyl," he said as we all stared in shock at the photograph in Cade's hands. I couldn't believe it had only been a few weeks since we'd found out the fentanyl in Guzman's drugs was coming from the same hospital Ming worked at. It was mind-blowing that it had been such a short time since I'd asked Bridget to marry me, something I never thought I'd do. Before her, I'd never committed to a woman, and here I was, ready, fucking eager to make her my wife. I shook off the thought and focused back on Rat as he continued speaking. "I've been having trouble tracking the company down. Whoever they have working for them knows what they're doing." Rat sounded impressed. That must mean whoever they had was damn good. "They slipped up, though," he said with a satisfied grin. "I found one of their meeting places. They vary it up so it's harder to get caught." It made sense. We did the same thing. I was able to pull that photo from a traffic camera. It still leaves us with more questions than answers, but... We all stared down at the picture again. "Is that?" Bass started, but Axel cut him off. "Ming," he said grimly as he snatched the photo out of Cade's hands. I stared at it, willing the picture to be clearer. It was dark and grainy, but it showed enough to know that it was Ming.
"Can't you fix it up?"
Steele asked. None of us was willing to accept what this meant. "Sorry, that's the best I could do," Rat explained.
"Where are you going?"
Riggs called out as Axel stuffed the photo into his pocket and abruptly left the room, letting the door slam on his way out. "Where do you think?" Cade asked with a humorless grin.
"Not sure I'd want to be Ming right now,"
Bass said with a cringe. "He won't flat out ask her," I replied with a shake of my head.
$20 says he does.
Steele held out his hand. I gripped it with a grin. "You're on. Let's go."
"Where?"
Riggs asked with a scowl. "There are some women sitting upstairs that will be able to solve this faster than Axel will. You're going to owe me, you know that, right?" I egged Steele on as we went up the stairs. His dark look barely registered as I rounded the corner, and found Bridget sitting with the others. As soon as those eyes landed on me, I felt calm. Whatever was going on, we'd figure it out, and we'd do it together.
This has been The Viking's Princess, The Viking's MC Book 2, written by Kathleen Cole and Frank Jensen, performed by Allison Voller and Tyler Darby. This audiobook has been produced and published by Pink Flamingo Productions in 2023. No part of this audiobook can be copied or played for an audience. To find out more about Pink Flamingo Productions and our collection of work, please visit www.pinkflamingoproductions.com.